Video 2 of My Refuge and Fortress, Havoc in Wyoming, Part 7 by Millie Copper.
Chapter 26. Lucy. Mrs. Murphy is waiting for me at the end of the hallway. Perfect. I was just going to see if you were ready. Alyssa and Maddie are already in the sitting room. Come, let's meet the others. Maddie gives me a smile and raises her eyebrows. I choose to ignore whatever signal she may be trying to deliver. Sitting next to Alyssa, on a small old-fashioned love seat, is another girl around the same age as her. Where Alyssa's hair is dark, this girl's is very blonde, to the point of being white, which fits perfectly with her light blue eyes and very delicate, almost elf-like features. Like Alyssa, she's cute, but tiny and almost frail-looking. Mrs. Murphy introduces her as Star. On an identical love seat is Shelby Cameron, formerly of my apartment building. As I look at her, I realize she was pregnant the last time I saw her. She'd been a big girl before she became pregnant, and even when food rationing started, she was still good-sized. Not now. Now she's way too thin for her large frame. Her cheeks are sunken and sallow, and her hair is in desperate need of a wash and comb. She looks terrible. She stares straight ahead, not even acknowledging mine or anyone else's presence. Sitting next to her is the infamous Milena Maynard, former employee of Richard's, then condemned prisoner, who escaped the gallows. Milena looks considerably better than Shelby. At least she isn't a total mess. Her red hair is smooth and pulled into a single braid. Her pale skin and freckles look healthy enough. She's holding Shelby's hand and appears to be ignoring everyone else, off in her own little world. As I stare at the two of them, I wonder, are they drugged? Why don't you take this chair, Lucy? Mrs. Murphy says, directing me to an uncomfortable-looking seat next to Maddie. She introduces each person, saying where their room is. Milena is the lovely young lady, Mrs. Murphy, referred to occupying the room next to mine. Okay, ladies, she says, this is us for now. Mayor Majors will be adding one additional person in the next few days. Who? Alyssa asks. I'm not sure. That information has yet to be shared with me. I only recently learned about the three of you. Milena moved in first, then I arrived 2 days ago. Shelby and Star arrived just this morning. This has all happened rather quickly. How'd you get the job of pimp? Alyssa asks. With a serene smile, Mrs. Murphy says, I'd prefer we go back to Den Mother. Dirk is responsible for my being here. I'm sure you're aware. You, Maddie, and Lucy anyway, my son's rank and position would allow me to live in the gated community. I chose to live on my own and run the East Side laundry service. Unfortunately, my age is catching up with me, and the work was becoming exceedingly difficult. When Scott Majors told Dirk about this new endeavor, he was able to make arrangements for me to be here. Why would you want to do something like this? Maddie asks, a tinge of disgust in her voice. They planned on having someone in this position. Dirk thought I may be able to make things a little easier for you, for the women. Why us? Alyssa asks. From the sounds of things, the way Lieutenant Cruz referred to the new team being created, she makes sure to use air quotes around team. We're going to be entertaining more than just Mayor Majors, right? But those two, she says, pointing to me and Maddie. And me, we already have a thing with the mayor. Now he wants to share us? That's gross. Humph, Milena Maynard snorts. Mrs. Murphy taps at her chin a few times before she says, I believe he thinks he's doing you a favor. The three of you are special to him. When he heard about the possible dangers the acquisition team may encounter on the upcoming mission, he thought this would be a safe place for Lucy and Maddie. And me? Alyssa asks. I'm not on the team. Will he make sure my brother's safe? I can't answer that. I do think he believes moving you here will be better for you, give you a few additional luxuries. He does have some rather grandiose plans for the future. So we're going to be high-class prostitutes? Star asks from her spot next to Alyssa. Mrs. Murphy smiles at her. Even her? Star asks, pointing to Shelby. She's nuts. She was with me in the bordello. She turns to Alyssa. You may have had a thing with the mayor, but believe me, whatever you did was 1,000 times better than living in the bordello. I'll take this big fancy house and the thought of an easier life any day. My stomach turned sour at the thought of where she used to live and what she used to do. I thought the bordello was just a rumor. I'd even made fun of Maddie when she'd told me about how women, and sometimes their children, were kidnapped and taken to the house between Prospect and Wesley. She'd even speculated several times where the bordello might be located. Shelby just needs a few days and some nutritious meals, Mrs. Murphy says. Milena's going to help me with her. The druggie? Star laughs. She's so strung out she won't even be able to help herself. As I wonder where she's even getting drugs in the end of the world, Milena lifts her head slightly. I didn't do this on my own, she says quietly. Okay, so, Mrs. Murphy says, Lucy, Maddie, and Alyssa will be moving in tomorrow. Why not today? Alyssa asks. I'm ready today. Tomorrow is the planned move. There's still a few changes we wish to make, like maybe getting some more comfortable furniture in the bedrooms, Star asks. Those chairs are even worse than the ones in this room. Perhaps, Mrs. Murphy says, go home now and get your personal items packed. While you can certainly bring your clothing, much will be provided for you. Are we going to walk around in negligées or something? Alyssa asks. No, dear. You'll walk around properly clothed. It's much too cold to wear too little, and that isn't the impression Mayor Majors is looking for. Who will we be entertaining? I ask. That's a good question. I don't know if there will be many guests, at least in the beginning. Likely you'll be here for your convenience and for Mayor Majors. Wait. Alyssa lifts her hand in a stop motion. Will there be others? Or is this more of a harem? At this point, I'm not entirely sure, but he believes there will soon be travelers and trade starting up. I think he envisions a spot more for dignitaries than the kind of people who show up at the bordello, Star asks. Maybe I'm missing something, I say. But there's already a place for... I lift my hands, encouraging someone else to finish my sentence. I already told you, Star says. We're going to be the high-class hookers. Most women at the bordello are in about the same condition as her. She points to Shelby. Though, I did hear she was somewhat normal when they brought her there. I guess most of them were. How long have you been there? I ask Star. She shakes her head. A couple of weeks. How'd you get there? Maddie asks. Okay, ladies, Mrs. Murphy says. You'll have plenty of time to get to know each other better. Tomorrow night, we'll have a celebratory dinner. You can't be serious, I scoff. You want us to celebrate our new status? Lucy, you've always been smart about things. Please try and look at this as an opportunity and an advantage. Things aren't always as they seem. I blink rapidly. Things aren't always as they seem. Dirk said that too. I respond with a nod. At least I won't get shot at, and I won't have to put up with Janet Cruz each day. Hello, ladies, Richard Majors says, entering from the West Wing. I'm so glad to see you. Lucy, are you recovered from your injuries? Yes, sir, I say, standing as he reaches for my hands. He's no longer wearing the sling, and he squeezes both of my hands with just a slight amount of pressure. You look well. Your arm is better. Fine. I was concerned when I heard you were injured. The medical staff took good care of you? Very good, sir. Excellent. He leans in to kiss me on the cheek before releasing me. And Maddie, he says, as he goes to her. I watch her stiffen before she allows him to take her hands in the same manner and pull her to her feet. It's been a while since I've seen you. You have a lovely rosy glow. I've been getting some of our spring sun, she answers. I'm sure. Do you like your room? It's very nice. I'd seen it before on the tour. Yes, I'm sure you have. I suspect you never imagined you'd be living here, though. She shakes her head as he leans in to kiss her, causing him to miss her cheek and catch her ear. He ignores the mistake and moves on to Alyssa. And you, my dear. He offers her his hand to help her stand. How's your brother liking his new position? It's fine, she says quietly. Once again, the milquetoast version of herself. Weird how she goes from strong to frail in an instant. Only fine. Is he not pleased with the accommodations and other perks? I'm sure he is. I thought you meant the job itself. Oh, And it's only fine? No, I'm sure he likes it. Thank you for helping him get on the acquisition team. My parents also very much like the new house and their new duties. Of course they do. You've all met Star, Milena, and Shelby. Perhaps you knew Milena and Shelby from when they used to live in Prospect. I don't know if you heard, but they were both kidnapped by a terrible cult living in the mountains. We were so very fortunate to be able to bring them back to the safety of Prospect. They've both had a rough go of things, so they'll need your patience, all of our patience, while they recover. Where'd the cult come from? Maddie asks. Excuse me, dear, Richard asks. Where'd the cult come from? Did it start after the attacks, or was it already in place before? Well, both. We knew there was a fringe element living in the county, some people with some very outlandish ideas. We just didn't realize how extreme they were, and we let them become too powerful. After the EMP, when I was working so hard to save all of you, I should have paid better attention to what was happening in our backyard. Major Lassiter warned me and wanted me to step in last fall, but we had so many other pressing things. It was only after we were able to rescue Milena and Shelby that I realized just how bad it was. And then, when they attacked us, killing my lovely wife in the process. He shakes his head. I'm sure you heard at the briefing this morning we'll be bringing them to justice. Saving more poor women and children will be our goal. Where's her baby? I ask, pointing to Shelby. Her baby, he asks with a tilt of his head. We used to live in the same building. She was pregnant last I saw her. Oh, sad story there. Part of the reason she's so disheveled. As soon as her baby was born, they took it from her. Didn't even let her see it once. My eyes go wide. And her husband? Dead. They killed him long ago. They kept her prisoner until the baby was born, barely giving her enough food to survive. Then once it was out, they put her on their work crew. It's a miracle we found her when we did. How do you know this? Maddie asks. Did she tell you? In one of her more lucid moments, she told Major Lassiter, and he told me. It's really a very sad story. I give him a small smile. While I may believe there's a cult operating in the mountains, it seems strange they'd take Shelby from that bad situation just to put her in an equally bad one. From the little Star has said about the brothel, it's not a place anyone should be. Why take her there? Lucy, Maddie, Alyssa, I'll let you get back and start your packing. Did Mrs. Murphy tell you we'll be having a special dinner tomorrow night? We're going to celebrate our new household, our new family. That's what we'll be, one big family. He delivers each of us his most winning smile before turning back toward the west wing. As he walks away, he begins to whistle. It takes me a few notes to place the tune. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy. Please, ladies, Mrs. Murphy says, will you let yourselves out? I'm going to help Shelby and Milena back to their rooms. Star, please go to your room. Once again dressed for the cold day, the three of us begin the walk back to the community. Milena Maynard, Maddie says, shaking her head. I thought Mayor Majors hated her. She was one of the people he condemned to death last summer, remember? I guess things change, I say. No doubt, but why make her one of his? She tilts her head and widens her eyes. And why go on and on about how they were able to save her? That doesn't seem at all suspicious to you. Richard has a good heart, I say. Both Maddie and Alyssa make a snorting noise. He does. He probably realized he was wrong to want to. Anyway, when he heard how bad it had been for her and Shelby, he wanted to do something to make their lives better. He was going to hang her last summer, Maddie says, speaking slowly like I'm a 2-year-old to whom she's trying to make a point. A change of heart, I insist. Believe what you want, Maddie says. After we walk a block or so, Alyssa says, there's worse places to live, though it really freaks me out Mrs. Murphy is there. Did you know her? I ask. From my freshman year. She retired after that. I guess it makes sense, though. I never would have thought Mr. Murphy would be a killer either. People sure can hide their true selves. He's not a killer, I say. Really? He's a captain in your so-called army, your acquisition team. Everyone knows what you all do to get the stuff you bring back. How many people have you killed? How many children? No children, I say quietly. Yeah, really? How many people? We're usually on watch, Maddie says, and Captain Murphy is on watch too. We're different than some of the others on the team. Besides, your brother is on the team now. Are you going to harass him about doing his job? Nope, and I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever your job used to be, you've got a new one now. Yeehaw. She picks up her pace, leaving us behind. I'm not sure I like her, Maddie says after Alyssa is well ahead of us. Never mind about her. You need to get your head screwed on straight. Forget your boyfriend and your new god. Not happening. I can't do what Richard wants. I won't. I'm going to figure out how to get out of this. Chapter 27. Saturday, day 305. Molly. In the pre-dawn, I feel Jake's arm wrap around me. Be careful, I whisper. You're still injured. He snuggles close to me, burying his face into my neck. They're wrong. Several times a day since Belinda told me she believes me to be terminal, he's said the same thing. Every day, I give the same answer. I move my hand to cover his forearm. I don't think so. He pulls me closer, wincing slightly as the motion affects his gunshot wound. I don't want you to be part of the attack. We've talked about this. It makes sense for me to go. It makes sense for you to stay here, he says with more force than the quiet of the morning requires. I run my hand up his arm. You're still recovering from a gunshot wound and you're going. What if you have an episode? What if it prevents you from getting to safety? You'll be a sitting duck. I slowly flip over so I can look at him. You know what is happening to me. You know I'm... He starts to offer a retort, but I cut him off, whispering, No, Jake. We don't want to say it. We don't want to call it cancer. But that's what it is. You see me changing. I'm still losing weight. The masses are growing. The pain is increasing. There's no getting around it. It's in my bones now. Belinda told us what I can expect. More pain and the possibility of easy breaks. And even if the lights came back on tomorrow, it's unlikely they could do anything for me. Once it's spread to the bones... Don't, Molly, he says in a ragged voice. Don't tell me I have to go on without you. But you do. We have 3 young children counting on you to keep things going after I'm gone. He puts his hand on my face. How? My heart feels like it's being ripped out of my chest, just thinking about... He makes a gulping noise as he breaks down. We hold each other. He doesn't even try to control his tears while I fight to keep mine at bay. I don't want to die. I want to stay with my husband, my love, and my children and grandchildren. A few years ago, Jake and I had troubles in our marriage. Such bad troubles we came close to separating. The road back to each other was difficult. When the attacks happened, we were better than we'd been, but still had challenges. After the lights went out, things changed for us. As we learned to trust completely in God, we started growing closer than ever before. Even now, with what I believe will happen, I'll waste away little by little until God ushers me to his home. I have faith. Jake and the rest of my family will be all right. Even so, I hate the idea of them watching me die bit by bit, watching helplessly as I writhe in agony. I'm truly frightened by the pain I'll experience and the scars it may leave on my family. When his breathing returns to normal, I ask, "Do you want to pray?" I don't know what else to do other than pray and bawl like a baby. It seems that's how each of my days are spent. I give him a squeeze. Well, today will be slightly different, I say in as cheerful of a voice as I can manage. You get to go back on sentry duty, even if it is modified. I'm not complaining about work. Something else to occupy my mind will be good. It wasn't easy yesterday with you being at the supply house. I like having you around me as much as possible. I let out a breath. Yesterday was crazy busy. After Lindsay and the others were killed, Doris took several days off, keeping the supply house closed. I've been a backup for the kitchen crew but haven't been needed, so I'm either spending time on the range or sewing. Where previously I was mending or making more products for our daily needs, now I'm sewing ghillie suits. Yesterday, everyone refilled the personal items they may need. In just a couple of days, we'll begin our assault on Prospect, and backpacks needed to be restocked. After our hectic day was completed, Doris broke down. Through her tears, she asked how she could do this day in and day out. How can she help people with their needs while keeping a smile on her face when her daughter is dead? "All I want is revenge," she said through gritted teeth. "I want to go after the rest of the murderers and make them pay. I want to watch Richard Majors squirm the seconds before he knows he's a dead man." I swallowed hard while thinking of a response. I have no doubt if Doris's leg weren't still injured, she'd be leading the charge to bring the Prospect butchers to justice. And she's not the only one. Mrs. Young's husband has also spoken a lot about revenge. As a not very spry 77, he's a member of the militia, but like me, only in stationary positions, and he won't be going to Prospect. Me, though, I'll be one of the overwatches. Essentially, a sniper, just like those who killed our friends. Since last summer, when I was a designated sharpshooter, I've focused on long shots and maintaining the control needed for those shots to be successful. Now I'm training to take extra long shots, my trusty .308, which I used as my hunting rifle before our world fell apart, and then in my militia post as a sharpshooter. Similar to my new Overwatch position, but shooting at closer distances, has been passed on to Angela, my spotter. I'm now using a specially developed rifle for long shots made by a company out of Cody, marketed as being proven for accuracy up to 1,000 yards. Paul Cameron and his sons brought 4 of these specialty rifles, which they owned in their outfitter business, when they moved to our community. There were a couple of long-range rifles in Bakerville, including one owned by Gabe Griffin, who was killed along with the rest of the people still living on the river. Gabe, too, was a hunting outfitter and guide, though his business was much smaller than the Camerons. The rifle was one of the things Chandler, Gabe's son, was able to direct Jake and the others to find. Gabe and Dina Griffin were smart to cache things so the Prospect raiders didn't find them. While I don't relish the idea of being a sniper and what it means, I've taken human life before and it's not easy, I'm glad to be included in the plans. Not in the same way as Doris, not for revenge, but because I know if we don't stop Majors and his gang, they will come after us again. When that happens, my children and grandchildren will again be in danger. What do you think about the information Bill brought back? Jake asks, rousing me from my thoughts. Not sure what to think, other than there's a whole lot more of them than there are of us. Yeah, that's why. Don't, Jake. I'm going. Especially considering our children will be a part of this attack. I'm not going to stay home while they're in danger. I don't like them going. We should have at least talked Sarah and Angela out of it. Katie won't be on the front line, and with Callie being pregnant, yes, I'm glad she isn't even being offered a spot on the militia. Angela will be with me, so she'll be out of the immediate danger. I know you think that, Molly, but Evan said snipers are often targeted. That's why you only take a few shots and then move. You'll be with Evan, Jake. If I'm in danger, you'll be too. I know. Me acting as his spotter is the same as Angela acting as yours. There's still danger. But Sarah, she shouldn't be going at all. She was given the choice of staying here. I close my eyes. After Annie Bond's death during the sniper attack left 3 more orphans, Sarah and others like her, or those who have a spouse going to attack Prospect, were given a pass from the invasion. We have too many orphans and not enough able-bodied caregivers now. Annie's 3 children have found a home with Mick Michelson and his wife, adding to their 5 biological children. Sarah talked about it with all of us, adamantly stating how she didn't want to shirk the duty she felt was hers, both in caring for her children and in helping to defend them. In the end, after confirming one of her sisters would care for her children should she not return, she chose to go. Sarah's stepmom, Alina, who's also exempt from going, decided to stay. Her son Victor has fought cancer for half his young life. While it's believed he's currently in remission, Alina doesn't want to risk him getting sick again and someone else needing to be his caregiver. I let out a long breath. I don't want her to go either. I don't want Angela, Katie, Mike, Leo, or any of our family there, including you. But Sarah's choice is hers to make. I guess, but I don't like it. And like you, I'd prefer none of them went. Especially you. But we have to. We can't just sit back and wait for them to pick us off. We must eliminate the threat Richard Majors and his henchmen pose. We could wait, keep watch like we're doing, and wait it out. The president's latest announcement gave more information. Did it? I asked. It still sounded to me like a whole lot of nothing. I think he's in Texas. The president? Why? Don't know for sure, but his voice almost sounded to have a southernness to it this last time. Sounded a bit like David Hammer and his family. Maybe he's picking up a regional accent. Oh, okay, I say with a laugh. I didn't notice, and I don't really think he gave us enough information to believe the government is going to swoop in and take care of Prospect for us. Jake lets out a long sigh. I hope the part of the team Bill left behind are able to gather more information and can ensure no additional guerrilla teams are sent in our direction. Going on the offensive is the only way. I just don't like it being necessary. And if I'm being honest, I hate I'm relegated to spotter while our daughter will be a full-on soldier. That doesn't seem right. Is your dad still going? He's passed all the tests to be able to go. Mom's not happy about him going either, but she understands he feels the need to do so. At 76, Alvin's one of the oldest to be going, as a hiker as opposed to joining later and riding in via snowmobile or horse and buggy. While I know he has the stamina for the walk, he's developed a bit of a totter over the winter. He, along with several of the other seniors who wanted to be part of the hiking group, had to pass an agility test, showing they could remain upright on the snowshoes in a variety of conditions. With warmer temps, the snow is melting in heavily traveled areas, around the Dude Ranch and Ski Lodge. We expect less snow in the valley where Prospect is located, but the snowshoes will be helpful with getting our team off the mountain and through the untouched snow. When the snowshoes are no longer needed, the team will leave them and then retrieve them later. He's not the only one. I'm amazed at how so many in the community are willing to do this, especially the seniors. I'm pretty sure some of them are going just so they don't have to move into the ski lodge. I let out a small laugh. That may be true, especially in your dad's case. I know your mom is less than happy about having to leave our place and move up there. It's smart, though, to move everyone into the lodge and have the home guard, ensuring their safety. Whose idea was it to call them the home guard? I ask. Not sure. But it makes sense and says exactly what they'll be doing, keeping our children and others safe. Aaron Ogden didn't seem happy about being put in charge of the guard. No, he wasn't happy, especially since his wife is going to Prospect on the medical team. He'll do it, of course, but it's not what he wants. And Tim's broken arm puts him at a disadvantage. We needed someone not injured in charge. Will Aaron and the others be able to keep everyone safe while we're gone? Jake gives a small shrug. We'll have the team of watchers to make sure no one leaves Prospect to attack us. The biggest concern is an unknown entity. You've heard what Roberts keeps saying. He thinks the whole thing is foolish. Reggie Roberts never likes any plan, I say, thinking of the crusty Vietnam veteran. We'd better get going, Jake says, reaching for my hand. Let's pray. Jake's voice takes on an almost dreamy quality as he asks, no, begs, our Heavenly Father to bless our endeavors and keep our family and community safe. My eyes well up again when he says, and please, Lord, touch Molly with a miracle. Take her pain away and give her peace. Let us grow old and gray together. He squeezes my hand, indicating it's my turn to speak. I clear my throat before saying, Lord, I know your word tells us there is a time for war and a time for peace. If there's any way for this to be a time of peace, please, Lord, make it so. If war is what must come, please place your powerful shield around us. safeguarding us who advance on Prospect only to protect the lives of the innocent. Lives like Willie, Annie, Toby, Lindsay, and all those living on the river. We didn't... I suck in a breath as tears threaten to overwhelm me. We didn't ask for this. We wanted nothing from Prospect or Richard Majors. We were living in peace and... I let out a slow breath as I realize my prayer is turning into a rant. Please, God, we need you. Jake and I echo our amens. For many minutes we lie in bed, staring at the ceiling through the dark. Jake finally says, maybe the team will bring back good news and we won't have to do this. That's my prayer, I say needlessly. You still planning on waiting to tell the family until afterwards? I think it's best. I don't want them thinking about their poor, sick, dying mom when they need to be focused on what they're doing. And you don't think they already know? I turn my head to meet his gaze. We haven't hidden my illness. So of course they know. And Callie has said many times that she's sure we'll have a hospital before her baby arrives, and we can even have side-by-side beds while I get well. She's joking, but not really. I just don't think telling them I'm terminal is necessary, not right now, and I certainly don't want the younger kids to know. Until the only thing I can do is lie in bed. They don't need to know, and even then, I want to wait. I let out a sigh. I don't want to ruin the little bit of childhood they get in this world. Chapter 28. Molly. Did you say something? I call out after hearing what sounds like muttering. When Doris doesn't respond, I return to the dusting. This morning's rush was almost as crazy as yesterday's, with people lined up at the door right after breakfast. Today, there was plenty of grumbling directed toward Doris regarding the new housing arrangements. She took it in stride. Although, when the last person cleared out about an hour later, she did say, "I sure get tired of everything being my fault." Now Doris is working on organizing the open shelving under the customer counter and the employee-only storage section behind the countertop, while I take care of the layer of dust coating the surfaces. During the heavy days of winter with several feet of snow on the ground, the dust was less. These last few days, spring has slowly made an appearance. While it's still cold at night, it warms up during the day, and we haven't had fresh snow since before the sniper murders. The daytime snowmelt is ushering us into the next season. Some people call it spring. We call it mud. There are many places where the wind came in and swept the snow away. And now, as the piles and drifts melt, the runoff is streaming toward any low spot, many of which were showing dirt. There's one such spot on the long driveway to the supply house, resulting in a good-sized mud puddle. When I attempted to walk around the puddle, I ended up in the soft dirt, which was also plenty muddy. I can only imagine how the ground will be by the time I walk home. It must be in the mid-40s today. There may be more mud than snow. This time of year, it wouldn't be unusual to have a heavy snowfall, so who knows what we'll encounter in the time between now and when we make our attack. Thinking about the raid on Prospect hurts my heart. The dangers our family and friends face are almost overwhelming. A muffled oomph, followed by a thump, breaks me out of my thoughts. I open my mouth to call out to Doris and ask if everything's okay. The hairs standing on the back of my neck prompt me to stay quiet. Removing my pistol from the holster at my waist, I quietly stand. Making sure I have my balance, I creep to the end of the shelving. A loud crash is followed by a shout. I pull my sidearm to the ready position while keeping my finger indexed. My pulse is pounding in my ears and my vision's beginning to narrow. I focus on staying alert, then slide up against the shelf with my back to it to ensure no one is sneaking up behind me. I'm less than a foot from the end of the aisle when a body jumps out, grabbing my gun and pushing it to the side. Without even thinking, I tighten my arm to turn my forearm and elbow into a weapon. Using the breaker strike Katie taught me, I jab my elbow into my attacker's cheekbone. As brown hair flies, my eyes widen as I recognize her. She lets out a scream. I lift my right leg and deliver a forward push kick, throwing her against the shelf behind her and knocking several things to the ground. With distance between us, I regain my balance, now in shooter's position. "Shannon!" a man's voice calls out as she regains her footing. "Don't do it," I hiss. Shannon Decker sneers at me. There's a loud crash across the room, followed by a gunshot and then a man letting out a scream like a little girl. Shannon's eyes narrow as she lets out a guttural roar. I squeeze the trigger of my .40 caliber Springfield Armory twice, in quick succession, slamming her into the shelving, this time knocking the entire unit over. As she lies there on top of the mess of shelf and goods, gasping for breath, she says, "Pretty tough, aren't you? You didn't even wait until I pulled my weapon. You executed me." "Molly," Doris calls out, "you okay?" "Shannon's down. Secure her and then come help me with Roscoe. He's down too, but I'm hurt and can't. I need your help." I feel myself pale. Doris is down? Shot? After the shooting at our picnic, I've made a habit of keeping my everyday carry on me. The crossover bag is balanced on my left hip and contains a couple of zip ties, in addition to homemade battle dressings and a few other first aid items and essentials. I watch for a few more seconds to confirm there's no need to secure Shannon. Both shots were fatal, delivered center mass. She takes a rattled breath, then stops. With my gun still trained on her, I pick up the pistol lying on the floor next to her. I never even saw her holding it, but she must have been. I tuck the 9mm semi-auto into my own holster. With my sidearm by my thigh, I quickly move toward the counter area. As I step near it, I say, "I'm stepping behind the counter." "You're clear," Doris responds. She's sitting on the ground, leaning against the open shelving of the sturdy counter. Roscoe is on the floor several feet away. A quick look over Doris doesn't result in any obvious, serious injuries. Roscoe's curled in a ball, his eyes tightly closed, his body heaving as he gasps for breath, and his hands pressed against his stomach. There's a spreading puddle of blood underneath him. "Does he have any weapons?" I ask. "My main pistol and one on his hip," Doris answers. "I shot him with the stash gun from under the counter." "After she hit me with a pipe," he says through clenched teeth, opening one eye. "I think my leg's broken." "That makes two of us," Doris says, her own teeth clenched. "Roscoe, slide the gun away," I order. "I dropped it when she hit me." I quickly glance around, spying the weapon against a wall well out of his reach. The one in the holster. He slowly moves his hand from his wound to his hip. "Don't shoot me again, okay? I'm going to take it out and toss it away." "Best be smart about it," Doris says slowly. "We're both trained on you." Without ceremony, he removes the gun and puts it on the floor before sliding it in my direction. I pick it up and put it on the shelf behind me, setting the 9mm I retrieved from Shannon next to it. "Were you hit?" I ask Doris as I take a couple of quick steps toward the gun laying against the wall. "Not shot." "Where's the radio?" I ask as I hand Doris her weapon. She gives me a nod. "After the day I had to run for help when Milena and Shelby were kidnapped, we once again have a radio while on duty." Doris used to have a full-time radio, but with battery shortages, she gave it up when someone declared it a luxury. The kidnapping proved otherwise. "Not sure. Shannon took it when they got the drop on me. That's when they took my gun, too." "Let me tie him up," I say. "He's bleeding pretty good," Doris says. "I'll keep him covered. See if you can find the radio and get the medics here, then you can start patching him up." It takes me a couple of minutes to find the radio. I had to move Shannon's body to locate it on the back of her belt. Her dead eyes stare at me accusingly as I replay how she thought I didn't fight fair, how I should have given her a chance to draw on me. Shaking my head, I make the call for help, giving as many details as I can, as quickly as I can, then go back to Doris and Roscoe. Pulling a couple of bandages from my bag, I move over next to him. "Move your hands, Roscoe." "Too late, I think," he says quietly. "Too much blood." Looking at the massive puddle surrounding him, I have to agree. "Move your hands," I say again, lifting one out of the way as I press a heavy cloth square into place. Press here while I put the battle bandage in place. It takes a minute or so to get it in position and ready for tightening. "All right, move your hands." He's shaking as he pulls his hands away. "How'd you get free?" Doris asks. I glance up at her when she points to Roscoe. "Roscoe, how did you and Shannon escape?" He mumbles something, then lets out a cry when I pull the battle bandage tight. "Okay?" I ask. "Hurts," he mumbles. "Yeah," I answer. "Let's try and get you warmed up." I quickly go to the bedding section of the supply house, bringing back 2 blankets. I cover Roscoe with one and then turn to Doris. "Did you break your bad leg again?" "Seems I might have," she answers. She's also shaking and pale with a small cut above her eyebrow and a second at the top of her cheek, the backup gun lying next to her. "Roscoe, how'd you get free?" she asks again. He doesn't answer as I cover her with the second blanket. "Any blood?" I ask. "From your leg. Is it bleeding?" "Why are you here?" Doris asks Roscoe. "Needed supplies. Then we planned to disappear." "Doris, is your leg bleeding?" Before she can answer, the front door opens and a voice calls out, "Are you clear?" "We're clear," I yell back. "Molly Caldwell and Doris Snyder behind the counter. 2 attackers down and disarmed." Within seconds, we're surrounded by security team members as they come in not only the front door but also the back door in our storage area. "Molly, are you injured?" Leo asks. "Not me. Roscoe and Doris. Shannon Decker. She's dead." Leo's team does a full sweep of the room, then they begin treating Roscoe and Doris. After a quick triage, it's determined the bandage I put on Roscoe is the best we can do for him here. Leo doesn't say it, but the slight shake of his head speaks volumes about Roscoe's chances. Leo checks Doris's leg, agreeing it's likely re-broken. As they start making plans to transport them to the clinic, Doris asks, "How'd they escape?" I slide down the wall I've been leaning against to sit on the floor. "We're still working that out," one of the team members says. "Can I get you a chair, Molly?" I wave him off. "I'm fine." Leo shoots me a look. "I am? Really? Where's Heath? He isn't in here." "Not sure," Leo answers. Katie and Madison show up a few minutes later, carrying a skinny wooden door we use as a stretcher. Roscoe will ride in the trailer of the snowmobile, which I heard pull up outside right before Katie came in, and Doris will be carried on the stretcher. With her broken leg, it's likely the more comfortable option. "Mom," Katie asks, raising her eyebrows, "you're okay?" "I'm not injured." "Okay, let's use the stretcher to get Roscoe to the trailer and then bring it back for Doris," she says. Madison helps load Roscoe as Katie looks over Doris. When I called for help, I told them about Roscoe being shot and Doris's leg likely re-injured. So Katie brought an inflatable leg cast with her, the same air splint Doris wore for weeks last summer during the early stages of her healing. "Oh, great," Doris mutters, "my old nemesis. I hate that itchy thing, Katie. Best thing we can do for today, especially until we get you to Belinda." "Leo, will you make sure your team locks up when they leave?" Doris asks. "We'll worry about cleaning up later." "No problem, ma'am," Leo answers. "Molly, are you going to the clinic?" "She is," Katie answers for me. Even though she says she's fine, she's going to be examined. Chapter 29. Molly. The security team, along with Katie and Madison, scramble to get Roscoe ready, leaving only a few minutes after the stretcher arrives. It's about half an hour later before Doris is being carried to the medical clinic, and I'm riding behind one of our teens on a snowmobile. It never fails. Each time I climb on one of the machines, I remember Toby James and his cheerfulness. Losing him has left a void in our community. We'll be taking all but one of the snowmobiles with us when we attack Prospect. This boy, one of our runners, is joining us on the expedition, delivering us to the Overwatch staging area. Then he'll take the snowmobile to where a watch crew will be camped. Liam, him, 2 other teens, and David Hammer will be at the watch spot. David will act as Overwatch, staying behind to slow down any attack from Prospect, while the teens notify our home guard. Even though the watch team will be out of harm's way, they aren't completely safe and have all had training in gun handling and safety. Liam was already an experienced marksman, thanks to his dad Ben's love of hunting. Ben and Destiny are part of the regular militia and will be on the front line. Clarice is staying behind, not only for Wyatt, but because Kelly and Belinda won't medically clear her. While she's considerably better from her winter trip, they're concerned her rapid weight loss combined with years of being underweight has taken a toll on her heart. Even though she's not going to be part of the mission, she's still getting basic militia and guard training as part of the Home Guard. Could Reggie Roberts be right? Could this futile effort not only get everyone going to Prospect killed, but also those staying behind? We're all well aware, with the bulk of us gone, we're leaving our community vulnerable. While it's unlikely we'd see an attack from Prospect, mainly because we're watching them and don't think a large group can sneak up on us, we suspect there are others around who may wish us harm. Wish anyone harm. One reason we're planning our attack sooner rather than later is the weather. Our hope is, during this season between winter and summer, not as many people will be looking to invade, choosing to wait until better conditions. Of course, that didn't work out for our friends on the river. Prospect attacked them in the dead of winter. The snowmobile ride allows me to reach the clinic well before Doris. As I climb off the sled and thank my driver, the front door of the clinic opens and Belinda steps out onto the porch. "It'd be nice if you'd try and stay out of trouble," Belinda says. "Yep, I agree. How's Roscoe?" She shakes her head. "He passed before they got him here." I give a nod. "Doris will be here shortly. Katie told me Jake was here. Is he inside?" "He arrived when the first snowmobile bringing Roscoe did. He said to tell you he's helping at the murder scene." "The murder scene?" I ask slowly. "Where I killed Shannon. He wasn't there when I left." "The prisoners were on firewood duty. As soon as you called in about the attack, Evan sent Leo and his squad to take care of the supply house while he went to the woods. Lori went with them, but right after Roscoe arrived, when Jake was here, Evan called on the radio for Kelly to come, and I sent Madison too. Jake went with them. Why? Security. Him and 2 other militia members. Pete Fairbanks took them with the wagon and team. We're going to need your house." "My house? Why'd you call it the murder scene?" "Shannon and Roscoe killed their guards. They were working with the firewood crew when they escaped. From the sounds of it, there are also several injured crew members. Pete will bring them back in the wagon. We'll need your house for overflow." "Who?" I ask quickly. "Mike is on firewood duty this morning." Belinda shakes her head. "I don't have any names." I close my eyes and look down at my toes, blinking rapidly. "Where's Heath?" I ask. "That's what the security is for. Heath isn't at the murder scene or the supply house. I'm not sure if anyone knows where he is at the moment." "I'm here," a voice says, stepping around the corner of the clinic. Lifting my shirt with my left hand, my right is simultaneously moving toward my gun. "Whoa, whoa," Heath says, holding his hands up. I don't stop my motion and quickly have my weapon trained on him. I'm not armed. I wasn't part of that. It's all Roscoe and Shannon, see? They hit me. He points to his head and the blood dried on his collar. "Cover him, Molly," Belinda says. "I'm calling for help." She removes the walkie-talkie from her waistband. "Put both hands on top of your head and sit on the ground," I command. Heath gives a nod and complies, plopping himself directly in a mud puddle. I promise I didn't have anything to do with it. They knocked me out. When I came to, Hendricks and Murdoch were dead. There are guards today. Others were hurt and, well, maybe dead too. "Did you try and help them?" I ask. Shamefaced, he gives a slight shake of his head. "I thought I'd try and escape." He frowns. "But I didn't want to leave and never see Dot again." I narrow my eyes at him. Dot is his wife. He beat her and left her for dead a few months ago. As far as I know, she's had nothing to do with him during his incarceration. "Are you armed?" "I have a rifle," he says. I left it around the building, propped against the wall. There's a small gun in my pocket. I took it off one of the wood-cutting crew. A look passes over his face as his mouth makes an O. "It was, Mike?" I ask in a whisper. "I think he's okay, just knocked out, like me. I didn't even know he had it, but with the way he fell, it was hanging out." With my heart pounding, I snap. But you didn't bother to find out or to help him, did you? You didn't check anyone to see if you could help them. But here you are, showing up at the clinic for what? Treatment? He wisely clamps his mouth shut and looks at his knees. You okay, Molly? Belinda asks, stepping off the porch. No, I'm definitely not. She gives me a look before I add, he left my son-in-law for dead. Belinda binds Heath's hands behind him, then gets him to his feet and removes the gun from his pocket. She gives me a small nod as she hands it to me. We'll wait until someone shows up before taking him in for treatment, she says. The words are barely out of her mouth when we see Katie and the crew carrying Doris move up the road. Right behind them are Leo and several others running toward us. And here they are, Belinda says. There's the wagon, I say, pointing toward the corrals where the team has just come into view. Evan's riding next to Pete. It's about to get busy, Belinda says. Can you make sure your house is set up? I'll cover Doofus here. Will you send someone to tell me about Mike? I ask, as I holster my weapon and step away. I will. Are you well enough to do this, Molly? She asks. Without turning, I lift a hand in response. At the house, Sarah and Karen help me move the furniture in the great room against the walls and set up cots. Okay, I only sort of help as they do most of the work. Even though I feel fine and am not having the severe shortness of breath or anything, my body is reacting to the stress from the day and threatening to crash. The brief fight with Shannon and then shooting her pumped my adrenaline too high. I close my eyes as I replay it. Mom? Sarah asks. Yeah? I said, why don't you sit on the couch? Tate's starting to wake up. You can hold him. It's going to get crazy here in a minute, I say. Sit there until it does, she answers. Within a minute, Tate is in my arms as I rest on the couch. As I prop my right elbow up on the arm of the couch, there's a slight pain on the bony spot right below my elbow. I flash back to the brief altercation with Shannon when I used my elbow as a weapon against her face. No wonder I'm tender. A minute later, there's a bang at the door, and the wounded start arriving. Mike is with the first group. He's walking and has a bandage on his head. At his side, Katie says, he'll be fine. We're keeping him for observation. She leads him to one of the cots. As the busyness of the room increases, I move with Tate into the former den, now his, Sarah's, and Andy's bedroom. Early on in the attacks, Dr. Sam asked me to be a part of the medical team. I declined, but do help as needed, and like everyone on the militia, I have basic battle training. Today, though, the best place for me is out of the action and holding my grandson. We're both asleep on the small love seat when I hear my name being called. I ask, dragging myself out of the fog of sleep. You doing okay? Kelly asks. I'm fine, I say, straightening up. Still asleep but not happy about being disturbed, Tate makes a face and then stretches. How bad is it? 3 dead in addition to Roscoe and Shannon, their guards and one of the firewood crew. How'd it happen? We're piecing it together. Seems Mike and Kevin Breen were working closest to the prisoners while the other 4 were farther away. Mike says one of the guards, Scott Murdoch, had to use the bathroom, so he stepped off behind the trees. Roscoe started a fight with Heath. When Larry Hendricks stepped in to break it up, Shannon got the drop on him. She'd managed to get herself disconnected from the chain. She used it as a garrote. After that, things went bad quick and Roscoe hit Mike in the head with a log. Kevin Breen was the crew member killed. Shannon used Larry's gun on him, then shot Murdoch when he came rushing over to see what happened. When the other 4 from the firewood crew came running, they were all shot too. I let out a gasp as Kelly nods. Thankfully, they had bad aim. Only one of the gunshot wounds is serious. Well, let me rephrase that. If we were in a normal hospital situation, we'd consider one serious. Here, she lifts her hands. Yeah, I say. They're all serious. Your friend Aaron Ogden is one of the injured. Aaron? How bad? Aaron and his wife Lori lived with us on the homestead. Back when things were normal, Aaron was one of my martial arts teachers. The shot barely grazed his bicep, but it caused him to fall. He broke his leg. Bad? Bad enough, right below the knee. Belinda and Madison are still working on him. They're in surgery, trying to set it. Is Lori holding up okay? I ask, wondering about his wife. She's great, staying focused right now. I'll keep an eye on her. Now, I'm under orders to make sure you're okay. Any injuries? My elbow's tender. Otherwise, I'm fine, a little tired. I shrug. But I'll tell you, it's a good thing Shannon went down so easy. There's no way I could have come out ahead in any kind of a prolonged fight. She taunted me, said I was shooting her in cold blood without giving her a chance to defend herself. She didn't give you a choice, Molly. You know that, right? When she and Roscoe chose to go to the supply house instead of just taking off, they had to know what could happen. She looks at my elbow, which is already sporting a silver dollar-sized bruise, where it connected with Shannon's face. Tate, now wide awake, announces his need for his mom. There's a rap at the door and Sarah pokes her head in. Should I take him out? Come on in. I think your mom's fine, Kelly says, then turns to me. If you start having any trouble, let us know. And? I ask. She lifts a shoulder, and we'll see what we can do. Chapter 30. Lucy. Lucy Fleming. I spin at the sound of my name. It's that Chase guy without his heavy jacket wearing only a slightly too tight long-sleeved t-shirt, which looks like it was made to fit his sculpted torso. In my opinion, it's still too cold to be without a coat. I straighten my back and put my hands on my hips. He might be cute, but unlike Maddie, I know better than to go slumming behind Richard's back. Besides, with my planned move into the Bunn mansion today, a boyfriend is certainly not in my future. You know my name, I snap. He lifts his hands in mock surrender. Wasn't me. It was me, the man standing next to him says. I was so caught up in looking at Chase in his tight shirt, I didn't even notice the completely disheveled guy. Is this his brother? And you are? I take a good look at him. He not only seems unkempt, but looks completely distraught. Even though we have certain cleanliness standards in the town, many of the workers let their hair and beards go longer than allowed until they're reprimanded to clean up, but not usually to this point of filth. But his sadness is what gets me. It's exaggerated almost to hopeless. What's the Christmas show where the guy is going to jump off the bridge? He reminds me of him, a man teetering on the edge. Even so, there's something familiar about him. You don't recognize me, he asks in complete monotone. I guess that makes sense. I've lost some weight. Chase lets out a snort. We've all lost weight. Yeah, the guy agrees with a nod. I'm Jason Hatch. You used to watch my daughter Lily. My wife is Olivia. Do you remember? My eyes go wide. It is him under the beard and long hair. And as he said, he has lost weight. Lots of weight. What are you doing here? I hiss, looking around to see who might notice me talking to him. You shouldn't be here. He lifts his hands and shakes his head. Why not? I turn to Chase. Are you just going to let him walk around talking to anyone he wants? Do you know what they'll do to him? In a low voice, Chase says, No, I don't know what they'll do. What are you freaking out about? Of course Chase doesn't know, unless Maddie lied to me, and she does tell Chance about the things we do when we go on our raids, how we never leave witnesses to what we've done. He wouldn't know. Not for sure. There's talk. There's always talk, but never proof. But doesn't he remember Richard at the memorial service saying they thought it was the community of Bakerville who planted the bomb in the hotel and killed his wife? He's from Bakerville, I say between gritted teeth. They're our enemy. Jason pulls his head back and widens his eyes. What are you talking about? Bakerville is wiped out. The houses are empty, and the buildings are burned to the ground. My house is gone. He steps into my space, putting his face next to mine. What happened to my family? I didn't think, Chase says quietly. She's right. If they know where you're from, even though you haven't been there, it won't be good for you. I don't care, Jason says. I just want to find my family. I thought they might have moved into Prospect. I take a step back with my left foot and lift my hand slightly into ready position. My heart is pounding. I haven't seen them. I don't know where they are. I was hoping maybe they might be with you. You know, how they'd go along with you sometimes. They were planning to come with me on my July hitch, he says. They were home. I talked to Olivia the morning the phone stopped working, told her I was trying to find a way back. The supervisors of our crew took our company trucks the night before. Each left without even telling any of us. I guess they thought getting back to their own families was more important than helping us get home too. The bitterness in his voice causes me to cringe. I don't know where Olivia and Lily are, or your son. I shake my head and give a shrug. I'm sorry I can't help you. But you know what happened to the rest of them? Chase asks, giving me a look I can't quite interpret. Keeping my eyes on Jason and my face neutral, I say, You need to leave, Jason. I heard a rumor some of the people in Bakerville moved somewhere. They're hiding out for the winter up in the mountains. I'm not exactly sure where, but I give a shrug. Do you have an idea where they moved to? Jason asks. Up in the mountains. Oh. He gives a nod. That'd make sense, but it's kind of tight for all of them. What are you two talking about? Chase asks, looking at each of us in turn. There's a ski resort at the end of the road operating on a forest lease, Jason says. There's a few other houses up there too, including an old hotel or something. But it hasn't been operational for years. They could be there. I give a slight nod. It'd make sense. I don't know if that's where they are. And I've also heard they've got some wackadoes leading the place. They're doing some weird stuff. Wackadoes? Who? I don't know, but people are calling it a cult. It might not even be actual Bakerville people in charge anymore. Maybe someone came in and took over? Like here? Chase asks. I give a shrug. I don't know much. Nothing really. I'd be surprised, Jason says. Someone taking over Bakerville? Unlikely. It's a unique place. Lots of retired military and law enforcement, and it's clannish. There are the original people who've lived there for generations, and the newcomers. Newcomers, according to the originals, are anyone who hasn't lived there at least 30 years. Combined with the service people, no. I don't buy someone came in and took over. But you don't know, I say. I'm going to find out. If there's a chance my family is there, I'll find them. How? Chase asks. What do you mean? How will you approach them? With a smirk, Jason says, walk right in like I own the place. Great, I say, thinking that sounds like a good way to get himself shot. Go find your family. But while you're here, don't tell people where you're from, and definitely don't tell anyone you know me. Got it? He gives me a nod. I look from him to Chase before turning to leave, being careful of a puddle of melted snow. After a couple of steps, I stop and walk back to them. How did you get inside town anyway? Didn't the sentries try and stop you? Jason sheepishly says, Snuck in last night. I've had some experience sneaking around. When you travel through what I have, you learn to be a ghost. I'll leave the same way I arrived. It's only late morning. You need to find a place to go and stay out of sight until then. You shouldn't be on the street. And you... I point to Chase. Shouldn't you be working? He gives me a smile and a wink, both melting my insides before he says, Day off. We get those once a week. Well, so... Fine. My offer for a cup of tea still stands. No, thank you. I spin and leave, managing to stumble over my feet in the process and plopping right in the water with my left foot. I let out a low growl and mutter several choice words. You okay? Chase asks. Of course. No thanks to you. I keep walking without looking back, my cheeks hot and my foot wet. As I go, I hear Jason say, Man, she sure doesn't like you. Yeah, I guess not, Chase answers. I can't help but throw him a dirty look over my shoulder, which results in a chuckle from both of them. See? Chase says. I quickly turn, hiding my smile. I should have returned home to change out of my wet boot, but I decided to continue with my intended mission. With my packing finished, I'm doing a favor for the rest of the dorm. After several weeks of no issues, we were shorted on bedding again. I'm beginning to think it's someone messing with us. With Candace Murphy no longer at the laundry, I deal with a rather unpleasant lady with a hawk nose. She's someone I've seen around the last few months, but I don't know her or even recognize her as being from Prospect before the attacks. She launches into a big tirade on how her people would not make a mistake, and it must be something we've done. I wonder if I'll have to go find missing sheets once I move into Richard's place. Back at my dorm, it's terribly quiet. Everyone but Maddie and I has regular training and group lunch at the clubhouse. When they returned from training yesterday, and our evening meals were delivered, things were tense. Where there's usually lots of laughter and talking after training day, last night there were stink eyes sent toward Maddie and me. Finally, Susie said, "You two have been sleeping with Richard Majors, and that's how you got on our team." While I looked at my plate, Maddie calmly said, "Yes." "I guess it makes sense," May said. "Neither of you were really acquisition team material. Wish I would have thought about sleeping my way to the top. Maybe I'd be an officer." I swallowed hard to keep from crying. She wasn't wrong, but it sounded terrible the way she put it. The others had their own comments to add, some even more terrible and blunt than May's. I finally got up and left the table. My mission today to fix the sheet issue was in hopes of making amends for the deception to my teammates. They're right. I never should have been on this team. Even so, they're all dedicated and kind, and up until last night, each have done what they could to help both Maddie and me. I write a quick note and put it on the pile of sheets. Maddie and I will be gone before they return from training. In our room, Maddie is sitting on her bed. When I close the door, she motions me over. "What?" I ask, not moving. She flips her hands again. With a sigh, I move to my bed, sitting on the edge so I'm facing her. She shakes her head and then scurries by my side, sitting way too close. "Give me some space, Maddie," I say with a huff. "I'm leaving," she says in a quiet voice. "Meaning?" "Chance and I are going with Chase and Jason, the one you saw today." "How do you know about that?" "Duh. I popped over to the cantina to see Chance when you went to check on the laundry. Chase showed up right after you saw them, and he talked. Both agree they're going with the guy to find his family. I think the cult sounds phony, and they need to know what Scott Majors and Lassiter are planning." She gives a shrug. "It's smart to go, don't you think? To give them a warning they're going to be attacked? It's only smart if you want our friends to be killed. Is that what you want?" "It's smart because it can give them a chance to run." "Oh, where would they run? It's not like there's really any place they could hide." "I was thinking about that. Jason told Chance he thinks you also think they're probably at the little ski lodge." "It makes sense. It's not far from Bakerville, and Scott said they've been hiding in the mountains." "Yeah, I think so too. I skied there on a class trip a few years ago. I even went ziplining there the summer before the attacks. What a rush. You ever go?" "No. Never skied either, but I've driven up there before just to look around. It'd be a good place to hide, but I don't know about living in the lodge." "Think about the ski lift towers," I say. "They could get in one of those and see for a long distance. It'd be good for keeping watch, and if they saw Lassiter and his team coming before, they'd need good locations for watching. Do you believe that? That they were attacked without provocation?" In a whisper, I say, "Lassiter is a strange one, and I definitely don't believe his wife and children were kidnapped. She probably realized he was a creepy loser and left him." Maddie nods. "I thought you might want to come with us." "What?" "No," I screech. "You want to stay here and become a, you know." "You're crazy, absolutely certifiable. Why would you think I'd consider leaving here?" "Because all of this is wrong. We're trying to survive." "How is that wrong? Do you really not see it?" "Oh, I see plenty. I see Jason Hatch, who used to be robust and slightly overweight, is nothing but skin and bones and looks, and probably smells, like he hasn't bathed in months. Do you see Prospect people looking that bad? Our cleanliness standards keep people looking decent at least. Most of the workers are skinny. Not like Jason. If we get a good wind, he'll blow right back to South Dakota or wherever it was he was working when the attack started." "North Dakota. Chase said he walked from North Dakota." not the point. We have it good here. We have it good because of Richard Majors. Do you think Mayor Stringer would have done nearly as well? You heard about the plans they found. He was willing to sacrifice part of the town, especially the elderly. We've still lost the elderly, she says quietly. My grandma died because her medicine ran out. How many senior citizens do you see in town? Most of them stay inside because of the weather. Do they? What about the secret burial crew? Secret? No, just the regular. People do die, and as always, I'm sorry about your grandma. There's a secret burial crew, too. I heard about it at the cantina. These aren't the people who die of natural causes. They're euthanized, and not just the elderly. Those who have injuries. The paralyzed lady, I can't think of her name, but she was hurt when she fell down the stairs a few years ago. She died. And she didn't die of natural causes. They killed her. They're killing anyone with anything wrong, even Down syndrome. No, they didn't. Richard wouldn't do that. He did. Or he ordered someone to. I'm sure of it. We had 2 people with Down syndrome in Prospect, right? I don't know. Sure you do. Remember the lady who worked at the hardware store? Everyone loved her. And there was the teenager. Remember him? They've both disappeared. Even their families are gone. Maybe they left, snuck out and went someplace else. All of them. Rumors, I say, shooing her away like she's a fly. The cantina is nothing but a rumor mill, and you shouldn't believe everything you hear. You're too gullible. No, I'm not. It's really happening. They're starting to do it to the people with autism, too. Several have already vanished. Chance and his brother care for an autistic girl. They're worried for her. I shake my head. You're a conspiracy theorist. You wait. If you won't leave with me tonight, then you'll find out soon enough. How long do you think they can keep it a secret? Keep what a secret? The deaths. Seriously, Lucy, they're killing people and hauling them off at night to bury them. No one is even getting buried right now. With the frozen ground, it's all on hold until everything thaws out. She stops for a minute as she absorbs what I've said. Well, maybe you're right, but there is a group taking the people who are killed somewhere. Besides, do we even really know when someone dies? It's not like there's an announcement, other than with the explosion. How many have died this winter? No idea. All I know is it's not me, and not you, yet. But if you leave... I shrug. Come with us, she pleads. You're not like some of them. Could it be possible? Could we leave here and find some place to hide out? To survive until this is all over? I shake my head. When will it be over? We've heard nothing about FEMA or anyone else coming to save us. Richard is the only one. He stepped up and made a difference. Yes, we've had deaths, but most of us are strong and healthy. And Captain Murphy, I owe him too. He's the one who told me to join Mayor Majors. We're set to move into the Bunn Mansion. The Bunn Mansion. Did you ever think you could live somewhere so luxurious? I ask. We'll be living comfortably in the middle of the apocalypse. I'm not doing it. I've told you I've changed. Christ has changed me. Well, he hasn't changed me. Have you asked him to? That's not something for me. You can be a Christian if you want, but I prefer to get by on my own merit. Like how you got on the acquisition team? You got on it the same way. I'm aware, Lucy. I know exactly who I used to be, but now I'm different, and I have Jesus to thank. You could too. All you have to do is ask him to forgive you and choose to follow him. I drop my head and let out a sigh. I can't go. I won't say anything about you leaving, and if they ask, I'll play dumb. How are you planning to get out? We're supposed to move in just a few hours. I don't know. The way she says it makes me think she does. I slip my arm around her shoulder. You've been a great roomie. Chapter 31. Lucy. Dirk Murphy arrives a few minutes before 3 o'clock, driving a rickety old pickup, the kind that was probably just as ugly when it was new as it is today, at least 60 years later. Ready to go? He asks. Ready. The moving men were at the gate when I drove up. They should be along shortly. You probably didn't need to bring a truck, I say. It's not like Maddie and I have much stuff. Probably true, and I doubt Alyssa has much either, but I do have a stop to make along the way to gather a few other items. There are the men now. He points toward a throng of 5 at the end of the block. I recognize all of them as part of the working crew, including my former neighbor Toad and Maddie's boyfriend's brother Chase. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep the smile trying to make itself known at bay. Maddie ready? Dirk asks. I lift a shoulder. Seems to be. She's in the backyard. It's a good day to get some sun. Maybe this hold winter has on us will finally let go. We'll see more snow, I say knowingly. No doubt. But at least it won't stick around forever. I was beginning to wonder. I can't remember ever having a winter like this one. Blizzards, sure. And snow on the ground for weeks. A month or 2 even. But this year it started snowing in, September? And we've had snow on the ground since then. I guess it's from the nukes. Yeah, must be. I wonder if it'll be like this next year too, and if we'll have a shorter summer than we should. It'll make it hard for growing the gardens and crops. We put in a nice garden at my apartment building last year, part of Mayor Stringer's Victory Garden plans. I wrinkle my forehead at the memory of the garden. Shelby Cameron, the girl who's part of our new hospitality team, was the main person who tended our garden. With her ready smile, she was always a pleasure to work with. Now she's an absolute wreck. What could have happened to her? Was her child really stolen from her? If so, it could explain her condition. Well, here they are, Dirk says when the men are within speaking distance. We'll get you loaded. I grab Maddie from the backyard while the men begin moving our things to the truck. While that's happening, Dirk tells us they'll get Alyssa's things, and then it will be about an hour before the truck is at the Bunn Mansion. He tells us both we should keep our day packs with us and walk over, meeting him when he arrives with the truck and our goods. After Dirk drives the loaded truck away, the men fall in on foot behind him. Chase makes a point of turning around and giving me a wave and a wink, which I smartly ignore. Maddie hoists her pack on her back and says, "I'll see you at the mansion." "Where are you going?" "I figured we'd walk together, maybe get Alyssa too." "To see if I can find Chance. I'll meet you there." I give her a long look. This is it. She's using this time to break out. I shake my head. "I hope you know what you're doing." "I'll see you at the mansion. We're having a celebratory dinner tonight, right?" As she practically trots off toward the entry gate, I grab my pack and head in the direction of Alyssa's house. She's not the most pleasant person, but maybe if I get past her rough edges, we'll... What? Be BFFs? Not likely. I do have to wonder about Richard Majors and his preferences. As I think of the 6 of us sitting with Mrs. Murphy yesterday, we're all very different. Milena Maynard is a natural beauty, but she's really the only one of us. Not only is her face nearly perfect with a cute little button nose, but she's always been trim and athletic-looking with an easy style about her. Alyssa and Star are each attractive, but not in the same way as Milena. Their good looks are mostly youth-related, and both are too skinny. Maddie is thin too, but looks healthier. Maybe it's because we get better food as part of the acquisition team. Before Alyssa's brother moved to the team a few weeks ago, she wouldn't have been eating as well as she is now. While Maddie may look healthy, she's terribly plain. From her dishwater hair, uninteresting face, everything. There's nothing remarkable about her. Sure, she's pleasant and fun to be around, most of the time, but she's not attractive. Neither is Shelby, not really. When things were normal, she was rather over the top. She wore a full face of makeup and outlandish clothing, which was way too form-fitting for her oversized body. She even wore ridiculous high heels, not at all normal for Prospect. She was already too tall, and with the heels, she towered over everyone, especially her short and scrawny husband. She was almost like a cartoon character with the way she dressed, and even with some of her mannerisms. And like me, she was overweight, even heavier than I was. We're such a motley crew. Why would Richard choose women so different to be part of his... whatever it is he's putting together? It makes little sense. When I reach the block where the newest families live, I take a quick look for the truck Dirk's driving. finding it parked in front of a light beige house with brown shutters. Its two-story design is like the house I live in, or I should say lived in, but its entry is more dramatic, and it has a huge 3-car garage. Not that a garage is of much importance these days. Dirk is on the lawn talking with Alyssa, and an older man and woman. The woman is one I recognize from the kitchen, and the man is one of the do-it-all guys. I've seen him delivering wood or meals and shoveling snow. When Alyssa sees me, she leans into the group and says something before walking toward me. "What are you doing here?" she asks. "Do you want to walk with me to the mansion?" She wrinkles her nose. "My parents want to walk me over. They're hoping to get inside and—" She gives a shrug. "You know, check the place out." "Are they okay with you moving there?" "What do you think?" I shake my head. It was a dumb question, sorry. It's not like they have a choice in the matter. I would think they'd be happy you're going to be so well cared for. Yeah, well, I'll be walking over with them. Will they be allowed inside? She narrows her eyes. Mr. Murphy said he'll see what he can do, but I know my dad, and he's not going to take no for an answer. I lift a shoulder. You did just say they don't have a choice about you moving over there. What makes you think, stop, okay? She turns and storms back toward her parents. Geez, testy much. Movement at the porch catches my eye as Chase walks out carrying a box. With his hands full, he lifts his chin in my direction. I shake my head and turn to go. To give Dirk the time he requested, I take a circuitous route, choosing to walk along the creek instead of through town. There's a paved path starting from Creekview Estates and ending right before the old part of town. As I walk, I try not to think about anything, to just enjoy the moment, deeply inhaling the fresh smells. Part of me feels I should be upset about this new team I'm being placed on, but I'm not. Like Richard said, it's safe, and I won't have to kill anyone. I've done my best to avoid actually pulling the trigger, but I haven't got out of it completely. I don't know if my aim was ever true enough for me to be the actual cause of someone's death, but I've tried. I've done what Doc Bohm and Richard both say is my duty as a soldier. What if Maddie's right? What if the best thing to do is to escape Prospect and start a new life? She seems to think she can. Her god and her boyfriend are seemingly both okay with the things she's done. I think back to what she said about the soiled doves. It's not what I want. Neither was raiding people's homes, killing them, and stealing their property. I could have done something different maybe left months ago when things started going bad. But Shelby left. She and her husband left, and look at her now. She's right back here, and is now a complete basket case. No, I've made my choices, and really, how bad can it be? When I reach the mansion, the pickup is out front. A quick glance in the bed shows it's already been emptied. Either I took longer than I thought, or Dirk was quicker than he said he'd be. As Dirk did yesterday, I use the heavy lion's head knocker to rap on the door. After Mrs. Murphy invites me in, she suggests I may want a bath and then a nap before dinner. Do you have running water? No, dear, but we have helpers who will bring water up for you. We've been preparing for your arrival, and it should only be a minute before it's brought up. Should I wait until Alyssa and Maddie arrive? Alyssa is already here, and I'm sure Maddie will be along shortly. There's no need to wait. Oh, are her parents here? Alyssa's. Alyssa rode over with Dirk. Her parents will visit another time. Go head up to your room. Please remove your shoes and carry them with you. There's already shoes in your room that are acceptable for wearing inside to help preserve the lovely floors. My room is warm and cozy, thanks to a fire burning gently in the wood stove. The bath and nap are both wonderful. I'm still groggy when there's a knock on my door. One of the ladies who brought up the water sticks her head in and says dinner will be in an hour. Thank you, Donna, I say. Donna used to work at the supermart as a cashier. We weren't friends, but I'd try and choose her line when I'd shop. She was always friendly and efficient. She was exactly the same today, greeting me with a smile and quickly bringing up enough water for a decent bath, with help from an assistant. Unlike the huge jetted tub at the hotel, this is a deep clawfoot tub. It's a little on the short side, but still wonderful. Mrs. Murphy says you should dress smart casual. Smart casual, I repeat with a nod. When I arrived in my room earlier, I was surprised to find not only the clothing I'd packed, but also several things already in the closet, including a couple of cocktail dresses, a long formal dress, and several other pieces from blue jeans and sweaters to office attire. There are so many wonderful clothing choices. I wonder why I even packed the things from my old house. Those are all heavy-duty work clothes designed for training, hiking, and raiding. Not the kind of clothing one would wear in the Bunn Mansion. I certainly didn't pack anything I'd consider smart casual. Smart casual was my official dress code at the preschool. It meant I usually wore well-fitting jeans or trousers with a buttoned shirt or sweater. She suggested the makeup on the vanity might be to your liking, too. What's that mean? She tilts her shoulder. I guess she wants you to put makeup on? I let out a laugh. Who does that these days? She lifts her hands in a question and gently closes the door. All the makeup is new. There's also perfume, lotion, and several different hair ties and clips. There's even a beaded headband thing I'm sure Maddie would love. I wonder where she is. Will she stay wherever Chance lives until they figure out a way to sneak out? Jason Hatch didn't seem too concerned about sneaking out, and he did get in easy enough, but it sounds terribly risky. I choose my outfit first. Skinny jeans in an impossibly small size I would have only dreamed of fitting in a year ago, a silky sleeveless top in white, and a long black velvet jacket. The jacket is amazing, shorter in front and longer in back, with a chiffon ruffle along the hem. I add a pair of chunky fashion boots from the closet and a long necklace, leaving my freshly washed hair loose and flowing. I strike a pose in the large mirror. Letting out a giggle, I decide I don't look too bad. I wonder what Chase would think, I say aloud. The mirror reflects an immediate frown. What do I care? Besides, it's not Chase who's letting me live here. It's Richard Majors. I straighten my shoulders and head for the door, extinguishing the battery-operated lantern, one of the items I brought from my old house, on the vanity before I go. The hallway is lit up and lovely, with flaming wall sconces lighting my way, the gentle fire combining with the glass covering it to make beautiful patterns as it bounces off the wallpaper. Although homes of this caliber may have been built with electricity in the year the Bunn Mansion was constructed, electrical lines had yet to be put in this far west. Electricity was added at some point and used during the tours, but the oil lamps and sconces were put in as part of a restoration to return to the original authenticity and preserve the history. Plus, it makes sense. If you're going to get people to spend money on a tour, it should be legit and how it used to be. I'm steps from the bottom of the staircase when I stop and listen. Maddie's laugh is filling the parlor room off the entry. A pang of sadness overcomes me. Something must have gone wrong and she wasn't able to find a way out, but she's laughing. Why would she be laughing? I paste a smile on my own face and smoothly stride in the direction of the festivities. Like the hallway, the parlor is beautifully lit, with wall sconces and oil lamps in various places. Maddie is talking with Star. Both seem excited about something. Milena and a now very put-together-looking Shelby are sitting on one of the uncomfortable love seats. Shelby visually looks much improved, with her hair now combed and piled stylishly on top of her head, plus a small amount of makeup that really brings out her cheekbones. But she's still staring off into space and holding on to Milena. Likewise, Milena has a vacant look about her, as her free hand fiddles with a piece of loose yarn hanging off her sweater. Alyssa is standing by the fireplace next to another woman a few years older than her, who's wearing a red slinky dress, knee-high black boots, and a short leather jacket. She must be the final addition to Richard's new endeavor Mrs. Murphy mentioned. I wonder how she feels about being here. From the look on her face, my guess is she's happy. "There you are, Lucy," Mrs. Murphy says, offering me her hands in greeting. "I didn't realize I was late." "You aren't. Everyone else was early. I guess the idea of a party brought out their excitement." "Indeed." "Mayor Majors will be around shortly. In the meantime, we'll have appetizers and cocktails in here before we move to the dining room." "Cocktails?" "We have a small number of spirits reserved for occasions like this." Oh, of course. While I know about the stockpile of alcohol, I also know there's a town-wide ban on the consumption of it, one of Richard's rules. It didn't turn out well for the few who've ignored the ban. Now, don't worry about the mandate on alcohol, Mrs. Murphy says with a smile. The mayor has a clause allowing it under very specific circumstances. It's good to be king, I mutter. Mrs. Murphy gives me a tight smile before turning away. Chapter 32. Lucy. 4 members of the staff, dressed in black dresses or suits, walk around with trays of food and drinks. I wonder how many people Richard has brought in to act as help at the mansion. The cocktail turns out to be some sort of red wine and bourbon drink. I can't say I'm a fan. Neither wine nor bourbon has ever been my thing. The appetizers, though, they're to die for. I quickly eat way more than I should and wonder if I'll even be able to have dinner. From Mrs. Murphy's conversation with Dirk yesterday, I thought others would be joining us, but it's only us ladies and Mrs. Murphy. Alyssa, Star, and Red Dress, who introduces herself as Rebecca, are on to their second drinks when Richard arrives. Just like yesterday, he walks around and greets each of us. It seems you all are getting along famously, he says, a broad smile covering his face. I'm so pleased. I want us all to be like one big family. Mrs. Murphy, how close are we to dinner? About 15 minutes, sir. Excellent, excellent. Have the ladies seen the entire house? No, sir. Only the east wing of the second floor and the parlor. I know you wanted to take them on the tour of the rest. Yes, thank you. Let's do that now. We'll, of course, avoid the kitchen where they're working and also the main floor servants' quarters. The condescending way he says servants grates at me. Those spaces are on the first floor of the west wing, which I know from the historical tours. The main floor east wing has many public and private rooms, including a library, 3 offices, a less formal parlor, a sunroom, and 2 half-baths. Richard seems to marvel in describing each room in detail. So much so, we're well beyond the 15 minutes allotted before dinner. He finally walks us to the palatial dining room, where the much too large table is beautifully set. You'll each find a spot with your name on it, Richard says, seeming to enjoy playing the host. As we move to our seats, he asks, "And where is Miss Maddie?" I look around the room, not noticing she didn't walk into the dining room with us. Mrs. Murphy, please send one of the servants to locate her. She must have become turned around in her beautiful new home. Right away, sir, Mrs. Murphy says, giving a look and raised chin to a man dressed in a smart-looking black suit, standing near the kitchen door. He responds with a small dip of his head before disappearing into the kitchen. Let's take our seats while we wait, Richard says. Like a mother and father, he's at one end of the table with Mrs. Murphy at the other. I'm on one side with Milena and Shelby. Alyssa, Star, and Rebecca are on the opposite side. Maddie's empty chair is next to Rebecca, after many minutes of small talk, in which Richard constantly checks his pocket watch. The suited man, who I've decided must be the butler, though he was never introduced, returns through the same door he exited. When Mrs. Murphy sees him, she says, "Excuse me a moment." "No need," Richard says, directing his gaze to the butler. "Where's the girl?" "We were unable to locate her," the butler responds. "Keep looking," Richard booms. "We'll begin our meal and she can join us when you find her." Yes, sir. It's just, I don't believe she's in the house." Of course she's in the house. The daft thing just got herself turned around. Assign some of the servants not needed for dinner to find her. Then you will promptly return to begin the service. I feel a smile threatening. She was smart to wait until after dark to make her escape. Hopefully, she has a good plan to get out of Prospect without being discovered by the guards. Jason seemed confident, but one person sneaking in is different than 4 people sneaking out. As the dinner service begins, Richard becomes increasingly agitated when they fail to return with Maddie in tow. Mrs. Murphy, on the other hand, is the epitome of congeniality and influences the conversation in a positive direction. Although Milena and Shelby fail to participate and seem to eat by remote control, the other 3 seem to enjoy themselves. I doubt any have ever had such a lavish dinner. I know I haven't. The The butler takes great pride in announcing each dish with a flourish as the staff scurries around, from the first course of mild yet flavorful soup to a salad with lettuce and thinly sliced tomato, thanks to several greenhouses Richard commandeered for personal use, to a pasta made from butternut squash and slathered in browned butter. And now for the entree, the butler says. Smoked cheddar stuffed chicken with a green apple slaw. Yes, yes, Richard says impatiently. Will there be much more food? Rebecca asks with wide eyes. Even though none of the portions have been large, it's been too long since any of us have eaten this much. Just the main course, and then dessert, Mrs. Murphy says with a nod. I thought the entree was the main course, Rebecca mutters. It's important for you to learn these things, Richard says. There will be times when we entertain, and you'll need to at least pretend to be sophisticated. Tonight is a trial run to see how each of you behaves. Mrs. Murphy is keeping a keen eye on you, so she'll know where improvements are needed. So far, I'd say you have your work cut out for you, Candace. Mrs. Murphy tilts her head in his direction. Feeling terribly self-conscious, I gently dab at my lips with my napkin. While I know the basics of table manners, growing up, my family ate in front of the television with our plates propped on our laps. I've eaten in plenty of restaurants, but never anything on a grand scale, and certainly never any more courses than a salad, main dish, and dessert. The main dish following the chicken entree is pork tenderloins with a cream sauce and gratin of root vegetables. By this point, I'm so full, I can't even really savor the flavors, and Richard's demeanor has degraded drastically with each refill of his wine glass, making it exceedingly uncomfortable. Even Mrs. Murphy struggles to keep a light-hearted conversation going. After dessert, a very dense pumpkin cake and actual coffee in tiny cups, Richard instructs the butler to send someone to Scott Majors's home and bring him to the mansion immediately. Scott, unlike Janet, Lassiter, and a few other officers who live near the mansion, lives in the Creek View Estates. He has the most lavish house in the development all to himself, mostly to himself. It's no secret he entertains on a regular basis. I'd planned on all of us retiring to the den after the meal, Richard says once the butler leaves. However, with the seeming disappearance of Miss Rivers, I'll excuse you to your rooms. Please be prepared to have your rooms searched within the hour. He stands and stomps out of the room. Please go ahead, ladies, Mrs. Murphy says. We'll get past tonight and have more time tomorrow to get to know each other. I know creating a family is very important to Mayor Majors. Yeah? Alyssa asks with a smirk. I guess one of our family has run away. Can you blame her? Milena asks quietly. Let's save our assumptions for another time, Mrs. Murphy says as she slides her chair away from the table. My room is cozy warm with someone having stoked the fire while I was at dinner. Possibly Donna, since she wasn't part of the meal serving. I change into yoga pants and a sweatshirt, then check the small bookcase in the room for something to read. I've barely settled into an easy chair and ottoman, which were added after I viewed the room yesterday, probably thanks to Star's suggestion, when there's a knock at the door. Come in, I call out proudly, like the lady of a fine manner. Miss Fleming, Doc Bohm says as he enters my room. I immediately sit up straight, pulling my feet from the ottoman. Oh, hello, I didn't realize. Of course you didn't. The mayor and the general have enlisted my assistance in locating your former roommate. I'm to look around your room and then ask you where she might be. My guess is we can skip the looking around. I'm sure she's left the premises, and I'm confident you know where she went. As his eyes bore into me, I swallow the lump forming in my throat. Anyone but Doc Bohm and I'd be able to fake it, to lie and say I don't know anything. But with him, he has the ability to see right through me, to look deep inside me and know exactly what I'm thinking. Maddie disappeared while we were on the tour. Richard took his time sending for help, letting us go through our entire extended dinner. Surely by now she's made her way out of town, and if they're still looking for her, she wasn't caught by one of the sentries. I clear my throat. I think she may have gone to visit a friend, Chance Morgan. Doc Bohm gives me a sly smile. The mayor is aware of her friendship with the drifter. She probably just wanted to tell him goodbye, since I shrug. Yes, perhaps. I do believe the general has sent someone to his quarters to see if she's with him, but I suspect we won't be successful in locating them there. I straighten my shoulders and meet his gaze. She went to Metitsi, I say in a rush. She has a friend living there and thought it'd be a way to start over. Metitsi? He asks, raising his eyebrows. It's a little town south of Cody. I'm aware of its location. Why would she choose to go there? She thinks it's out of Mayor Major's reach, with it being in Park County instead of Prospector County. I nod vigorously. I see. And why didn't you go with her? Why would I ask, crinkling my forehead. She's different. Over the last few months, she's found God or something. She thinks this is sinful. And you don't? I give him a hard look. I think I had the best meal of my life tonight, and by living in this house, no one is going to shoot at me. And I don't need to shoot at anyone either. With a broad smile, he says, "That's one of the things I respect about you, Miss Fleming. You're practical. Unfortunately, Miss Rivers has her head in the clouds more than she should. I cautioned Mayor Majors about this." He lifts his hands. "But his decision is his to make. Is there anything else you wish to share with me?" "Such as? Perhaps the name of her friend in Metitsi." I shake my head. She didn't say. "Of course not. Good evening, Miss Fleming." "Doc Bohm," I say with a nod. As soon as he closes the door, I collapse into my chair. Saying she went to Metitsi was an impulse. I think he may have even believed me. Leaning my head back against the chair, I think of Maddie and hope she's well away from Prospect. If she's not, and they catch her, it won't go good for her, especially considering Richard knows about her boyfriend. I just hope it's quick and she doesn't suffer. After several minutes, I try to return to my book. When my mind starts to wander, I decide moving to the bed is a good idea. After changing into proper pajamas, thick flannel pink ones left in the dresser for me, I prop up the pillows for a comfortable reading position. My hand hits something hard under one of the pillows. Lifting the pillow off it, I find a Bible. Maddie. That girl just doesn't know when to quit. I pull it from the bed and plop it on the nightstand. As I return to my reading, my eyes keep drifting to the Bible. Maybe she left me a note in it? Picking it up, I fluff it so any paper will fall out. When nothing does, I set the Bible on my lap. It's probably better she didn't leave me a note. If she had, I'd need to read it and then burn it in the wood stove. I thump the top of the Bible. It's a nice one, I guess, with a brown leather cover and a series of small cuts labeling the different sections. I put my finger into one of the grooves, opening to John. The Word became flesh. Sure it did. I shake my head but continue reading. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Even though I have no idea what the Word is, I keep reading about how through him all things were made, and how in him was life and light. Then I read about a man named John and then Jesus, and how he was baptized by John. John called Jesus the Lamb of God. I've heard it before, among churchy people. The Lamb of God saves. Maybe Maddie even said it once when going on about how Jesus changed her life. As I read, I decide I kind of like Jesus. He turns water into wine, and even throws a bit of a fit in the temple, tossing over the tables. As I keep reading, I find a quote I've heard before about how God loved the world so much he gave his only son so people could live forever. Blah, blah, blah. I almost quit reading there, but my attention is captured by the next section, which starts talking about light again. Light has come into the world, but men love darkness instead of light, because their deeds were evil. Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light, for fear that his deeds will be exposed. But whoever lives by the truth comes into the light, so that it may be seen plainly that what he has done has been done through God. I can see how darkness and evil go hand in hand. When we attack an enclave, we do it while it's still dark, counting on the darkness to hide us. Before, I thought it made sense from a tactical standpoint, but I can also see how it could be truthful from an evil standpoint. But what we're doing, it's not evil. We're just doing our best to care for our town. Our scout teams always go and make contact in advance. They encourage the group or community to willingly join us. Do they? I snap my head around, letting out a small laugh as I realize I'm hearing things. Closing the Bible, I reach to set it on the side table. No, that's not a good place for it. What would Mrs. Murphy or Donna think if they saw it in my room? Best to toss it in the fire and forget about it. As I start to move from my bed, I decide to tuck it under the mattress instead. I'm warm and don't want to get out from under the covers. After it's in place and I settle back in, I think about the whisper I heard in my head. Do they? Yes, of course they do. Scott always tells us about how they contacted a group and were turned away. The groups always think they can get by on their own. They don't seem to realize if they were to join us, they'd be much better off and alive. Richard's rules are clear. They're either with us or against us, and he doesn't take any chances. If they're against us, they could attack. We only attack first to save the lives of our people. Richard always says that if we can save even one life, it's well worth it. Surely, he's right.
Chapter 33. Wednesday, day 309. Molly. Tomorrow, the militia involved in the offensive attack on Prospect will leave the mountain. I look across the table at Sarah. She's holding Tate while talking softly to Andy. She's nervous about going, but still insists it's the right thing. The plan is to have our troops arrive at different times and in different locations. With people like the Camerons, who know the area extremely well, we're hopeful we can find well-hidden spots to cold camp until it's time to begin the assault. Mike, Roy, Katie, Leo, and Art are also all leaving tomorrow. Mike's injury last week almost prevented him from going, but we're so short on people, Belinda reluctantly cleared him. Other than a minor headache, he's recovering well from being knocked in the head. Alvin, who was originally accepted on the assault team and part of the hiking group, is now on the home guard. With Aaron breaking his leg, his mobility issues make overseeing the guard next to impossible. Alvin's now co-leader. It's odd to me they'd pick Alvin for the job, but Evan's reasoning made sense. Alvin's an experienced hunter and stays calm under pressure. Aaron will still be able to do a good amount of the coordinating, but he needs someone able-bodied, and Alvin fits the bill. As has become the norm, we're staying behind after lunch to discuss the operation. We learned our lesson after the first meeting, which started before lunch ended, and the children were still with us. We now wait until everyone's finished and the children are moved to the nursery. Things can get a little heated, and the discussions tend to be brutally blunt, especially from some of our elders who have gone to war before. And as Reggie Roberts has said many times, we should make no mistake. This is war. All right, let's get to it, Evan says, standing by his table. Doris, do you have the new lodging assignments? Such as they are, she answers from her wheelchair, her re-broken leg propped up. Everyone who's leaving tomorrow and lives in this building must have their personal items stowed before you go. Your neighbors will be sleeping in your bed and pawing through your drawers. The way she opens her eyes wide and gives a wacky expression results in a few complimentary laughs. Though, with the seriousness of recent events and what's about to happen, no one really feels like laughing. The tension surrounds us. The killings by the Prospect teams, then by Shannon and Roscoe, combined with our need to go on the offensive, has everyone on edge. The supply house was cleaned and then closed. It's being used to store gear for the militia members who live in the ski lodge while they're gone. With everyone moving into this one building, we need all the space we can get. Since only a small portion of our residents live in the ski lodge, with most living in cabins, their own recreational vehicles, or one of the houses, we'll be tight on space. Beginning tomorrow, we'll move in additional beds after the foot soldiers head out, using part of the dining room as a giant dorm. And remember, Doris says, home guards should expect a hot rack. The bunk beds on the second floor and in 2 of the dorm apartments are being rearranged for your use. When you're off duty, just find a bed to sleep in. We'll try to keep the children in their own spaces so they have the familiarity. To help with the familiarity, the nursery is remaining unchanged. Someone originally suggested that'd be the best place to put the new beds, and it certainly would be, compared to right out in the open. But we still need a place to care for the children, now more than ever since so many of the parents will be gone. Anything else, Doris? Evan asks. Other than the obvious, keep praying, we're set for tomorrow. Evan gives a nod. Okay, for the home guard, I know some of you are less than happy about staying behind. He looks directly at Tim and then glances to Alvin. From his own wheelchair, with a splint cast from his ankle to his hip, Aaron raises a hand. When Evan acknowledges him, he says, I think we're in good shape. Alvin and I have a first draft of the schedule. We're ready to have the home guard as sentries starting tomorrow. Tim opens his mouth to say something, but seems to think better of it as he gives a shake of his head. Alvin chooses to speak his mind. While I did think you were just putting me out to pasture, he says with a hard look, I can see the necessity of staying here. But I think you're off base. We've got eyes on those butchers from Prospect. With our team watching, it's not likely they'd sneak up on us. If they leave as a large group, Evan says evenly, it's unlikely they'd get past our team. However, if they were to go out in smaller guerrilla units of 1 or 2, he lifts his hands. The Prospect henchmen are not our only concern. You're all well aware we moved up here because it's more defensible than Bakerville, which was too spread out. When we first started the plans for the move, it was because of attacks from small groups of raiders. We didn't even know about the threat from Prospect until Paul Cameron and his party came riding into Bakerville. I know all that, Alvin says. I'm old, but not senile. I'm just saying, it seems to me the more of us you have with you, the better our odds of ending Richard Major's murderous reign once and for all. There's a general mutter through the room, mainly from the ones who've been ordered to stay behind. There was some disagreement early on when Clark Thomas and his deputies started training with the militia. The general consensus was they should be the ones staying behind and overseeing the home guard. After much back and forth, it was finally agreed that having them as part of the attack team made sense. Well, maybe not agreed, but it was accepted. While the home guard group isn't large, it's vocal. Like Alvin, most of them are older but still capable. All of them started intensive training after Lindsay and the others were murdered, in anticipation of being part of the assault. And other than a few, they made the cut to go to Prospect, having to be medically cleared, performing basic self-defense moves, and passing an agility test. Everyone going to Prospect or on the home guard was tested on the range, not only dry firing but also using our precious ammo. The home guard isn't only the aged. Tim, with his broken wrist, wasn't cleared, and neither was Grant Cameron, husband of kidnapped Shelby. In his case, there was concern he wouldn't be able to stick with the mission and would instead go in search of Shelby, and possibly not be able to contain himself properly. Begrudgingly, he admitted to this, and now seems to accept the need to defend the people at the lodge, including his young daughter. Plus, everyone over the age of 14 staying behind has been given a refresher course on weapons training and basic self-defense. Even the less mobile in wheelchairs or using walkers, canes, or other aids will be expected to fight as needed. Our young sons have also been practicing their archery and self-defense as backups, just like they did what they needed to do with their pocket knives when Dawson's goons attacked. They'll do what is necessary. And I hate it. I hate my children can't just be children. You're right about how we need the numbers, Evan says, and I'll admit, taking more of you would probably be smart, but I can't in good conscience leave us vulnerable, and not just vulnerable for the time of the attack on Prospect. Most of us in the room have never gone into a real battle before. Cole Gunderson and a handful of others have seen warfare. Reggie Roberts, Walt Pritchard, Dick Johnston, they've been in the thick of it before. And they'll tell you not everyone comes home. We will lose people in this attack. There will be bloodshed. There will be deaths. You, Aaron, Tim, Grant, Noah Hammer, and the others who have been chosen to stay and defend our people will be needed in the future. "You're going in as attackers," Walt Pritchard says from his chair, his walker sitting next to him. "That gives you an extreme disadvantage. No one should be under the impression this will be a cakewalk." "True," Evan agrees. "We've all talked about how we'd be in a better position to let them come to us, but we don't have the luxury." "It's a fool's errand," someone calls out. "You're going to get everyone killed." "Reggie, I know how you feel about this," Evan says. Reggie Roberts has been vocal from the beginning about the plans to go after Majors. As a veteran who made the Army a career, he's seen the worst of the worst. Even though he's against the assault, he's still part of the group leaving tomorrow. He says he feels it's his duty, even though he's confident all of us will be wiped out. "Just so we're clear," Reggie says, "and once we're dead, your little home guard isn't going to be enough." "That's why we have the Watchers," Cole Gunderson says. "If things go bad for us and Richard Majors sends his troops after the families, the Watchers will see them coming, and everyone will bug out." "Psh," Reggie says. "You're under the mistaken idea he won't pursue them. People like Majors don't quit. You ought to know that, Gunderson." "I do know, which is why I completely support us going after him and ending this for good. Otherwise, we live in fear, waiting for him to come after us, the way it's been since the shooting. How much longer can we keep it up?" "Fair enough," Reggie says as he lifts his hands in a surrender motion. "Not like you're going to listen to me anyway. If we were smart, we'd hightail it out of here, move the whole community as far from here as possible." "And you think that will guarantee safety?" Clarice asks, a slight quiver to her voice. "I've seen what's out there. Cook City, Montana, which as the crow flies isn't far from here, right? You heard about the condition of their town." I close my eyes. I've tried not to think about the people I met in Cook City last summer when I was trying to make my way home. I was accidentally injured and they cared for me. Clarice, Liam, and the girls went through there. The town was gone. All the buildings were burned to the ground, and they saw several bodies. I can only assume those helpful to me, whom I considered friends, are now dead. "If it's not this Richard Majors character," Clarice says in a stronger voice, "it will be someone else. There's no place to hide." "Clarice is right," Evan says. "Right now, we need to stand firm and deal with Majors. If we're not victorious, the Watchers will know and hightail it back here to take people to safety. It's the best we can." His voice cuts off as the radios he and Cole are wearing sound. Evan motions to Cole, who gives a nod and starts walking toward the door, while Evan turns his radio down. Because of the arrangement of the tables, Cole's weaving around one when the voice on the other end plainly says, "We've got visitors." Someone at a nearby table cries out, "We're under attack!" Evan shakes his head. "That's not what they said. Cole, just take it in here. Everyone, pipe down so he can hear." Cole raises the radio to his mouth and asks for a repeat. "This is Andrew Hammer. I'm in the South Tower with a relay from the East. They tried to call you directly, but—" "Go ahead, South Tower," Cole says. "They have 5 people approaching, 3 males and 2 females, on the main road less than a mile from the Young's house. East Tower is requesting a greeting party." Chapter 34. Molly. As the room explodes with voices yelling and crying out that we're under attack, Evan calls for quiet. He takes his own radio off his belt and responds the greeting party is on its way. To those of us in the dining room, he yells, "Listen up, Foot Soldier Team Alpha, you're with Major Gunderson." He turns to Cole. "Set them up as backup." "Yes, sir," Cole says. Then he calls out, "Militia room now." The militia headquarters is near the ski lodge and houses backup weapons for this purpose, when they're needed and people may not have a rifle on them. In the Dude Ranch area, we have an armory set up for the same purpose. While almost everyone has a sidearm on their hip, not everyone on the militia carries a rifle around. A group of around 20, including Mike and his dad Roy, are immediately on their feet and moving to the coat rack. "Security team, you're with me," Evan says, his voice elevated above the people moving around. Unlike the regular militia, the security team is always ready to go, wearing their full gear and outfitted with complete weaponry. They'll grab their jackets on the way out, but other than that, they're ready. Alvin, Aaron, your home guard is on. You'll have the rest of the foot soldiers to use also. Evan starts to turn but pauses and says, Overwatch and spotters to the militia room. I suck in a breath and meet Angela's eyes as Jake, sitting next to me, squeezes my shoulder. We quickly move to grab our coats and get to the militia room, where the specialty long-range weapons are stored. The .308 Angela uses is in our lodge, since it's my personal rifle, as is the 7-mag Ultra Jake uses. I don't even have my binoculars, Angela says as we go out the door. Evan is right behind us and says, There's extras in the militia room. Get a rifle too. Jake, get a 5.56 and catch up to me. You'll be with my team. At the militia room, Evan has a brief conversation with Cole and is again on the move. Jake's grabbing an AR when Cole Gunderson says, Jake, we need your truck. Where are the keys? On the dashboard, Jake says as he hurries to catch up with Evan. He takes a few steps, turns, and mouths, I love you, before spinning on the ball of his foot and hustling off. Angela is also given an AR to use. Overwatch and spotters along with you 5, Major Gunderson says, motioning to a group of his foot soldiers. Take Caldwell's truck and hightail it into position. I want 2 snipers on either side of the road, high and hidden. Dusty and Pete, you're taking the north side at the knoll where we saw those wolves a few months ago. You know where I mean? When both say they do, Cole says, Space out with your spotters and put these 3 between you. He motions to 3 of his foot soldiers who were singled out earlier. Dax, you're across the road on the high spot between the 2 houses. You'll have these 2 with you. He motions to the remaining foot soldiers. Molly Caldwell, park your truck in the wide spot between the 2 houses and set up there. I narrow my eyes at him, thinking the road is a terrible place for me and Angela to be, because it's out in the open. He quickly says, Use the terrain to your advantage. Keep the truck on the downhill side so it's not visible. If you go up slightly, you'll have a clean view down the road. I nod as I think about the area. There's an incline there, with a ditch off to the side to keep us hidden. One of the other foot soldiers says, maybe we shouldn't have cleared the road so far and people wouldn't be walking up it. Since we moved up here, the snow grooming machine has kept the main road cleared to the Young's house so we can easily get them back and forth for group events at the lodge, and so they can get their food. As we've started planning for our insurrection into Prospect, the machine has cleared the road many miles down to make our approach on Prospect easier. They stopped clearing when the snow melt was enough so our few running vehicles won't have any trouble. While we've had some decent melt of the winter snow, the lower elevations are melting much faster. The rest of you, Cole says, choosing to ignore the man, we're double timing. Let's move. As we get to our truck, Angela announces she'll drive. The rest of us pile in the cab and bed. Everyone else can easily reach their stations from where Cole wants us to park. Angela starts off faster than she should and fishtails out of the parking lot. Slow and easy, I say. Let's put it in 4-wheel drive. Angela gives a nod, lets off the throttle, and engages the 4-high. The road between our lodge and the dining hall is so well traveled we rarely need to gear down, except after a fresh, heavy snow. But with Angela's adrenaline pumping and having to drive on the main road, extra traction makes sense. Minutes later, she stops the truck where Cole ordered, turning it slightly so the nose is facing the shallow ditch. She has the truck at the beginning of the pullout where it'll be hidden from those approaching. As everyone bails out, Dusty Cameron says, "Don't get itchy fingers. Remember, we always watch for the signal." "Got it," I say, wishing we'd been given radios. Evan has trained us on hand signals, but the radios are what we've been using while getting ready for the Prospect incursion. I don't worry about getting itchy fingers, as Dusty said. One thing I've practiced over and over is to keep my finger away from the trigger until go time. And remember, Pete says, know your backup locations. Molly, your best option is going to the other side of the road. Yep, Angela says. I noticed a good setup there when we were driving up, then slightly up the hill from there for spot 3. Should work, Dusty says. Let's move, folks. Grab the small shovel, I say to Angela. She gives a nod. We walk hunched over to the top of the hill. Once we're there, we scoot down in the ditch. You want me to dig out a spot? Or we could scoot up the hill a little. She points to the right of the ditch. There's a boulder. The boulder isn't big enough for both of us. Think you can see from the ditch while I use the boulder as a rest? Angela nods and then points. Across the road is a fallen tree. For our secondary position, we move back down the hill and then hustle across the road. Use the ditch to get to the tree. Yep, as good a plan as any. See a third spot for us? She glances up the hillside. Just like we thought. Halfway up the hillside right before the road crests. Can you make it? I look at the hill. Can I? I give a slight nod. And then we bug out. Get back to the truck and retreat to the high spot by the edge of the corral. That's where we make our stand. I hope it doesn't come to that, Angela says. Can you crawl into position? I'm ready. I stay low and crawl up the hill on my stomach, then turn until I'm at the boulder. Angela crawls into the ditch, moving until she can see but is still hidden. We're lined up next to each other, though I'm on a higher grade. In a low voice, she says, "There's still a good distance, but it looks like everyone's waving a white flag." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I move so I can see. Let's hope they mean it. Just in case they don't, I get into a comfortable position. The rock isn't ideal, making it more of a rest than allowing me to lie prone, my most stable position. As they continue to walk slowly yet purposely up the center of the road, slight movement in the trees on the north side catch my eye. "There's the team," Angela says in a low voice. Within seconds, Evan calls out, "That's far enough." The 5 people in the middle of the road stop. Each of them wave their flags of surrender and make sure their other hands are visible. "State your business," Evan demands. The 5 are still far enough away. I can't hear the answer, but it's one of the men who responds. "Say again," Evan says. After listening for a few seconds, he asks, "Tell me your wife's name." "What's going on?" Angela asks. "I'm not sure, but I think it's someone looking for their wife." "Who could it be?" "None of the women living here are without their husbands. Well, who don't know where they are, except, Mom, do you think? Could it be Tate?" She quickly moves the binoculars back up to her eyes. My heart skips several beats as I look through my scope. Tate. Could it be him? I look for the man whose lips are moving, trying to determine if it's Tate. A quick glance over the other 2 men, and I quickly confirm neither is Tate's dad, Keith, who was with him when they went missing, and I don't know the 2 women at all. I look again at the man talking. He's got a full beard and seems skinny. He's shorter than the other 2 men, but is considerably taller than both women. "It's not Tate," Angela says sadly. "No, it's not," I agree. But he does seem familiar. Just the one guy. The other 2, they must be brothers with as much alike as they look. "Twins even," Angela says. "The woman and the girl, though, they don't seem related." "Girl?" I ask, looking again at the women. She's right. One is late teens or early 20s, and the other is younger, mid-teens maybe. "Throw the flag on the ground," Evan says. "Then you step forward. Keep your hands visible and remove your jacket." After the man talking does as asked, Evan directs each of the other men, then the woman and the girl, to follow suit. When he's satisfied, they're spread out on the road away from their jackets with several feet between each of them. Seconds later, his team appears out of the woods and is on them. The young girl screams loud enough it's almost piercing, even at this distance. She tries to run, which results in the other 4 yelling what I assume is to calm down or hold still. She's grabbed and, like the others, taken to the ground, not in a violent manner but assertively. "I guess that's it?" Angela asks. "Might be. We'll wait until we're told to stand down." I hope that's soon. I'm not wearing enough clothes today to be crouching in this ditch. As a shiver runs through my body, I nod my agreement. It was almost spring-like this morning, but now the wind is picking up. It's not uncommon to have snow well into the middle, even the end of May. Since I've lived in Wyoming, I only remember one Mother's Day without snow. Right now, even though I'm wearing my winter jacket with a sweatshirt underneath, I'm without insulated pants or gloves. At least I have a neck gaiter and stocking cap on. Angela isn't even wearing a heavy coat. She's only in a hooded sweater with a turtleneck underneath. We watch as Evan, Jake, and several members of the security team start marching the prisoners up the road. Once they're within 100 yards of us, Evan searches me out and motions me to stand down. I tell Angela we're moving, then slide out of my spot. The ache in my back is so bad I can barely stand upright. "You okay?" Angela asks. "Yeah, I'll be fine." She gives me a piercing look, which I return with a tight smile. "Really, it's just from being in the same position too long." I give a vigorous nod. "And the cold. The cold makes it worse." Standing on the side of the road, we wait for Evan and his crew to reach us. Up close, the youngest girl looks even younger, maybe only 12, and she also looks terrified. The woman and one of the tall men seem to be speaking to her. I focus on the oldest man. He's the same height as Jake's 6 feet. The two men with him, definitely related but not identical, are much taller, over 6'5". The man's probably in his 40s, with his hair and beard both overgrown and unkempt. The tall men, while also bearded, lack the scruffiness. Their hair is tidy, with nothing sticking out from under their stocking caps, and their beards are even trimmed and neat. They have the look of city folk who dress up as lumberjacks, where the other guy looks like an actual lumberjack. He looks like our men look. Up close, his skinniness is even more pronounced, much skinnier than the other 4, resembling Ben and his group when they arrived malnourished. He gives me a slight smile. When the smile spreads to his blue eyes, tears sting my own as I recognize him. I quickly look to Jake, my face a question. Am I seeing who I think I'm seeing? Jake lifts his shoulders slightly, then gives a tilt of his head, followed by a very weak nod. He thinks so too. It's our former neighbor, Jason Hatch, husband to Olivia, who was killed by Dan Morse in the early days of the Havoc, and father to Tony and Lily, our informally adopted children. I start to walk toward them when one of the security team says in a rough voice, "Keep your distance." "Hey!" Jake admonishes him. I shoot the security guy a look, then turn to Evan. "It's Jason Hatch." Jason's smile grows wide as he says, "That's what I've been telling him." "Yeah," Evan says. "He's told us. I didn't know him, but in passing. Jake thought so, but said you'd know for sure since you knew him better. And with the situation..." He lifts his hands. I turn to Jason. "It's a miracle you're here." "I told Olivia I'd be here soon," he says with a nod. "Just didn't expect it to take me the better part of a year." He turns to Evan. "Let's get on with whatever you need to do to vet me. I'd like to see my family." I chew on the inside of my upper lip as I try and keep my face straight. I must have failed because one of the other men quietly asks, "What's wrong?" Chapter 35. Molly. "Load them into the back of the pickup truck," Evan says. "Leo, Harv, Watson, you're with me as guards. The rest of you are on foot. We'll take them to Clark's accommodations until we can sort this out." Clark Thomas's accommodations is our jail. I start to protest, at least about Jason, when Evan raises his hand. He lifts his radio and says, "Gunderson, report." Within a few seconds, Cole Gunderson responds, "Nothing happening." "Copy that. East Tower, report." All clear. Evan then asks the South and North Towers for their reports. Because of our location and the way the radios work, the East Tower does a relay to and from the South before we find out they're also clear. Evan tells Cole to keep his team in the field until he's had a chance to talk with the newcomers. That's what he calls them, newcomers instead of prisoners. He sends word via a relay back to the home guard, letting them know they're returning. "Did you want Angela and me to stay here?" I ask Evan as they begin to load into the truck. "Not necessary. I think you and Jake might as well join us as we have our chat. You probably knew him better than most." I raise my eyebrows. I knew Jason in passing only. He and Olivia had moved to Bakerville a few years ago from the West Coast. They rented a small house over the hill from me. While I'd talked to them when we'd seen them at community events, and our sons would play together, I didn't really know them. In fact, other than the people they rented from who were away on vacation when the attack started, they weren't close with anyone in the community. Like many of us, they were busy. Jason worked in the oil fields and was gone for weeks at a time. Olivia worked in Prospect until a few months prior when she switched to telecommuting. And believe me, telecommuting isn't a great way to get to know your neighbors. Besides, what does it matter how well we knew him? I have no doubt he is who he says he is, and his children will be able to confirm the fact instantly. Jake touches my arm and says, "Hop in, Molly, we'll let Evan figure this out." Once we're inside the truck, with the security team and prisoners in the back and Jake driving, from the back seat, Angela asks, "Is it really Tony and Lily's dad?" "Absolutely," I answer. "And I don't know why we aren't taking him straight to his children." "Evan thinks it's suspicious he's showing up now," Jake answers. "Why would it be?" Angela asks. "It isn't," I scoff. "You know how hard travel can be. If he were on foot, which from his frame I'd say he was, then it'd take a while." "How'd he find us?" Jake asks. "It's not like we left a note in his house saying we were moving up to the ski lodge." "Their house burned down," Angela says. "I know," Jake says. "I'm just saying it seems a little suspicious, and we don't know who the others are. Jason introduced them. The girls are from Prospect, but none of us knew them. The men were vacationing in the area when the attacks happened. There are questions we need answered, especially considering what Prospect has done to us and what we plan to do to them." "I agree," I say, "but that is Jason Hatch, and his children, our children, need to see their father." "I guess," Angela starts, "I guess they'll—" "Yes," I say quickly. "I guess they will. And I'm so glad Tony and Lily will have their dad back. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit to feeling like I'm losing something." "They'll always be our children, Molly," Jake says. "Whether they're with us or their dad, we'll still love them the same." I stare out the window as tears fall down my face. The dichotomy of emotions almost overwhelms me. I'm praising God for Jason's return, while feeling like I'm losing a piece of my heart. My hand goes to my mouth as I realize this is the answer to one of my prayers, my concern. Jake will be overwhelmed taking care of 3 young children when I'm gone. I knew God would make a way, but I figured it'd be with the rest of our extended family pitching in as everyone does now. "Thank you, Jesus," I whisper quietly. As we get to the parking lot, Jake cranks down the window of our old ranch truck, asking Evan, "You want me to drive across the bridge and try and make it up the hill? Or you want to walk them?" "I'm not feeling that adventurous today. Let's just walk." Jake turns to me. "Should I get the snowmobile to zip you up?" "I'm going up to find Tim and Gavin," Angela says as she opens her door. I get out of the truck as Evan and his team unload Jason and the others. "I can walk," I say to Jake. "I'm still feeling fine." "You sure?" "Yeah. I walked up before lunch, remember?" "A lot has happened since lunch." "No kidding," I mutter. Once we're across the bridge, I take a deep breath. It smells like spring. The ice melting off the creek and some of the deciduous trees growing along the water are beginning to bud. I want to cherish this day, the memory of the children of my heart's father returning from the dead. I only need to stop and catch my breath twice before we make it to the top of the hill and the jail. Jake opens the door for me and we step inside the sparsely lit room, giving our eyes a minute to adjust. While waiting, I remove my hat and neck gaiter. The room is plenty warm, thanks to the roaring fire in the wood stove. At the back of the building are 2 makeshift cells, the same ones we used to house Shannon, Roscoe, and Heath in the months since the insurrection. Now only Heath remains. Currently, he's in his cell while the other 5 are in the second. After we finish with Prospect, we need to determine what to do with Heath for the long term. Mike supports Heath's statement that he wasn't involved in the escape. He seemed completely surprised when Shannon and Roscoe began their attack. But his attempted escape, beating his wife, and involvement in Dawson's uprising can't be ignored. "Hey, Molly, Jake." "Hi, Clark," I say as Jake and Deputy Clark shake hands. It's always funny to me how often men who see each other on a regular basis still shake when greeting. Clark's that way, though, always respectful and seems pleased to see his friends. In a quiet voice, Clark says, "I know Evan was waiting for you and Kelly Hudson to arrive before talking to Jason. It's definitely him." "We know," Jake says with a smile. I give a nod as tears again fill my eyes. "Where's Kelly?" I ask. "Not sure. We sent for her. You've done right by his children, and I know you've loved them as your own." "So he doesn't know about Olivia yet?" "Not yet. Thought it'd be best with—" "Molly, Jake, come on over here," Evan says. Only Leo and Harv from the security team remain with Evan. Clark walks with us to the lockup. As we near the area, Jason says, "Molly, could you go get my wife so we can clear this up?" "Step to the door, Jason," Evan says. "The rest of you, go against the far wall." The cells, added in the early days of our move to the mountain, are reminiscent of an actual jail but modified to use what we had available. The building was already in place, built as a large lean-to type of structure against the ski lodge and used for storage. The back of the building butts up against the ski lodge, but was reinforced with 6-inch logs to prevent any prisoners from busting through. Same with the already existing sidewalls. The front walls of the cells were added out of poured concrete to 4 feet, then rebar to the roof so there's at least a partial view of the occupants. Then, on each cell, is a steel door salvaged from buildings in Bakerville. It must be secure, or Shannon and Roscoe would have busted out when locked up instead of on work duty. "Yes, sir," one of the tall men answers. After Jason is quickly taken out of the cell, Heath, who's watching with rapt interest, says, "Hey, I know you. Your wife was that tiny little blonde girl, right?" "That's enough, Heath," Clark orders. "Why do you have him locked up?" Jason asks, jutting a finger in Heath's direction. "We can discuss that later," Evan says. Jason blinks a few times and then looks at Heath. "You're Dot's husband, right? Tell them you know me." "Your identity is no longer in question," Clark says, while Evan says, "Step over here, Jason." "Wait a minute," Jason says, a look taking over his face. He turns back to Heath. "What do you mean was?" "Over here, Jason." Evan motions to the table and a chair he has pulled out. Jason spins toward Evan. "He said my wife was that tiny blonde girl. Is my wife? Where's Olivia? I want you to bring her to me right now." "Have a seat," Evan says, pulling out a chair. He's using his cop voice, a tone that leaves no doubt he's in charge. "She's dead, isn't she?" Jason asks as he sits limply in the chair. "My children?" "I'm sorry, Jason," Evan says. "Olivia, we lost her last summer." Jason raises his hands to his face and scrubs at his eyes. "Your children, though, they're fine. They've been living with Molly and Jake." "Thank you," Jason says, his voice quiet and haggard. He lifts his face so he can first meet Jake's gaze and then my own. "What happened?" His voice cracks. In a near whisper, he asks, "Olivia?" "There's time for that later," Evan says, then turns to Jake and me. "Have a seat?" he asks, motioning to the other 2 chairs surrounding the round table. Jake pulls out my chair before taking his own. "I think I knew about her, about Olivia," Jason says. "I had a feeling." He lets out a long, slow breath. "Did she suffer?" "We don't think she did," Clark answers. Not the answer I would have given, considering she was kidnapped prior to being murdered, but it's the right answer to give her grieving husband. Jason nods and again puts his hands to his face. Once we're seated, Evan says, "We'll answer all your questions, and as soon as we know you're not here to mean us any harm, we'll let you see them." He drops his hands and looks at Evan with narrowed eyes. "Mean you harm? I came home for my family. I found my house burned down and Bakerville deserted. I've been looking for them. I just want my family. I'm not here to harm anyone." "And your friends?" Clark asks. "They're from Prospect." "Prospect? I cry out. "Molly," Evan says in a warning voice. I shut my mouth with a nod. We're watching Prospect, and yet here they are. "Do you know what Prospect's like?" Jason asks. "It's a rat hole. Worse than a rat hole. They're euthanizing people, killing the elderly and the disabled. They had to get Jolie out. She's on the spectrum. It was only a matter of time." "Which one is Jolie?" I ask, which earns me a look of reprimand from Evan. I lift a shoulder in apology. "That's Jolie," Jason says, pointing to the girl. Unlike the other three who are standing at the front, where the half wall is filled in with rebar, she's sitting on one of the cots. I can only see her head, but she seems to be fascinated with something on the ground. She's only 13. Her parents were killed months ago. The brothers, Chance and Chase, they've been looking out for her. And now, with Maddie, she knows things. She'll tell you. I look to the cage where the woman is nodding vigorously. She takes in a breath and looks to one of the brothers. He gives her a nod. She turns back to us. "I was on the acquisition team." Evan's face goes hard as he spins toward her. With a voice like ice, he asks, "You were on the team that attacked us?" "No," she says, shaking her head vigorously. "I wasn't on the mission, but I know about it. We had a meeting and Major Lassiter told us. His version of events anyway." "Major Lassiter?" Clark says slowly. "Fred Lassiter?" I feel myself pale. Fred Lassiter, former jailer for Prospector County Sheriff Department who advanced to deputy of Bakerville early in the attacks. Deputy Fred was our law enforcement until we discovered he was a criminal himself, having purchased a wife and children. We only discovered his horrific deeds when Shari, the youngest girl, escaped. After Fred was captured, a group was transporting him to Prospect for justice when he killed his guards and disappeared. Many believed Deputy Fred had fled the area, but now... "I think Fred is his name," she says in a hesitant voice. "We don't call him by his first name. He wouldn't like that." Evan and Clark share a look before Evan asks, "What else can you tell us?" "There's a resistance." "We've heard about it. One of the murderers sent here said there was a bomb detonated in Prospect Hotel, killing Majors' wife." "Huh," one of the brothers scoffs. "That wasn't the resistance. Majors planted the bomb himself." "What?" I exclaim. "Why would he do that?" "To blame the resistance and get rid of his wife. He pauses and looks to Maddie. "He has a group of women," Maddie says. "Being one of his group gives extra privileges. But I think his wife was probably preventing his full plans. And now, he's moved a few women into the Bunn mansion. That's where he's living now after the explosion at the hotel." "A few?" Evan asks. "We heard about one." "Right," the man says. "She was kidnapped from here?" Evan tilts his head. "You tell me." The other brother nods and takes over. "We heard a rumor she was kidnapped, but we don't know where from. Majors knew her before and ordered her found. Then, a few days ago, Maddie was told she and another lady used to live here." "What about the other one?" "She'd been living at the bordello, but after the explosion, Majors claimed her too," Maddie says. "I've seen them, talked to both. They're alive, living at the Bunn mansion." I feel myself smile. "We were worried Shelby might have been sold and taken elsewhere, resulting in us never finding her. If this is true, if Milena and Shelby are both living with Richard Majors, we can get them back. There was already a plan in place to retrieve Milena, based on the information acquired from the attacker Bo gave before he died. The position I've been given for my Overwatch job is part of the rescue mission. Both Milena and Shelby used to live in Prospect before the attacks. I didn't know them then, but one of my friends did," Maddie says. "My friend lives in the mansion too. There are 3 others, or there was. I don't know the number now, and lots of staff. Most of them are nice people just trying to get by." "The staff or the other women?" Evan asks. Maddie chews on her thumbnail for a moment. "Both, I guess. You need to understand, the women, they just..." She lets out a sigh. There's no choice, really. If Richard takes an interest in you, it's not like you can say no. I'm sure they understand, Chance says, narrowing his eyes at Evan. Right? Evan lifts a hand. I'm not here to judge, just gathering the information we need. You're going after them, aren't you? Maddie asks with a look of determination. If you do it right, you could end this once and for all. There's only a few who are extremists. If you... She takes a breath, then gives a nod. If you kill them, you can take the town back. And if you connect with the resistance, they'll help. The brother standing next to her says as he reaches for her hand. They've been picking people off one or two at a time, the ones who they know were faithful to Majors and his son. Why not just kill Majors? I ask, cringing as I hear how heartless I sound. They'd like to, he says. Are you part of the resistance? Clark asks. The brothers look at each other before the one holding Maddie's hand says, Jason doesn't have the full picture of why we're here. Chapter 36. Molly. What do you mean, I don't have the full picture? Jason asks, spinning in his chair to look at the man in the cell. Chance, explain. With a nod, the man says, Yeah, it's time for that. Chase and I were visiting when the attack started. A look passes between the brothers. The second brother, Chase, jumps in. For several days, we had no idea there was anything going on. We'd spent some time in Yellowstone and then moved into the national forest, camping and climbing. We were in the backcountry for almost 2 weeks. We didn't even know there was a problem until we got back to our car and it wouldn't start. You were in the backcountry for 2 weeks? I ask, raising my eyebrows. You were able to take that much food in with you? We were using our SUV as a base camp, Chance says. We went back once to reload on food. We didn't see anyone and everything was fine with our car. We even started it up to make sure the battery was good. Plus, we stretched our food with fish, Chase adds. There's several creeks and small lakes up there. Our plan was to stay another week or two, but when we went back to resupply, the car wouldn't start. Didn't you have phones with you? I ask. Didn't they stop working? Both shrug. Yeah, Chance says, but we thought the batteries just went dead. It was weird it happened at the same time, but at the time... He lifts his hands. Even when the car didn't start, we thought it was a battery issue. We were parked up a Forest Service road, so we walked down to the main road, thinking we'd stop someone to give us a jump. After 3 hours without any traffic, we started to think something might be up. We went back to the car and camped overnight, then started walking into Prospect the next day. That's when we discovered all we missed. Did you hear how things were before Richard took over? Maddie asks. It doesn't escape my notice she refers to him by his first name instead of Mayor Majors, Mr. Majors, or even Richard Majors. The look shared by Evan and Clark suggests they caught it too. We were good, she continues. Mayor Stringer had plans and was making them happen. Then everything changed. Now there's a few people completely loyal, not as many as there were before, but still some. If you were to combine forces with the resistance and take out most of the acquisition team, plus the few remaining on Century and Scott Majors, the workers would join the revolt. Most of them anyway. And I suppose you have an idea of how we can connect with the rebels? Evan asks, giving the brothers a hard look. That's why we're here, Chase says. Wait, Jason says. You're part of the rebellion? I thought... You said the three of you were tired of living under Majors' rule and we had to get Jolie out of there. That's true, Chase says. With the genocide, she'll be targeted. When we found out where the rest of the Bakerville people had moved and knew you were part of them, well, it seemed we might have an in, a way to make contact and, recruit help, especially considering half of your town was slaughtered by Majors' thugs. Maddie hangs her head on his final words. They'll be coming here next, Maddie says. The plans are already in the works. There was a meeting before I left. The scouts returned home and we heard about how you attacked them. We didn't attack them, I blurt. Figured, she says with a nod. But that's the official story. They were surveillance only and you caught them and attacked. Did you kill 3 of our people?" "Why would they say we attacked?" Jake asks. "Because it fits their narrative. Oh, and you're a crazy cult who holds people as hostages and slaves." I let out a laugh while Jake says, "Really?" Evan and Clark just shake their heads. They're mounting a full attack. They'll send the entire acquisition team, and they've even recruited others to bolster their numbers. "And you were the ones who killed our friends, the people from Bakerville still living on the river?" Jake asks. She meets his eyes. "The acquisition team is tasked with procuring the things the town of Prospect needs to survive." "So that's a yes?" Jake asks with a quiver in his voice. "You're one of the murderers?" She gives a slow nod. "I was on the team, stationed as a guard. My job was to shoot anyone who tried to run away. There wasn't anyone in Bakerville who was able to run. While I'm responsible for their murders, I didn't pull the trigger. My life has changed recently, and I'm trying to make amends for the awful things I've done." "You're part of the rebellion, too?" Clark asks. "If you're on the, acquisition team, it seems to me staying in Prospect would have been smart. You'd have an inside man." "We still do," Chase says. "Maddie is with us because she and Chance are a couple. With her position in Prospect, they can't be together. And she was recently moved from the acquisition team to a new posting. Her place in the rebellion is more by relationship than anything. She didn't even know we were part of it until we were on the way here." "I had no idea," Maddie says, shaking her head. I was kind of mad Chance told me." "Chance didn't tell me," Jason says. "Sure would have been nice to know." "Sorry," Chase says. "We do have someone on the inside, part of the acquisition team." "You're sure?" Evan asks. "You're sure he's loyal to you and not just using you to squash the rebellion?" "Positive. And who said it's a he?" As our group stares at the people in the cell, Heath pipes in with, "Sounds like you'd better team up so you can end this once and for all." "That's why we're here," Chase says. "What's in this for you?" I ask. "Pardon?" "You were vacationing when everything happened. Why didn't you just keep on hiking and head for home?" "We planned on it. But when we arrived in Prospect, they were doing good things and we thought we could help. Jolie's parents let us stay with them. Besides, we didn't figure we'd have enough time to make it home before winter, and we didn't want to risk it." "Where's home?" Clark asks. "Upstate New York. When Jolie's parents were killed in the takeover, we knew we couldn't leave her. And at the time, we had no idea how bad things could get. Had we known, we would have taken her and left, even without some place to spend the winter." "When did you join the resistance?" I ask. "It wasn't long after Majors took over. Then there were only a handful of us. And now, I'm not exactly sure. Over 100, but probably less than 200. We have groups that operate independent of each other. It's a safety measure, so in case someone is caught, everyone isn't exposed." "And one of your people is on the acquisition team?" "There may be more than one. I only know what I know since we operate independently. Plus, there's a few people on the acquisition team who would probably join us if they thought they had a chance at living a normal life," Maddie says, nodding her head. "Some are just there because of what it gets us. We have the best of everything: housing, food, no work other than training, and the actual raids." "Yeah, being a hired killer is an easy job," Clark says, voice laced with disgust. "No, it's not," she says. "But some of us do it because it keeps us fed and alive. I decided to not die. I've done what I've had to do to live. I'm not proud of any of it, but I'm still alive, and now I can change some of what I've done. With your help, we can take back Prospect." The back and forth with the brothers and Maddie continues for many minutes. In my opinion, they're legit in their desire to have us help them end the siege in Prospect. And I completely believe Maddie when she says they'll be coming after us. We already knew, though, which is why we're going on the offensive. We're so involved in the conversation, the opening of the door causes all of us sitting around the table to jump. "Sorry I'm so late," Kelly says as she comes into the room. "We had an emergency at the clinic." "Everything okay?" Clark asks. One of the children got stung by something, probably a spider or bee, and they had a reaction. It was fairly severe, but he'll be fine. A bee? I ask. She shrugs. Or a spider. He was in the nursery when he started screaming. She steps to the table and says, "Hello, Jason. Mrs. Hudson, did they ask you to be here to tell me about Olivia dying?" "I'm so sorry for your loss," she says, stepping forward to give him an embrace. When she releases him, he thanks her for her kindness, then turns to Evan. "Are we about done here so I can see my children, or do you still think I'm a threat?" "Jake, would you like to go get Tony and Lily?" Evan asks. "Now that we've had a good discussion and Kelly is here, I think it's time." "I'll go too," I say, jumping up. "Maybe tell them before you come in," Kelly says. "While a surprise sounds wonderful, it might not be." Jake holds my hand as we walk the short distance to the dining room. After the scare we had with people walking up the road, we assume they've been given the all-clear and regular school classes are in session. Regular isn't the right word. While we're getting ready for the attack on Prospect, only a few are currently teaching, causing lessons to be scaled down considerably. Mostly, it's a babysitting service. I let out a slow breath. I'm so happy for Tony and Lily. "Me too," Jake answers, giving my hand a squeeze. "It's a miracle for sure. And with this miracle, I'm praying for more." We find Lily in the nursery. She quickly tells us about her friend Hunter and what happened. "It was so scary, Mommy. He screamed and then his entire face got big like this." She puffs her cheeks out. "Aunt Karen grabbed him and ran all the way to the clinic. Mrs. Pamela told us not to worry, but I still did." I look to Karen, who gives a shrug. "Kelly stopped by a few minutes ago and said he'll be okay." "We saw her," I say, quick thinking to get him there. "It's been quite a day," she says. "I'm glad we got the all clear before Hunter's incident." "We're going to take Lily with us," Jake says. "Are Tony and Malcolm upstairs?" "Yes, Alina is with the older children." Upstairs, Malcolm is less than happy when we tell him to stay while Tony and Lily go with us. Tony gives me a slight side-eye as he asks, "Am I in trouble?" "Not at all," I say, blinking to keep the tears away. "Why do you look like you've been crying?" Lily asks. "It's happy tears," I say, reaching for her hand. "Let's put on your jacket. You'll see." Once we're outside and away from the other children, Jake says, "Do you want to sit on the deck for a minute?" "I'd rather you just tell us and get it over with," Tony says, crossing his arms across his chest. Jake lifts his head in my direction, indicating I should start. "You know how we had the scare a little while ago about people coming up the road?" I ask. "You heard about that?" "Yeah, but Aunt Karen and Mrs. Pamela said it was a false alarm," Lily answers. "It was... sort of. There really were people walking up the road, but they aren't here to attack us." Tony raises his eyebrows. "What does that have to do with us, with Lily and me?" I give him a smile as tears again spring to my eyes. "It's your dad," Jake says. "He was one of the people on the road." "My dad," Tony repeats, furrowing his brow. "My first daddy is in heaven with my mommy," Lily says. "Our dad's not dead?" Tony asks, his words coming in a rush. "He's here?" I swallow hard as I nod. "He's here," I say in a squeaky voice. Tony starts to walk. I reach out and touch his arm. "I don't want you to be too surprised when you see him. He's lost some weight and looks a little scruffy, but he's so excited to see you." "Does he remember me?" Lily asks, her face scrunched up in thought. "Yes, absolutely. And he loves you just as much now as ever before." Does he know about our mom?" Tony asks in a shaky voice. "He knows," Jake says. "Are you ready to see him?" Tony lifts a shoulder and nods his head, then grabs his sister's arm. "Where is he?" "He's in Deputy Clark's office." "He's in the jail?" Lily asks as her eyes go wide. "Did he do something bad?" "No way," Tony says. "Right?" "Nothing bad at all," Jake says. "It was just the place they took your dad and his friends when they showed up so we could talk to them. Your mom, Molly said he's lost some weight, right? He looks different, so we had to make sure who he was so we could keep everyone safe. And we don't know his friends at all. When we left the office, they were in the locked rooms. I don't want you to be surprised." "Our dad, too?" Tony asks. "He's in the jail cells?" "No, he was sitting at the table." "Okay, let's go," Tony says as he starts to walk. Jake and I let them lead. Tony's still holding his sister's hand, guiding her. When we reach the door, he stops and looks at us. I'm a little nervous." "Do you want us to go first?" I ask. "Yeah, maybe," he says as he steps aside. "It's darker in the room than out here, so we'll pause for a moment after stepping in so our eyes can adjust," Jake says. Inside the building, before my eyes have adjusted to let me see, I hear the scraping of a chair against the cement slab. "Tony? Lily?" Jason asks. "Go ahead," Evan says quietly. "Go see your children." "Dad?" Tony asks as Jason takes a few steps toward him. "Dad!" he cries, then bounds across the room and jumps into Jason's waiting arms. "Tony, you're so tall, look at you!" Lily, still standing next to Jake and me, whispers, "Are you sure he's my dad?" I kneel on one knee and say, "I'm sure, sweetie, it's okay if you don't remember. You were almost a whole year younger when you saw him last." I kind of remember. It's just, when I close my eyes, he looks different. "Lily's big too, Dad," Tony says, releasing Jason and motioning in our direction. "But sometimes she's a little shy." Jason clears his throat, then says, "I understand. And Mrs. Hudson reminded me I look a lot different than the last time she saw me. Isn't that right, Lily?" She gives a nod and steps close to me, holding onto my leg. "Are you really my dad?" She asks shyly. "Do you know when my birthday is?" "I know when your birthday is and when Tony's is. And I know that when you were born, you had the biggest eyes ever." Lily nods. "That's what my dad used to tell me. And then my dad would say, 'I wondered if the rest of your body would ever catch up to your eyes.' I think they did. Look how big you are." She releases me and takes a few steps toward Jason and Tony. "That's what my dad said every time." She turns and looks at Jake and me. "Is it okay? Can I hug him?" Not trusting my voice, I nod as Jake says, "I'm sure he'd like that." She reaches her arms up toward him, letting him pick her up. After a few seconds, she says, "You should probably have a shower." Jason gives a hearty, tear-laced laugh before saying, "No doubt." Chapter 37. Saturday, day 312. Molly. "Do you think everything went okay with Sarah and the rest of them?" I whisper to Jake as I dress. "I'm sure they're fine and where they're supposed to be," he answers quietly as he buttons his flannel shirt. "It was snowing when we went to bed and cold in our room this morning, but it should warm up as the day goes on. Layers are smart this time of year. I already have my thermal long johns and undershirt on, having slept in them. With my lack of body fat, I find it much more difficult to keep warm than I did before. Sliding into my insulated pants, I ask, 'Do you think the new plan is a good one?' With a shrug, he says, 'Reggie Roberts seems to like it better, so that's something.' I put my finger to my lips as Malcolm squirms in his bed. We've moved to the first floor of the ski lodge, into a bunk room set up for the home guard. Sissy and Andy share a bottom bunk, with Mark in the top. I was in a bottom bunk with Malcolm in the top, while Jake slept in a cot. Tonight, the children will move into the room Callie and Karen have been given. They'll all have camping cots or pads until this is over. Last night, because there are still people here leaving today, including Jake and me, people are sleeping wherever they can find a spot. We were fortunate to have a room as a family. I step closer to Jake and whisper, 'And you don't think Chase and Chance are setting us up?' 'I think we've taken precautions in case they are.' 'Yeah, but are we taking enough precautions?' 'I don't know what else we can do, and more importantly, Evan, the security team and the retired soldiers don't know what more we can do. They're the experts in this. You and me, we're just grunts.' He gives me a wink. I shake my head at him, and then twist my back to relieve the ache. After the surprise appearance of Jason and the others, we had to rethink everything. Our foot soldiers, who were scheduled to leave at daylight the day after Jason and the Prospect people arrived, were pushed back until new plans were finalized and shared. Reggie Roberts, who was very vocal about how the original plan would get everyone killed, including our children and elderly staying behind, finally said, "You know what? It might just work, provided you really do have the Prospect Rebellion on your side and it's not a giant trap." To help ensure it isn't a trap, we've kept the brothers, Maddie and Jolie, separate. And we've also hidden our true numbers from them and shared only part of our plan, the part the rebellion is directly involved in. They don't even know we sent out 2 groups of foot soldiers. One group includes Mike, his dad, several dozen other militia, and half of the security team. They left at noon 2 days ago, with our vehicles ferrying them down the road to a location where they'll then head east of Prospect and divide into 2 groups. One will stay at their eastern camp, and the other will head south of town and set up there. Dax Cameron and another man are with them. Each will set up with one of the long-range rifles and a spotter, one east of town and the other south. A couple of others are also acting as overwatch, only with common hunting rifles, and will also have hidden locations. Once our first group of foot soldiers were gone, we had a community meeting, which included the Prospect Rebels. That's when the part of the plan we needed them to be involved in was hashed out. Chance and Chase both seemed to be rather disappointed at the size of our group, lamenting several times about how they expected our numbers to be larger. Maddie kept reminding everyone that while the town of Prospect still has around 5,000 people, a huge loss of the original size of almost 10,000, not everyone is loyal to Richard Majors. "It's not like they like him," she said. "He wasn't popular before the disaster started, and then when he killed Mayor Stringer and took over in such a violent manner, they definitely didn't like him. Most people are just trying to survive. They keep their head down and do what they're told while waiting for this nightmare to end." "Exactly how do they think it's going to end?" Doris asked. With a shrug, Maddie said, "There used to be talk of the governor stepping in, that he'd send the National Guard once he heard what happened in our town. When it didn't happen, people said maybe the president would help, but nothing happened there either. We've been on our own. And now most people are exhausted, hopeless, and just doing what they can to get through each day." "It sounds like they haven't heard the alerts the president and his people have put out. Do they not have a working radio? Or are Richard Majors and his team keeping things quiet? That'd make sense. If the townspeople thought help was on the way, he'd lose his ability to control by fear. As agreed before bringing the rebels into the meeting, we didn't share what we know about the president's announcements. If this is a trap, the less info they have, the better. We spent hours going over the plan. Maddie said she was sure several people from the acquisition team would join the rebellion. It seems she thinks many, like her, hate what they do and are on the team only out of need for their own survival. The little bit I've heard about what they've done turns my stomach. Although Maddie insists she was only ever a guard and she knows what she did was wrong, I find myself being incredibly judgmental and not wanting her help or help from any of her raider friends. "And your group on the road from Wesley is important," Maddie said, nodding earnestly. "Don't forget there's a bad element that overtook the town and is working in conjunction with Scott Majors. We've been on a raid with them, and they're scary." "We have it covered," Evan said. "They won't get in. And remember, the town of Wesley will need to be, what's the word?" Maddie asked, looking to Chance. "Liberated?" "Right." Shortly after Richard took over, many people from their town came to Prospect. The ones still in Wesley are essentially slaves. When I was there last month, I was surprised at the condition of the people. You'll need to free them after eliminating their captors. "We understand," Evan said. "And the bordello is on the road too," Chase said. "A lot of things need to happen concurrently. They need to be freed. Your people need to be ready for an attack from Wesley while they attack Prospect. I'm confident the rebellion will be able to somewhat neutralize the aggressors in Prospect, but we'll need to count on you to free the women and children being held in the bordello, and to watch our backs from Wesley." "It'll happen," Evan answered. "We don't want to kill anyone we don't have to," Chase said, shaking his head. "While we know this, we know war is the only option. It's not what we want." "It's not what we want either," Evan agreed. "We were living here peacefully, our friends on the river too, but Majors and his henchmen brought war to us. There's no way they'll leave us alone." "No," Maddie said. "They won't. And it can't keep going the way it is in Prospect, with them committing mass murder against not only those they raid, but the elderly and infirm in our own town." "We want people to have the opportunity to surrender," Chance said. "It'll make things harder for our team," Leo said. "As we free the women in the bordello, we need surprise on our side. Asking them to surrender may not be possible." "Understood," Chance said. "And we know the contingent from Wesley will come in with guns blazing. Just do what you can. If we massacre indiscriminately, we're no better than Richard and Scott Majors." With a decent plan in place, the rest of our foot soldiers and security team left the next morning. Sarah is part of the group, along with Art, Ben, and Destiny. Some of them were driven down the mountain to a drop-off location to hike to their spots. The team Leo's leading, which Sarah and Destiny are a part of, will be the ones liberating the bordello and watching for the attack from Wesley. We only have a vague idea of how many guards are at the bordello, but at least we know the exact location, thanks to the brothers. They'll gather as much intel as they can before the attack and adjust as needed. Art and Ben are part of the team launching a direct attack on Prospect in conjunction with the rebellion. Both teams are going to be in the thick of it, and we'll have to trust Chance, Chase, and Maddie are being truthful. Katie, Madison, Lori, and Belinda also left so they can set up the triage area. Paul Cameron and 2 other men drove them using the teams, Paul's chuck wagon and 2 open wagons. Paul is setting them up at a place he calls the Bowl, a hidden location on the land he owns outside of Prospect. He says it's far enough to not be found, but close enough to get people to for treatment. The chuck wagon has been converted to use as a covered transport vehicle, removing most of the cooking items and installing benches. The Prospect group doesn't know about our watchers, another security measure to try and keep the home guard safe. And our true home guard numbers have been hidden. As far as they know, it's only our extreme elderly, injured, and children staying behind. They don't know about the able-bodied or only mildly injured people like Tim. We kept them out of the planning meeting. While the subterfuge feels wrong, it's also necessary. I want to believe what they say. And according to Kelly Hudson, they're being truthful. Even Reggie thinks they're on the up and up. But he also says, we can't be too careful. With our foot soldiers in place, today is the day. Jake, Angela, me, and the rest of the Overwatch and sharpshooters are leaving. Chase, Chance, and Maddie will go with us, riding 4-wheelers, horses, or the final team and wagon. Once we get close to Prospect, we'll camp overnight for our attack at dawn. The brothers and Maddie will go into Prospect to prepare the rebellion. With the different groups of rebels, Chase said they'll need the time to connect with everyone. That's the part we're risking. Trusting they'll actually connect with people who want to defeat Richard Majors, as opposed to running to him and his henchmen to serve us up on a silver platter. Just in case, the teams they don't know about are strategically stationed and ready to foil any traps. At least that's the plan. Is it time to get up, Grandmo? Mark asks, rolling over to look at me. You can stay in bed if you want, I say. Grandpa and I will be leaving soon, but Aunt Callie knows to come and get you for breakfast. Were you going to tell us goodbye? We did last night so you could keep sleeping, remember? Don't want to keep sleeping, Andy says. Ready to get up. Want to go with you and Grandpa on the snowmobile. No snowmobile rides today, Munchkin, Jake says. Besides, where we're going, there won't be as much snow, so we're taking the quads. He likes the quad, too, Mark says. We go on quad ride when you come back with my mommy, Andy asks. Maybe so, Jake says. We should get up so we can go find Lily, Sissy says. I don't like that she didn't sleep with us. I know it was a strange thing for you, I say. You and Lily have been sharing a room for a while now, but now her dad is home, and it makes sense for her to stay with him. When we move back to the lodge, she'll share your room again. Only until we move back to the farm, right? Mark asks. Then we'll live in our trailer, and Lily and Tony will live in your house. I'm not sure, I answer. We'll have to see what their dad wants to do. It makes me sad Lily isn't my aunt anymore, Sissy says. It's fun having an aunt younger and shorter than me. She won't mind if you still call her Aunt Lily, Jake says. I know you both had a lot of fun with it. I guess, she says with a huge sigh. And if she's still going to call you Mom and Dad, then it's probably okay. After Lily told Jason he needed a shower, she asked him if, even though he was home, she could still call Jake and I Mom and Dad. He didn't even hesitate before saying she absolutely could. When Lily introduced Jason to Sissy and her brothers, she said, "This is my first dad." But he said I can still have my second dad and new mommy too, because they love me, and he loves me. So now I have two dads, but only one mommy right now since my first mommy died. I'll see her again in heaven, though. Since everyone's awake, do you think we can get some breakfast? Malcolm asks. It seems he's started a growth spurt. He's hungry and tired all the time. A growth spurt isn't an easy thing when we're on rations and busy from dawn to dusk, even though the supply house is closed, where we usually get extra food for the children. Doris had things brought over to the lodge, so there'd be snacks and extras for them. With so many of our people gone, they'll be okay on food. On the flip side, there's no organized hunting crew to bring in fresh meat. The day before yesterday, Bryce Cameron got an elk. He hung it overnight and cut it up yesterday, giving them many days of meals. He, along with Alvin and a few others, will still hunt as needed. Plus, they'll be eating the sugar beets and other stored items. Thankfully, the chickens are laying again, so they'll have plenty of eggs. And there's been a cow set aside to cull along with 2 goats and several rabbits. Leslie, who arrived a few months ago with Clarice and Ben, volunteered to snare wild rabbits. Clarice says Leslie became quite proficient at setting different types of snares and traps while they were traveling. There are several other youths in the community who have also been running snare and trap lines over the winter, giving good food options. Clara Michelson, Mick's wife, will be taking over care of the livestock in the corrals and the livestock shed. Art is usually in charge of the livestock shed, but he went with the foot soldiers. I know they said they'd have breakfast early for those of us leaving, I say. We'll see if they have enough for you to have a little bit to tide you over until proper breakfast. You mean second breakfast? Malcolm asks with a cheeky grin. Jake shakes his head. First, these dogs need to go out. Hearing a phrase she knows, Penny gives a low whimper from her bed. Scooter bounces up, ready to go. Callie's going to have her hands full with the children and dogs. Karen, who has taken over the main role of teacher since the death of her mom, Lois, a few months ago, won't be going on the raid either. It was decided she was a stable force for the children, and her talents would be best used as part of the home guard. She'll even continue with classes to provide as much normalcy as possible. She's promised to help Callie with our brood and has also given her word to other worried parents that she'll be there for their children. Upstairs on the main floor, the beds are all empty as people prepare to go. The aroma of fried meat is filling the room, causing my stomach to growl. My appetite is unpredictable these days, and Belinda would prefer I eat mostly chicken, rabbit, or eggs, so my reaction is a surprise. "Hey, Mom," Angela says, holding Gavin on her hip. "I see your kids are up early, too." "Seems so," I say. "Have you seen Callie yet?" "No, but I didn't knock on her door either. She had trouble sleeping the night before, so I thought maybe it was best not to wake her." "Okay, it's just..." She drops her shoulder, letting out a big whoosh of air. "I finally finished my letter, and I thought it'd be best for her to keep it. I was going to give it to Tim, but I didn't. He might read it, and that would embarrass me. I know Callie won't. Did you give her yours?" I answer with a slight nod. Cole Gunderson suggested we all write letters to leave with a loved one, which are really more of a last will and testament. Sarah, Katie, and the others gave Callie theirs before they left. Even though we all talked and planned for the children, getting the letters was extremely hard on Callie. She got one from Mike first since he left with the first group. That was bad, but then to get them from her sisters made it worse. Roy left his letter with Sheila. Sheila has healed well enough, and the threat of infection isn't the concern it was before. Like everyone else, she's now living in the ski lodge, sharing a room with Kelly Hudson. With Katie, Lori, Madison, and Belinda gone to act as medics in the field, only Kelly and June remain as our on-site medical team. June and her 2 children have a room next to Kelly and Sheila. "Where is Tim?" I ask. "He's at the jail. With Clark and his deputies now acting as militia, he was given that for his watch shift last night." Even though we're trusting the brothers and Maddie, they're still sleeping in the cells. Chase and Chance are in with Heath, while Maddie is with Jolie. They all said they understood the need for it. We offered to move Jolie to the ski lodge, but she wanted to stay. I'm not sure how it will go when Maddie and the brothers leave and force Jolie to stay behind. I haven't been around her other than when we were talking to Jason on the day they arrived, but Kelly has concerns about her attachment to the brothers and thinks she's likely to have a meltdown when she realizes they're gone. The plan is to move her in with Kelly and Sheila. Hopefully it goes well. With the excitement of leaving, the room quickly fills, not only with those of us going, but with the families also. "Molly!" a gravelly female voice asks. I turn to see Dolores Lancaster standing too close to me. I don't have the energy for another round with her this morning. Pasting a phony smile on my face, I say, "Good morning, Dolores." She responds with her own forced smile. "May I speak with you privately?" Angela raises her eyebrows at me. I give her a nod before saying, "Okay." Angela takes several steps away while Dolores steps even closer. "I've heard you're not feeling well, but are still going on the raid." I narrow my eyes. "I'm well enough to do my duty." She waves a hand. "My husband, he had terrible pains in his back toward the end. All we could do was give him medicine for it. I have a few I've kept back." She thrusts a small package toward me. "Here, it's a seed packet, bachelor button flowers." "Okay?" "There's 3 pills, OxyContin. It'll help keep the pain away so you can do what's needed. It's probably best to only take half at a time so you don't get loopy." I give her a nod as my eyes fill. "Thank you, Dolores. I'll return whatever's left over." "No need. Just give them to Belinda, but don't tell her where you got them, okay?" "Understood." She gives me a genuine smile before turning and striding confidently across the room. "Mom," Angela says, moving next to me. "Don't worry about it," I say, pocketing the seed package. "There's Callie." I motion to her as she crests the staircase, one hand holding her swollen belly to keep it from swaying with the motion. Once Callie reaches us, she says, "It sure is hard to sleep with all the noise." "I guess it would be," I answer with a smile. "Was last night better? Were you able to get comfortable?" "Ugh, no, the bed is awful. I might make Malcolm sleep in it tonight and I'll take the floor. It couldn't be any worse." "Your baby might not like that," Angela says. "She couldn't hate it any more than she does the bed." "She?" I ask, raising my eyebrows. "Maybe," Callie shrugs. "It's about time for a girl, don't you think? Angela and Sarah both had boys." "I don't think it works that way," Angela says. "Here." She thrusts her letter to Callie. "You're not going to need this, but here it is anyway." Callie gives an exaggerated frown. "I really hate this." "Yeah, we all do," Angela says. Jason enters from the stairs across the room with Lily in his arms and Tony by his side. He raises his free hand in greeting. He'll be staying here as part of the home guard. Originally, he wanted to go along and be part of the attack team Sarah's on. Evan quashed that by saying he's never trained with the team. Physically, it makes more sense for him to stay here. Walking from North Dakota took a lot out of him, and his being here gives Jake and I peace of mind. If one or both of us don't return, we know his children, our children, will be well cared for. I glance to Malcolm. He'll be well cared for too. Callie, Sarah, Katie, and Angela will see to it. I swallow a lump in my throat. My heart aches thinking of the danger my children face. With Sarah on the attack team and Angela by my side, Callie will be safe here, as long as we all do our jobs, and Katie should also be okay. But Sarah and Angela. Okay, folks, Evan says. It seems we're all up and ready to go. Will someone retrieve our prospect guests? Then we'll get to eating and head out. Alvin Caldwell, once they arrive, will you lead us in prayer? Normally Chaplain Rick, who was killed in the sniper attack, or David Hammer would give the blessing. David is part of the Watcher group and is already in place at their campsite. Bill Shane's security team is also gone, having been camping off and on since the attacks to keep an eye on the Prospect Raiders. While I do have a general idea where the Watcher camp is, Bill's team location isn't known to me, other than being close enough for them to be part of the direct attack on Prospect. We'll be meeting up with them later today. Chase, his brother, and the girls come in the room, followed by Tim. While they aren't cuffed and Tim doesn't have a weapon trained on them, it's obvious he's keeping a close eye. Did something happen while he was on watch that concerns him? Tim leads the Prospect people to Evan. They exchange a few quiet words. Then Tim looks around the room. Seeing Angela and Gavin, he makes a beeline for them. "Everything okay?" Angela asks in a quiet voice once he reaches her side. "Yeah, I guess. The three of them were praying this morning. The girl was... I probably shouldn't have been listening." "And," I ask, "and some of the stuff they've done, the team she was part of, makes me sick to my stomach." "She talked about it while she was praying?" Angela asks. He lifts his shoulders all the way to his ears. "She was begging for forgiveness, asking God for a chance to make it right, and it seems she was part of a harem or something." I give a slight nod. She'd alluded to that. Anyway, when she was done, Chance reminded her she's a Christian and God's forgiven her sins. She needs to forgive herself. She told him she doesn't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself because the things she's done are too terrible. "Sin is sin," Chance said. "While you might think your sins are too terrible, when you placed your faith in Jesus Christ for salvation, all of your sins were forgiven. When Jesus died on the cross, he died to pay the penalty for all of the sins of the entire world, yours included." She started crying. Then Heath got involved in it and asked Chance to tell him more. Before I knew what was happening, Heath was praying and asking for Jesus to forgive his sins too. It was overwhelming and wonderful. It makes me think we have it wrong, suspecting them of setting a trap. I think they're the real deal. Realizing I'm in tears, I shake my head. Did any of us ever think of sharing the gospel with Heath? I know I didn't. Did Evan? He tried to get a dying man he didn't even know, someone complicit in the murder of his daughter, to accept Jesus' forgiveness before he died. But did any of us try and offer salvation to Heath, to Shannon or Roscoe?
Chapter 38. Lucy. I've heard nothing about Maddie. The day after she disappeared, her room was cleared of her personal belongings. The next day, a new lady moved in. Charlotte is several years older than me and is, quite honestly, the most glamorous of us. She has amazing eyes and perfect lips and cheekbones. Her dark brown hair is wavy, and at one time she probably had what my mom would refer to as an hourglass figure. She's skinny now, but the bone structure is still evident. It still amazes me how Richard chooses such a variety of women. Alyssa asked Mrs. Murphy about Maddie, but she quickly changed the subject, saying, "Sometimes there are things we must not know." That garnered an eye roll from Alyssa, but she did drop it. Those first few days after Maddie left, I wondered about her and whether she made it out safely. At first I thought, if they caught her, she'd be brought back here. But when Charlotte so quickly arrived, I realized if they did catch her, she'd be disposed of quietly. They wouldn't want to draw attention to how someone who was an esteemed member of the acquisition team and a personal favorite of the mayor's could betray the town. No, that wouldn't look good at all. It might even give credence to the terrible things the rebellion does. Not that I know what they're doing now. Living in the Bunn mansion is like being in a different world. We're isolated and alone. We don't go out, and very few people come in. I must admit, I love it. I love the coziness and comfort of being here. The other women can be annoying, especially Alyssa and Star. But for the most part, we really are becoming the family Richard wants. I wonder if this new endeavor has been made public. Surely it would be. There's too many people living and working here for the town not to know, or at least have an idea, about what's going on. What do they think? Most of the town was incredibly supportive of the acquisition team, so being part of it was always something I could be proud of. When I was first promoted from sentry to acquisition, I held my head high. Sure, I know how I got on the team, but it was still a thing to be proud of. I'm not so sure this is the same. Besides being extremely comfortable, our days are very structured. Just like on the acquisition team, we have daily fitness. Because of Maddie disappearing, we're restricted to the house and the grounds, but it's not an issue since Richard has an exercise instructor on staff. I didn't know her before, but she had a gym in town with weights, Zumba, spin class, yoga, Pilates, and probably more. A portion of the large freestanding garage, added to the house sometime after cars were commonplace, but before the historical status, and not included on the tour, has been set up as an exercise space. Mrs. Murphy even joins us in the workouts. They're much less intense than what I'm used to from Janet Cruz. These are almost fun, where Janet's sole goal was to make us miserable. The light exercise does make sense, considering none of the others are in the same physical condition I'm in. In my room, I'm still practicing the kicks, punches, and rolls I was working on with Loretta. I know there's no reason to now, since I'll never go back to that life, but they're enjoyable, and a way to add a little extra fitness into my routine. In addition to the daily movement, we have classes. Yep, just like in school. Mrs. Murphy says it's imperative we're well read. While there is a library in the house, the books in it were all fakes for the museum tour. The town library was vandalized early in the attacks, when Mayor Stringer was still in charge. Richard was able to have many of the books and items salvaged and put into storage. A good amount were brought to the library in the Bunn mansion, and Mrs. Murphy brought much of her own personal collection. We're reading and discussing Canterbury Tales by Chaucer. I'm not sure she could have picked a more boring book to start with. The copy she has is even written in Middle English, and is not only dull but difficult to follow. Even the Bible Maddie left me is easier to understand than Chaucer. But we do it anyway, taking turns reading aloud and discussing. Richard also had his collection of archived newspapers brought in at Mrs. Murphy's request. She insists knowing historical events will be beneficial. Personally, I find it hard to believe we'll really need any of this. Are they expecting aristocrats to visit? It's more likely the men will be scroungy and dirty-looking, much like Jason Hatch. The way Richard talks, he thinks we're living in the English countryside in the early 1800s. I've read Pride and Prejudice, and I can guarantee none of the people I've encountered in these recent months remind me of Mr. Darcy. Not even Richard, when he's dressed in his finest. Even though the education part is ridiculous, it's still much better than being under Janet's thumb. Mrs. Murphy never makes fun of me, and the few times I've seen Richard at dinner or in passing, he's been kind and engaging. I'm beginning to believe I was right about him and Maddie was wrong. I think he genuinely wants the best for our town, yes. He does love the fact he's in charge, and as he's said to me on more than one occasion, it's good to be king. But I don't think he's doing it to be cruel. He simply knows it's the way to save lives. In my personal time, I've read a little more of the Bible. I know I shouldn't. The smartest thing to do would be to toss it in the wood stove. But I've decided it can be part of my education. If there really are well-educated men who visit, they'll likely have strong opinions on the Bible since it's known to be controversial. Of course, I was always taught to never bring up religion or politics, so they'd have to start the conversation. Even though I don't believe it the way Maddie believes, I can certainly see the draw to the stories. Some of them are entertaining, much better than Chaucer. I've heard bits and pieces of the stories before, but to be able to read the entire thing gives me the full picture. Last night, I read about Moses and how he led his people out of Egypt and parted the Red Sea. I still think it's a bunch of hooey, who could move the ocean so people could walk through it. Even so, I enjoyed the story. Lucy? Yes? You were 1,000,000 miles away, dear. Is lunch not to your liking? Oh, no, it's wonderful. I was just lost in thought. Mrs. Murphy nods, but Starr says, Thought maybe you were getting shares from Red there. She points to Milena. Since we've all moved in, Milena and Shelby have both improved. The situation isn't openly spoken of, but it seems both are on a small dose of something to keep them calm, but not near the amount Milena was on when we first moved in. In those early days of living here, Milena was definitely drugged. Maybe Shelby too. But in her case, I think she'd just kind of snapped after being in the bordello. Now she's much more collected and seems to be adapting to living here. Sometimes she talks about her baby, Hannah, in a way that makes me think Scott and Major Lassiter's story of the baby being taken from her by the cult is untrue. When Mrs. Murphy hears her blabbering about the baby, she promptly redirects her. The rest of the day passes as usual. As is our custom, we have dinner in the dining room with Richard joining us. He takes breakfast and lunch in his suite, or is out on town business during those times, but dinner is, as he calls it, family time. We haven't had another decadent meal like we did the first night, but it's still highly organized and formal with the butler, whose name I finally learned after several days as Ramos. Directing the rest of the staff as we're served, Mrs. Murphy continues to lead the conversation, often rehashing our lessons for the day. We have a special treat for you in the next few weeks, she says, nodding toward Richard. Would you like to share with them, Mayor? With a bend of his neck, he says, I'd like each of you to learn an instrument. An instrument? Starr asks. Like the guitar? Perhaps, but I was thinking something a little more ladylike. The piano would be good, or the harp. I love the harp. Are there harps in Prospect? I ask. Not to my knowledge, but it's something we're looking for. Our wonderful acquisition team seems to find the things we desire, and we'll also start dance lessons and horse riding. I already know how to dance and ride, Starr says, while Alyssa nods. I'm sure you do, dear, Mrs. Murphy says, but we'll be focusing on ballroom dancing and English riding as opposed to Western. That's right, Richard says. We're hoping you young ladies can bring some class back to the region. I stifle the smile threatening to overtake me. English riding. He really does think we're living in a Jane Austen novel. Maybe it's the mansion. And Mrs. Murphy seems to be completely on board with the foolishness. They can't really believe this, can they? Does Richard not remember our teams are preparing to go to battle against the cult? His son says, wants to wipe us out. Here he is talking about learning the harp, the waltz, and riding horses. Do you have English saddles? Charlotte asks. Those we do have, Richard says with a smile. It'll be wonderful. You'll all look amazing dressed in your finest riding clothes and on well-bred horses. Do you ride? Starr asks. Oh, no, not me. But perhaps I'll learn alongside you. Yes, that's what I'll do. For the remainder of the meal, Richard prattles on excitedly about the new opportunities we'll have, his excitement urged on by the refilling of his wine glass. More than once he references how we'll be the ones leading Prospector County into a new age. After dinner, we move to the library for more conversation and bourbon, for Richard and any one of us who wish it. I get a glass of wine with dinner each night, but I limit it to the one and pass on the liquor. With the dinner going so late, I'm tired enough as it is and don't need to add a depressant to my system. I cover my mouth to hide a yawn when there's a light knock on the door. Enter, Richard calls out. Sir, Ramos says, the general and 3 of his people are at the door. Show them in. He says he wishes to speak privately. Nonsense. Show them in. As you wish, sir. I'm impressed with how Ramos has seemed to adapt the exact persona of the classic butler from television and books. He's a perfect fit for this mansion, and how it likely was in the past. Undoubtedly, he's a big fake too, just like Richard and the rest of us. Father, Scott Major says, entering the library. Captain Murphy, Janet Cruz, and Major Lassiter are on his heels. Yes, Scott. What is it? Richard asks without moving from his reclined position in his chair. I'd prefer we speak privately. Ramos relayed your message. What is it you want? Scott looks around the room, giving a shake of his head and a roll of his eyes before saying, This is military business. Out with it, Richard says with a slight slur to his words. Fine. Whatever you want, Mayor. That's right, Scott. It is whatever I want. In fact, I've been thinking and have decided it's time I do away with the title of mayor. I'm considering Chancellor. Mayor Majors is a bit of a mouthful. Chancellor Majors has a nice ring to it. Scott rolls his eyes and shakes his head. Why not King Majors? Richard seems to consider it before saying, Get on with it so we can get back to our evening. With a clip to his words, Scott says, There's something happening. And Knight found one of the guys from the work crew sneaking around. He thought it might be one of the brothers who went missing with the Rivers girl. Was it? Did you find Matty? Richard asks, sitting upright. He lost him, but he did find a few others who were meeting in the little grocery store on the hill. Knight had one of his team members with him. He kept watch and sent for Lassiter. Fred made the wise decision to storm the building. 2 are dead, but 1 was captured and talked. Talked about what? About being part of the resistance, Major Lassiter says, puffing his chest out. Really? Well done, Fred. Did he give you names? He didn't. He insists he only knew the 2 he was with, and Chase Morgan. He's the brother of the boyfriend of the little tart that left you. He was the one who was meeting with them tonight, to tell them something big is happening and they should be ready. I feel the blood leave my face at the mention of Chase's name. I knew he was trouble, but part of the rebellion? Was he responsible for killing Richard's wife? What's the something big? Richard asks, leaning forward. We don't know, Janet says. Fred killed him before we could get the details. It was an accident, Major Lassiter cries. How was I supposed to know he was such a wimp? Richard blinks several times before shaking his head. You killed our only lead for stopping the rebels. We don't need to worry about it, Dad, Scott says. We now know of one of their meeting places, and we're searching for Chase Morgan. But you don't believe the 3 you killed are all of them, right? The edge in Richard's voice makes me cringe. Not for a minute. We know there's more of them, and whatever big is happening will stop it before it does. See that you do. Ladies, you're dismissed. Scott and the others move away from the door while Mrs. Murphy hustles us out. The door isn't even fully closed when Richard loses all control and starts yelling at his officers. Some of the words he uses turn my ears red. A look of, what? Happiness. Passes between Milena and Shelby. Maybe not happiness. Maybe knowing. Once we're well into the hallway and away from the controversy, Mrs. Murphy says, Let's gather in the upstairs sitting area. Make your way there. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Standing by the upstairs window, Charlotte says in a whisper, Some temper the mayor has, or chancellor, whatever he wants to be called. Is he like that often? Not often, I answer, as I step next to her. Solar lights along the fence line and trees light up the large backyard. This was another project ordered by Richard to improve our home. I love the way they look and never tire of seeing the nighttime view. I heard he was like that after the bombing of the hotel, but that's understandable with those animals killing his wife. I give a nod. He was angry then, angry to the point of belligerence. But Charlotte's right. His wife had just been murdered by the same rebels he's angry about now. Makes sense. And considering the damage the rebellion has done to the town in both death toll and property, his anger may be justified. I read about that in the Bible too. God was so mad about what a town was doing, he wiped them out. And the lady who turned and looked back at the town was turned into stone. Or was it salt? Something. There was even a guy swallowed by a whale who went to a town and preached against their wickedness. Maybe that's what's happening. The wickedness of the rebels is what? I shake my head. Chase is one of the rebels. He's as good as dead. Thank you for waiting for me, ladies, Mrs. Murphy says from the top of the stairs. Please, let's all be seated. Charlotte and I quickly take the chairs. Shelby and Milena are on the love seat, both looking more alert than I've seen them to date. Star, Alyssa, and Rebecca look concerned. We have certain safeguards in place, Mrs. Murphy says. For what? Star asks. In case something happens to the mansion like at the hotel. Star narrows her eyes. You'll have to give me a little more information. I'm new to this town. So am I, Rebecca says with a nod. The hotel that's a partial pile of rubble? The man driving me in said there was an accident there. Mrs. Murphy gives a slight nod. Yes, this is true. She then goes into a brief explanation of the explosion, making sure to clarify the exact cause is unknown. But you think it was intentional, Star asks, and the mayor was the target? I think nothing, Mrs. Murphy smiles, but it's smart for us to have a plan in place to exit the building should the need arise. You want to have a fire drill? Alyssa mocks. The maid stairs for this wing are between Alyssa's and Charlotte's rooms. If you're unable to reach the main stairs, you should use the back stairs. As a last resort, go out either Milena's or Lucy's windows. A trellis is in that section of the house, which should aid you in getting out. Once outside, we'll have 2 gathering locations. One at the back of the property by the large tree with the bench, and the second at the beginning of the driveway where it meets the main road. Are we in danger? I ask, wishing I wouldn't have been required to turn in my sidearm. Unlikely. I believe this is a rumor, and nothing more. Now, are there any questions as to where we meet or how to exit the house? You didn't really think they'd just leave us here, did you? Milena asks with a sly smile. The so-called rebels are the least of his worries. What if we're attacked? Star asks. Do you have a plan? I do not believe we'll be attacked. Should it happen, should the house come under attack, you should get outside if you can safely do so. Otherwise, she gives a slight lift of her shoulders. Hide. Now let's call it a night. Tomorrow we'll discuss what instruments you'd like to learn. I'm in my pajamas and pulling the Bible from underneath my mattress when there's a light knock and the door immediately pops open. With the book fully exposed, I'm sure I look like a deer caught in headlights. I was hoping we could chat for a minute, Mrs. Murphy says. Yes, of course. I nonchalantly place the Bible on my nightstand. Mrs. Murphy's eyes follow my movement. Did you want to have a seat? I motion to the chair and ottoman. Thank you. She sits carefully on the edge of the seat. Dirk tells me you're trained in hand-to-hand combat. I let out a laugh. I'm familiar with it, but I'm not. I shrug. My skills aren't as good as many others on the team. But you're able to defend yourself? I slowly shake my head. They'd have to be completely untrained, or I'd need to be very lucky. Or blessed. She lifts her head in the direction of the Bible. Oh, this. It's not mine. I found it in the room when I moved in. Is that so? Yes. It was under my pillow on the first night. But you read it? You're more than welcome to take it with you if this is a problem. There's no problem, Lucy. Tomorrow, I'd like you to teach the other ladies some self-defense. Charlotte is trained in Taekwondo, so she'll be sharing her knowledge too. It'd probably be best if she's the trainer. Perhaps. But what she knows isn't the same as what you know. Please remember, my duty is to keep all of you safe. That is my first obligation. Your first? I would think being loyal to Mayor Majors would be your first. She raises her eyebrows at me. Of course, dear, but you're my charges, and I won't let anyone, no matter their title or position, bring you harm. Mrs. Murphy stands to leave. You're smart to keep the Bible tucked under your mattress. There's less hassle that way.
Chapter 39. Sunday, day 313. Molly. Yesterday morning, Alvin prayed not only for the blessing of the food, but for our mission, to do what is needed and to free the region from the evilness engulfing it. He also prayed God would touch us with his mighty hand and prevent as much bloodshed as possible. Few of us want to kill. We'll do what we must, but we'd prefer as many people live as possible. We know it's unlikely Richard, Scott, Fred Lassiter, and the true believers in their cause will surrender. And as Overwatch, my job will be to take them out if necessary. While I'd been hungry on those first whiffs of food, I was unable to eat much as nervousness overtook me. After saying goodbye to my family staying behind, we loaded into the few diesel vehicles that survived the EMP. Our fuel stores are running low, especially the gasoline. Not that it matters much since the gas is going bad. The farmers knew to add fuel stabilizer to their tanks. Jake and I, plus several others who were storing fuel, did the same. But even with the stabilizer, we're on borrowed time. The gas without stabilizer added was used first, or at least we thought that was the case. A few weeks ago, when one of the generators was filled, it sputtered and wouldn't start. That was before Aaron Ogden broke his leg, and as one of our resident mechanics, he was called in to figure out what was wrong with the Jenny. He opened the fuel tank and took a whiff, immediately suspecting the gas was bad based on the sour smell. He and his helpers drained the fuel out of the tank and the carburetor, disconnected all the lines, then once they were sure it was clean, put it back together. They got new fuel from a different tank, and it started right up. The fuel they were using was from a drum and had been a compilation of several smaller containers scrounged up and put together into a larger one for ease of transport when we moved up the mountain back in September. It was believed all had been stabilized, but we must have made a mistake. Aaron thinks likely several of the containers were untreated and contained ethanol, which has a shorter life than gas without ethanol. Aaron and his team checked the remaining fuel and decided the rest, minus the one drum, was okay, but we're now questioning how long it'll really last. Will it go bad before we run out? Stabilized gasoline is said to have a shelf life of 1 to 3 years. 2 years is a huge difference. With untreated diesel, under proper storage, we can expect 1 year, longer if treated. The longer is again a question. 2 or 3 years seems to be the main thought. None of us really think we'll have fuel for much longer, either gasoline or diesel. But we do hope we'll have enough to plant our summer crops and move our things down the hill. Next winter, it's unlikely we'll have the use of generators, but that's a worry for another day. It's also a reminder that nothing lasts forever in this new world. The bad gas won't be completely wasted. It's being used as part of our assault on Prospect. It won't work for starting combustion engines, but it'll still burn. The old fuel, along with a stash of alcohol in jars, will become infamous Molotov cocktails, made popular by the Mafia and others throughout the years. We hope after liberating Prospect and Wesley, we'll be able to acquire more fuel to use for our planting season, and maybe even for harvesting. According to Maddie, Prospect has a limited supply of fuel, but the hoodlums in Wesley have a large stash. She doesn't know if it's been treated, and she seems surprised that was even a thing, but she said those in Wesley seem to have little concern about burning fuel. That information gives us hope of an advantage. Ideally, Prospect will call for help, and most of the Wesley criminals will respond in their vehicles, giving the opportunity to eliminate them at the same time. The original plan was to take the snowmobiles with us, but it was decided the bare spots were too great. Instead, they're with the Watchers, on the mountain where there's enough snow so they can zip back to the lodge for an evac at the first sign of trouble. We have horses and quads, with a couple of small utility trailers connected to them. We also have another advantage we haven't shared with the Prospect group. Dusty Cameron and his family hid several ATVs, an ancient Jeep, and an old dump truck when they escaped last fall. On one of the recent scouting trips, Dax made a detour to check if they're still there. They are, and with some jury rigging, he was able to get each of them started, giving us another mode of escape should we need to retreat in a hurry. Angela, Jake, and I started to set up camp last night, as Evan went over the final plans with the brothers and Maddie. "Make sure they wear the ties," Evan said, handing the brothers a backpack full of bright pink and purple napkins from our community collection. They can wear them around their neck, arm, even their head, doesn't matter. Cut them in half if you don't have enough. But if we see anyone with a weapon or staging an assault without one of them on, I can't guarantee their safety. Understood, Chance said. We'll make sure our people are wearing them. If we run out, we'll find something similar, okay? Got to be really close to the same. Bright pink or purple is what we told the team yesterday, remember? I'll take care of it. And keep the children and any non-combatants inside. We don't need them fouling things up. Right. We'll be waiting for your signal. You're sure you have what's needed to create an explosion? Absolutely. That won't be a problem. And your people know what to do from their end? Chance asks. Zeb's an expert, Evan answers. Zeb Frost, owner of the ski lodge, had a small stash of explosive devices they used on the mountain for avalanche control, or the proper thing to say would be rarely used. While he has them on hand, he hadn't had a need to release the mountainside for several years. He left with our second team and will be in place to create a diversion with his explosives while the rebels do the same. Also, thanks to Lindsay Maverick and a care package she was given by her sergeant at the police force before she left California, we have several flashbangs and smoke grenades. They'll be used in the liberation of the bordello, but their existence was not shared with the Prospect group. After a few more minutes of making sure the plans were in place, Chance, Chase, and Maddie left to rally their rebels and prepare for the pre-dawn assault. After we were sure they were gone, we quickly repacked the minor unpacking we'd done and moved our camp. Better safe than sorry. Our new location was well planned and already occupied by Bill Shane and 2 people from his scout team. After handshakes all around, Bill said, "So we've had some changes, huh?" After the arrival of the Prospect group, a runner was sent with a note to Bill's squad, letting him know what was happening and the new plan, along with where to meet us. Although Bill knew the general idea of what we were now doing, the minor changes we made after the note was sent were relayed. "If they can come through, it ought to work," Bill said, scratching at his beard. "Yeah, if," Evan said. "If not, hopefully we have enough of a backup plan to live through this." "That and God's blessing," Bill said. Camping last night didn't leave me with the most refreshing sleep. I had a backpacker's cot instead of a mattress or bare ground like most of the others did, but the ache in my hips and back this morning is almost debilitating. The turmeric, ginger, and garlic, along with the willow bark tincture, seem to provide less and less relief. I suspect it won't be long until taking them is completely futile. I'd be lying if I didn't admit the thought of the excruciating pain scares me. And even more so, the thought of my husband and children witnessing it really bothers me. With our limited supply of medication, I have little hope of anything making me comfortable as the end approaches. "You okay?" Angela asks as I wobble toward the trees for my morning business. "Just stiff," I answer, thinking about the pills Dolores gave me. A half might take the edge off the pain, but I can't risk it affecting my shooting. "What about today? Being in the same position for too long, will you be able to move when we need to?" "I will," I answer. After we arrived last night, Bill discussed the overwatch nests he and his men had arranged based on the info in the original note. Dusty Cameron and his spotter, a young man named Tanner, along with another overwatch and spotter pair, left last night to move to where they can see the housing development occupied by the acquisition team. Creekview Estates is on the eastern side of the town in an open area. Those shooters have a spot across the creek on a hillside and will be taking extremely long shots. Their main goal is to keep the group pinned down so no one is able to leave the development. Bill and his 2 guys will move to a spot right outside of town so they can go in as part of the up-close and personal attack, while the rest of us set up for our overwatch jobs. Bill did a great job finding our original spot, plus our backups. Sneaking in last night so we could familiarize ourselves with the plan, with the sun setting behind us to help hide our movement, wasn't difficult but did require some careful stepping as we used a game trail etched into the side of the mountain. To keep from being seen, he didn't take us to our first location. To access it, we'll need to walk along the narrow trail on the edge of the hillside completely in the open. From a hidden spot behind a rock outcropping, he pointed out where we'll need to go in the morning under the cover of darkness. "Doesn't look very stable," Angela said as she pointed to a loose spot in the packed trail. "It probably washed out a bit over the winter," Bill said. "At least there isn't snow on it. It's not slick." The lack of snow here will be an advantage in some ways. When we were making ghillie suits, we made ones that'd blend into the stark background of this hillside, along with ones for snow. Those of us on east-facing slopes are using the earth-based camouflage. Dax and his spotter took snowy ones, since they'll be on a north slope where there's still plenty of snow patches. The first location will give Angela and me a perfect view of our target, the Bunn Mansion, where Richard Majors is now living and holding Milena and Shelby hostage. Our focus is the abundant backyard, and especially the back and side doors. We'll be nice and close too, only about 500 yards away. While we do want to keep the bloodshed to a minimum, we've been given the go-ahead to take out Richard and Scott Majors, plus his officers. The brothers had photos of both the Majors and a few others who were known to be loyal to their cause. Although some pictures weren't great, they were better than nothing. Someone from the resistance quickly found newspaper clippings, old school yearbooks, and photographs so we'd at least have an idea of who the bad guys are. And we already know what Major Fred Lassiter looks like since he lived among us for so long. Of course, then we just called him Deputy Fred and had no idea of the evil he was truly capable of. In addition to our known targets, anyone not wearing a pink or purple napkin or one of our militia armbands, anyone shooting at us is also fair game. Our second location still has an acceptable view of the backyard and side door, but not the back door, and it's another 100 yards away. Unfortunately, getting to the second location will leave us exposed for a dozen yards as we traverse the hillside using the game trail. Angela will go first while I cover her. She'll cover me from behind a rock outcropping while I move. Then we're both well concealed while finishing the move to the next setup, a good 20 feet beyond the outcropping. The third location is hidden the entire way and will be an overwatch spot to finish the job. From there, we can move left or right as needed to hide our activity. Evan and Jake have a similar setup to the south. Where I'm covering the backyard, they have the front. The rebellion will be targeting the Bunn Mansion and Creek View estates, along with neutralizing any sentry who may be an issue. Chance assured us an inside man will help Milena, Shelby, and the rest of Major's captive women escape before the assault. After a cold breakfast under the cover of darkness, Bill and his men prepare to leave. "You have your armbands?" Evan asks. Last summer, everyone on the militia was given armbands so we could differentiate who was in our group when in the middle of a battle. When Evan asks about Bill's, I pull mine out of my pocket and slide it up and over my jacket. Even though my camouflage will go on over my jacket, I want to wear the band because my blood type is written in permanent marker on the inside. Yep, all set. I made sure everyone on our team had them before we separated. You reminded your team leaders. They'll make sure their units are wearing them. Friendly fire is something we're going to avoid. When they've been gone long enough for wisps of light to start showing over the mountains to the east, Evan says, "Might as well get into position." Remember, the sun will be rising behind the town. You should be fine and not get too much of a glare, but you also won't have the protection of the sun behind you. They could locate you quicker than you expect. Be ready to move. "How many shots do you think I'll have there?" I ask after putting on my backpack. Even though my backpack is a neutral brown, my camo suit will go over the top. It fits better that way and provides less of an outline. That's your closest location, but not your most concealed. My guess is 3 to 5. You'll know when it's time to move. Don't wait too long. You'll be exposed while you cross over to the next spot. Your second nest will be much more hidden, but not as on target. You'll know Richard Majors when you see him? I give a nod. I studied the photos they had. Angela? I'll know him, the others too. Once each of us are dressed, Evan passes around a container of face paint, the kind Jake used for archery or goose hunting. We smear our faces to add to the concealment. You have your radio? I have it, Angela says. 1 click go, 3 is abort. Affirmative, but 1 click will only happen if something goes wrong. Your main go is the rebels and Zeb lighting up the sky. Got it, I say. Let's move. Jake pulls me into his arms. I'll see you soon. See you soon. Be careful. You too. He pecks me on the lips, carefully avoiding my face paint, before stepping back and giving Angela a hug. After telling her to be safe and to watch out for me, he hugs me again. Angela and I start toward our side while Evan and Jake go toward theirs. In the early morning light, I see Jake turn and look at me. I blow him a kiss, which he pantomimes catching and pressing against his heart. I smile as my eyes fill with tears. Getting into position without the aid of light is a bit of a challenge. Getting to the rock outcropping we viewed our first location from last night is harrowing enough. The final thin trail along the hillside is nail-biting. Be careful, I hiss as Angela takes the lead. I hold my breath until she gets past the washed-out area. No problem, Mom. Just stay close to the hillside. Once we're past the washout, I breathe a sigh of relief as we take the last little bit to our nest. We get comfortable and into position, then sit quietly waiting.
Chapter 40. Lucy. Lucy, Lucy, wake up. What's happening? I ask, sitting upright. Shh, Donna says, putting a finger to her lips. The town is being liberated. Liberated? That's right, a second voice says, stepping close. Maddie, what are you doing here? Just what Donna said. We're taking our town back. Which side are you on? I blink in the dark, trying to get my eyes to focus. What do you mean? Put her in the bathroom, a man's voice says. We'll deal with her later. Captain Murphy, what? The rest of my words are cut off as a piece of tape goes over my mouth. I thrust out my arm to push away the culprit. Strong arms grab me, dragging me from the bed. Quietly, a female says in hushed tones. Who all is in my room? And what exactly is going on? Liberating the town? Traitors? I whip my head, looking for Captain Murphy. I mumble through the tape, trying to use my voice like Loretta taught me to, as I kick with my feet. She's strong, someone says, flipping me onto my stomach and yanking my arms behind my back. Don't hurt her, Maddie says in an urgent whisper. There's a quick tearing sound from the duct tape and my hands are bound. I'm still kicking until someone sits on my legs, using the tape at my ankles. I buck a few times, attempting to get loose, to no avail. Lucy, Captain Murphy commands in a stern voice. Calm down so you don't hurt yourself. I mumble what he can do with his orders as I'm lifted from the floor. The bathroom door squeaks when it's opened, and a man asks, In the tub? Might as well, Murphy answers as they plop me into the tub. Here, Maddie says, shoving a pillow behind my back. I wish. It'd be great if we could know you're with us. I nod vigorously, trying to communicate with my eyes. Untie me. I'll be with you. It shouldn't be long, she says. Cut the head off the snake, and everyone else becomes weak. There aren't too many true believers. Don't move around too much. You'll end up hurting yourself. Maddie turns to leave. I make a humming noise to get her attention. You'll be okay, Lucy. Just wait here. You'll be safe. Did you tie the cloth to her? Murphy asks. Oh, I forgot. She pulls a strip of fabric from her pocket, tying it around my right arm. Don't take this off. It'll keep you alive. We'll be back for you. I hear the lock turn, then hear her say to whoever is in my room, Are the rest of the women accounted for? Everyone else is on board, Mrs. Murphy answers. Mrs. Murphy, too. They're all a bunch of traitors. That's no surprise, Dirk says. Other than Alyssa, we handpicked the remaining women, knowing they'd support us. I scrunch my forehead. Not exactly true, Mrs. Murphy says. Milena and Shelby being kidnapped from their families secured their loyalty to the resistance. Him keeping them drugged has been of little help. They seem sober enough now. Maddie says. I've been weaning Milena from it since I arrived. He had her so doped up. But really, Dirk, his mom says, I wish you would have told me about this long ago. We had to keep it quiet. You couldn't know or you'd be in danger. Even so, I could have talked to Lucy and made her understand. She's a good person. Her voice fades away as they move away from the bathroom door. They're part of the rebellion. Dirk, his mom, Maddie, even Donna. But how can that be? Dirk is the one who encouraged me to join Richard's crew when he first killed Mayor Stringer and took over the town. Was he faking his allegiance this entire time, or did he reconsider? And what about all the raids we've done? He's been involved in them too. I move my cheek to my shoulder, attempting to rub the tape off. Was he involved in the raids? I don't remember a time when he wasn't in charge of the perimeter. Maddie or I would often be stationed with him, watching to make sure no one escaped. But they rarely did. I work at trying to remove the tape from my mouth and hands. While one corner has peeled up from my cheek, it doesn't seem to go any further. After working it for many minutes, I give up and lay back against the pillow, straining to listen for clues as to what is happening in the mansion. Where's Richard? Did they grab him from his room too? Cut off the head of the snake. That's what Maddie said. No chance they'll tie him up and stuff him in a bathtub. They'll kill him. There's just enough light coming in the single bathroom window so I can make out the fixtures in the room. Suddenly, a distant boom shatters the silence. I sit up straight. That sounded like it came from the estates. I'm leaning back on my pillow when the tub shudders and a loud percussion fills the air. The mansion seems to roll like a ship on the rough seas.
Chapter 41. Molly. The sky is light, but the sun is still below the mountain when the far-off rumble of the first explosion reaches our ears. "Ready, Mom?" Angela asks in a shaky voice as she puts the binoculars to her eyes. Her rifle is next to her, handy for when it's time to move or shoot. With my heart pounding, I focus on my target. The scope has a special feature to brighten low-light situations. I'm watching Richard Major's house when the side door and several windows blow apart. "Wow," Angela says under her breath. "Wow, indeed." In the next few seconds, everything goes crazy with explosions and shooting. Evan's rifle sounds once, causing Angela to jump. "It was Evan," I say. "Not someone shooting at us?" "We're fine." I'm beginning to wonder if I'll have any targets of my own, and I'm praying I won't when someone stumbles out the back door. "No bandana," Angela says. "He's not a friendly." I take the shot and watch him fall as I work the bolt to chamber another round. 2 more are quickly behind him. "More bad guys," she says. My second shot is a miss. I take a deep breath and reposition on my target. A short man with a slight belly and receding hairline. For my final shot before we move. As he fills my scope, I realize it's Fred Lassiter. His mouth is open and he's moving his arm rapidly in the general direction of our hillside. I'm squeezing the trigger when the dirt beneath us flies up. "Mom!" Angela says, her voice excited. "There's people coming around the house. They've found us. We need to move." "Keep low and watch the loose spot," I say. "Once you're behind the cover, start firing and I'll move, just like we talked about." "Okay," she says, her voice catching. "Go," I say, as the men coming around the corner shoot again. They don't know exactly where we are. They're shooting based on where they think we are. When they see Angela, though, they'll know for sure. I shift my aim to the group at the side of the house, choosing one with a rifle up to his shoulder, then squeeze the trigger. I have no idea if he went down when I reposition on the next man. He quickly steps back, finding cover. I locate a new target, who's also scrambling for cover, and shoot again. I take one more shot. This time, I'm able to see the successful results. I hear Angela's rifle bark. Like me, she'll have 6 shots, 5 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber, before she needs to reload. While I have a second magazine and can make a quick switch, she only has the 1. My goal is to reach her before she has to reload. I grab my rifle with my left arm, tucking it close to my body, and take off as the men at the house resume shooting. There's plenty of light now to see the hazards. I'm steps away from the washed-out area when the ground disappears. Unable to stop my forward motion, I put out an arm for some sort of balance as my stomach drops. I'm going down, and there's no way to stop it. I let go of the rifle and pull both arms in close as I lean back, trying to turn the quickly disappearing game trail into a playground slide, hoping to ride it all the way to the bottom. I let out an involuntary oomph as the abrupt motion takes my breath away. "Mom!" Angela's voice carries above the roar of war surrounding us. My hope of an easy slide down the hill is gone as my left foot catches a rock, throwing me to one side and resulting in a plummet. Though I try not to, I scream out in pain. Another rock hooks my upper back. I see a flash of bright white followed by a warm feeling and searing pain. When my motion stops, I'm staring straight up at the pink-tinged morning sky. My backpack is underneath me, putting me at an awkward angle. The pain now feels far away, almost like it was a dream. I blink several times and then turn my head toward Prospect. I'm in a gully at the base of the hillside and can't see anything, which means the shooters can't see me either. Even though I'm hidden from view, the shooting and other sounds are still evident. I try to roll over to make my way to my feet, but my body doesn't want to cooperate. My leg, which felt like it was on fire after hitting the rock, seems okay now and is without pain. The pain that coursed through me is also gone, leaving only a residual memory of how bad it was. I attempt a deep breath, which catches midway. The crushing I experienced over the winter is back, but it's substantially worse. An involuntary cough overtakes me as I gasp for breath. "Great," I mutter, as my world begins to spin.
Chapter 42. Lucy. The gunfire, explosions, and shouting have been going on for what feels like forever, but is probably only minutes. I hate to think of the battle taking place outside of this bathroom. There's a good chance I owe Dirk, Maddie, Donna, Mrs. Murphy, and whoever else my life. Are they okay? Are the other women okay? What about Richard? A pang hits me, as I think he may be dead. Cut off the head of the snake. Of course, Richard is the snake. Him, Scott, Lassiter, and the other officers. Probably the entire acquisition team, too. People I've lived with for the past several months. I think of Loretta and the way she taught me to fight. Or tried to teach me. Is she fighting for her life against the rebels right now? I take a deep breath. What's that smell? With several short breaths, I sniff the air like a dog. The blasted tape across my mouth is messing with my sense of smell, but I think it's... My eyes go wide. Smoke, of course. With all the explosions, it's to be expected, right? Yeah, sure. No need to worry about the fact I'm tied up in a locked room. I concentrate on breathing normally. If the mansion is on fire, maybe the cast iron tub will give me some protection. I let out a snort. I'll die from the smoke long before the flames are an issue. The last few moments that I've been focusing on the possibility of a fire, I've failed to pay attention to the noise. The shooting seems to have lessened, and I haven't heard any explosions for several minutes. I pay attention to the sounds. Someone's screaming, and there's crying nearby, maybe from a child. Someone's shouting what sounds like, "Get on the ground!" A single gunshot. A pistol. My nose is starting to burn. The smoke is getting stronger. Closer. Time to find a way out of this death trap of a bathroom. With my feet taped together, my movements are very fish-like. No, make that mermaid-like. I move my torso to the edge of the tub. What was the shoulder roll thing Loretta tried to teach me? Can I do it from a cast iron tub onto a tile floor without busting my head wide open? Loretta made a big deal about protecting my head with my arms. My arms are tied behind my back. Maybe I can roll on my shoulder and get to my feet. I'm perched and ready to move when I hear the running of feet. The doorknob jiggles. "Cover yourself. I'm coming in," a man yells out. Cover myself? My slow-acting brain realizes he's breaking the door in a fraction of a second before it happens. I'm still balanced in my awkward position and have only enough time to turn my head and lift my shoulder. There's a sharp pain and then a burn in my left bicep. I let out an audible gasp around the tape. Embedded in my upper arm is a 6-inch piece of the door sticking straight out. 6 inches showing. How much is inside my arm? My pink pajama top is already sporting a stream of blood. "We've got to get you out of here," Dirk says. "Ack, geez, the door got you." "You think?" I attempt to say around the duct tape, as smoke billows into the room behind him. "It's too big for me to yank out. Hold on." He takes out a multi-tool. "I'll nip it off and we'll deal with it later." There's no time for me to protest as he uses the wire cutter part to trim the splinter, so it's not hanging out as far. He's left enough to be able to remove it, provided he gets me out of here before the smoke overtakes both of us. He switches from the cutter to a knife and slits the tape around my legs. "Let's go," he says, as he drags me out of the tub. The splinter in my arm burns like the approaching fire as he hefts me to my feet. We're already moving when he yanks the tape from my mouth. "My arms?" "When we're outside. I tried to get here quicker. Let's move." "Where's the fire?" "The mansion." "No. I mean, where?" "West wing, both floors, Majors' quarters. The staircase is still clear." As we step into the hallway, I say, "You sure?" Flames are visible in the sitting room. "Change of plans," he says as we turn in the opposite direction. I struggle to keep up with his quick strides as he hustles us down the hallway. "Which door?" "This one." I motion with my head to the door hiding the servants' staircase. He reaches out and puts a hand on the door. I notice, like me, he's wearing a bright swatch of cloth around his arm. He shakes his head and lightly touches the knob. "No good. They're both hot." "So let's just go." He gives me a look. Hot means fire. We need another way. Back to my room, I start to move. There's a ladder out the window. A ladder? Close enough. The fire is at the opening of the hallway. I have little doubt the wall of the sitting room is gone, which means the fire is in Melina's room. My room's next to hers. Dirk was smart to close the bedroom door when we left, but again he feels it. "I don't like this," he says. "It's warm to the touch. We're out of options." The noise of the fire is filling the hallway. He slowly opens the door. Smoke, but no flames. Let's go. Rushing to the window, he throws it open and looks out. "Oh, this is going to be fun," he mutters. "Undo me." Whipping out his knife, he quickly cuts the tape away. "You go first." "No problem," I say, hiking my leg over the window sill. My arm hurts and my feet are bare, but I'm getting out of this inferno. "You'll need to hang and reach. The lattice is a good 5 feet below the window," Dirk says. As I slowly lower myself, I keep my feet against the wall, letting my toes feel the way. "I can't find it." "You're almost there," he says. With my injured arm screaming in pain, I'm not sure I have the strength to keep from falling. Suddenly, my feet connect with a wooden slat. I'm on. Now, what should I do? "Hold on with your hands and go down another rung. Lean into the wall." I make it down 2 more rungs. I'm hanging onto the window ledge with my fingertips when Dirk says, "The fire just broke through. I need to get out of here. Scoot over." Scoot over? Easy for you to say. I move to the right to give him room. He has one leg out when the window of Milena's room blows out. I'm far enough away to be uninjured, but the noise startles me, and I momentarily lose my precarious grip on the ledge. Dirk doesn't even stop. He scurries over the ledge and is quickly balanced next to me, seeming to be much steadier. His additional height is an advantage. "Use me as your ladder. Let go of the window and grab my arm. Go down another rung. Keep a hold of me." "You're sure?" "Go." I do as he asks, making it all the way down him until I'm holding onto the top rung of the trellis. "Now quick, get on the ground. I'm right behind you." The words are no sooner out of his mouth than the window of my room blows out, showering us in glass. Thankfully, I was looking down at the ground when it happened. "You okay?" I ask. "I'm okay. Go." "I'm there," I say as I step onto the ground. A sharp pain shoots through my right foot, causing me to yell out. "What happened?" he asks, dropping next to me. "Bare feet. Glass." He picks me up and starts running to the far eastern side of the house. We round the corner and he skids to a stop. "Well, Dirk, don't you look cozy?" Janet sneers, her pistol trained on us. "Not only a traitor to our town, but you're slumming around with the easiest girl in Prospect. What would the school board say?" Dirk carefully lowers me to the ground. "Keep your hands away from your gun," she says, motioning with her pistol. She's close, only about 10 feet away, too close to miss. You're about as unprepared as I'd expect. She uses the pistol as a pointer, aiming in my direction. "Pajamas? You couldn't even get dressed before going outside?" I balance on my uncut foot and the big toe of the other. "We need to go," Dirk says, his hands lifted away from his body in a surrender pose. "The fire's heading this way. The whole building is going to go up." "Thank you, Captain Obvious. I always knew you couldn't be trusted. I told Richard. He's dead, you know." "Richard's dead?" I say with a gasp. This shouldn't surprise me after the hole cut the head off the snake thing Maddie said, but the confirmation of his death hurts my heart. "We took him alive," Dirk says. "He—" "Like you care," Janet says, waving the gun around like it's a glass of wine. "That red-headed little tart, she murdered him in cold blood. He didn't even have a weapon, and she went nuts. I saw her standing over his body, her and the big blonde bimbo." She sneers. "Pretty sure I winged at least one of them as they were running away. I sent Loretta after them to finish the job." My heart lurches at my friend Loretta killing my friends Milena and Shelby. Wait, are Milena and Shelby my friends? I admire the way they were pulling themselves together, and I did like Shelby when we lived in the same building. But with Loretta, there's a camaraderie, a bond, knowing we're on the same team, the wrong team. The voice makes me snap my head around in search of it. Janet must have heard it too, because she too swivels, looking around. "What are you doing?" she asks harshly. "Freak." Didn't you hear that?" I ask, looking again for the voice. "Janet," Dirk says calmly, "it's over now. It's time for our town to start healing. You've been a leader people look up to. That needn't change." "Oh, they will," she answers. "Unlike you and this floozy, I've been loyal, and people will respect me. Me. With Richard and Knight dead, probably Scott too, and with that wuss Fred Lassiter running away like a scared little boy, I'll be the ranking officer. As soon as I get rid of you, Captain Murphy." "Wait," I cry as she raises her gun. "I wasn't part of this. They tied me up and put me in the bathroom." Janet lets out a howl of laughter. "Of course they did. It doesn't surprise me a bit that you were completely useless. That's been you since I've known you, Lucy Fleming. Do you have any idea what a disappointment you were to your parents? Your mom especially. She had such high hopes for you, thought you'd make her proud. You were nothing but a failure from the get-go. The best thing to happen to her was getting out of this God-forsaken place and leaving you behind." I stare at the ground. There's a silver dollar-sized puddle of blood from my right foot. "I didn't betray him," I say quietly, lifting my eyes to meet Janet's. "They locked me up because they knew I wouldn't. His death is a huge loss to our town. Are you sure about General Majors? If he's still alive, everything can go back to normal." "Lucy," Dirk says with warning in his voice. "No, I'm not a traitor. You did this, not me. Let me help you, Janet. Let me work with you." "You're something, aren't you? Always looking out for yourself and willing to do whatever it takes." "That's right," I say, straightening my shoulders. The pain from the splinter screams at me. I grit my teeth and take a breath. I want to live, and I'll do whatever I must do. Janet shakes her head. "I'm sure I'm going to regret this. And if it weren't for Loretta, who made a point of telling me she thinks you might be useful with a little more training, I'd put a bullet in your head right now." "No, Lucy," Dirk says. I shoot him the stink eye. "Thank you, Janet. Lieutenant Cruz. Don't be thanking me yet. Let me down, and the bullet will become reality." "You don't really think you'll be able to take back the town, do you?" Dirk asks. "Not your concern. Get over here, Lucy." Janet motions to the spot next to her. "What now, Janet?" Dirk sounds dejected as I take an unsteady step. "Now I shoot you and we go on with things." I'm about a yard from Janet with my uninjured foot planted firmly on the ground. My right foot, with at least one piece of glass sticking out of it, is behind me as I balance on my toes. In an instant, I raise my injured leg while pivoting on the ball of my stable foot and rotating. My kicking leg fully extends as the top of my foot smacks Janet in the arm, sending her pistol sailing. I quickly retract my leg as I immediately go into a roll. I'm barely out of the way when a shot sounds, followed by a second. My roll puts me on my bottom. I crab crawl to the side of the house. Janet is on the ground, her dead eyes staring into nothingness. "Let's go," Dirk says, lifting me to standing. "I wish you would have given me some indication of what you were doing." "Sorry," I say as we move. We're at the far corner of the house when the windows above and below blow out and the roof starts to go. "No more time," he says, as he breaks into a sprint with the mansion collapsing behind us.
Chapter 43. Molly. "Mom?" I try to pull myself from my fog. "You're alive. Thank you, God, thank you." I answer as I open one eye. Angela's tear-streaked face stares back at me. A bird sings in the distance. "The attack?" I ask. "Over, I guess. Shortly after you fell, several people wearing our napkins started to appear. I watched them as I reloaded. It was..." She lets out a sigh. "They didn't have much mercy. None, really." She shudders. Richard Majors, at least I'm fairly certain it was him, was being walked away when he suddenly started fighting. Milena was there. How long ago? What? When did it end? Did you hear from Jake? I lost the radio, I guess." She lets out a small noise, something between a laugh and a cry. "It has a bullet hole in it." "What?" I gasp. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. The radio was on my hip. It's useless, but I'm fine." "Praise God, I am. Believe me, I am. And for finding you alive. I thought..." She makes the noise again. "Help me up." "Are you kidding? Not with the way your ankle looks. We'll need a stretcher to get you out of here." "My ankle?" I ask, crinkling my face. "It doesn't hurt." "Really? She shakes her head. "It doesn't hurt at all?" "It did, but not now. Are you sure it's over?" "Yeah. I could see them. The rebels and a few of our people, too. Cole Gunderson and Bill Shane, plus a few others, including Art." "Sarah? Leo?" "No, but I wouldn't expect to. They're nowhere near the mansion or downtown." "So we don't know if the Wesley people were stopped." "Oh, I just assumed they were." She shakes her head. "I don't know. I'm going to loop around and go back to where we camped. From there, I'll find Evan and Jake. They can use their radio to call for a medic. You're okay on your own?" "What's wrong with my ankle?" "Broken, and your foot is bent funny. Nothing is poking through the skin, but it's definitely broken." "Okay, anything else?" "You've torn your ghillie suit. There's a cut on your arm. It's not bad, though, not even actively bleeding, and a cut along your cheek, which also stopped bleeding. Do you want a drink of water before I go? And are you comfortable with your backpack under you?" "Backpack's fine. I can't even feel it. Water would be good, but you'll have to help me sit up." "You can't feel the backpack?" Angela stares at me for a moment, then in a whisper says, "And you can't feel your leg? Can you move your leg? The not broken one?" "I'm sure I can." "See?" "What'd you do?" "I lifted my leg." I crinkle my forehead. As I say it, I wonder, did I lift it? I know I thought of lifting it. Didn't I? Angela turns to me, panic covering her face. "I don't want you to move, Mom. You might have... Maybe something's wrong with your back? I'm going after Belinda. Don't move your head either." "Okay," I whisper. "Can I have water before you go?" "I'll help you, but I don't want you to move at all." Angela takes out her water bottle. "Maybe with a spoon?" she asks. "That way you can just not move." She pulls her spoon out of her pack. I notice she's shaking, causing her to spill the water as she tries to dribble it into the spoon. "It's okay, Angela," I say. "Whatever happens, it's okay. I'm okay." What if your back's broken and you're paralyzed? Can you move your arms? I'm wiggling my fingers, I say. She looks at the hand nearest her and then the other hand. Nothing's moving. Here. She gives me a spoonful of water and then several more. Better? Better? I'll be right back. Seriously, don't try and move. Not your hands, feet, anything. Just wait. Belinda will know what to do. She puts her hand on my cheek. I'll be right back. As she stands, a voice calls out, "Molly, Angela!" It's Jake, I say. Angela spins her head around. "Up there," she says, pointing toward where I tried to slide down the hill. "Jake, we're down here. Mom's hurt. We need Belinda." "Copy that," Evan replies. "I'll get a medic." "I'll be right there," Jake says. "Hurry, Evan," Angela urges. "Jake, go around. You can't get down from there. Not safely, anyway." I want to make some smart remark about how I tried to make a nice route down, but my wit seems to have left me. Angela's probably right. My broken leg doesn't hurt, and the constant pains in my back and hips are gone. I close my eyes as I take a deep breath, which results in me coughing. "Mom, don't move." "Trying not to," I say as the coughing subsides. I felt that. The crushing on my chest is evident. After many minutes, Jake calls out again. "Molly?" "We're here," Angela answers. A few seconds later, she says, "Jake, you should sit on the other side by her head. She can't move." "Can't move?" "My back doesn't hurt," I say hopefully. His Adam's apple bounces as he swallows. "No pain is good," he says quietly. "Can you feel me holding your hand?" I close my eyes. Not the sensation, but I know you are. My heart knows. "I just felt your hand move," he says with a smile. "You did?" Angela asks. "Can you move the one on my side?" I lift my hand up from the dusty ground. "Yes, okay. You bent your wrist, that's good. But you should probably just hold still until Belinda gets here. That's probably best." After a few minutes of quiet, I say, "Our radio is gone," but Angela thinks it's over. There are a few small skirmishes happening in town. The brothers were right. The rebellion did their part, and it seems many of the other people also joined in. Bill and Cole both checked in. Bill has Milena and Shelby with him. "That's wonderful," I say. He nods. Leo's team got the hostages from the bordello, and as expected, the people from Wesley came roaring down the road. They stopped them, cold. "Sarah?" I ask. Jake shakes his head. "Leo didn't say. I know they had a few losses, but he didn't give any names." "But if Sarah would have been one, he would have said, right?" Angela asks. Jake shakes his head again, this time combining it with a shrug. "I don't know. I don't know how any of our family is except Leo." A tear runs out of my eye and into my ear as I worry about my daughter and the rest of our close-knit family. "I saw Art," Angela says, "when I was still up top, after Mom fell and I was trying to take over as sniper for her." I close my eyes, thinking about all that's happened this morning. "How long?" I ask. "What do you mean?" Angela asks. "How long did it take? What time is it?" "Not too long," Jake answers. "From the first explosions to when we heard from Bill was about half an hour. We stayed in place until Cole, Leo, and the other team leaders checked in." "I started moving as soon as the main shooting stopped," Angela says. "I watched you fall, but couldn't do anything then." The klutz I am. I can't believe I fell where I'd been so adamant about being careful. "It was the shooting. They shot when I was running. I felt the bullets hitting the dirt below me and above me. That must have been when they hit the radio." "Your radio was hit?" Jake asks. "But you're not hurt?" "Weird, huh?" she says. "A miracle," I answer. "The shooting is what took the hillside out," Angela says. "Not you being a klutz. I should have told you not to try it. I was shooting when I saw the dirt falling, but I didn't know it was completely gone. I'm sorry, Mom. You have nothing to be sorry for. Where's my rifle? Is it ruined?" "It looks okay," Angela says, but someone will need to make sure the scope isn't messed up. I just want to close my eyes for a minute. No, Mom, you need to stay awake. Keep talking to us until Belinda gets here. While Jake and Angela try to keep me talking and alert, my eyes are closed and my mind drifts. A few times I feel myself nodding off and one of them will say my name way too loud. While my body doesn't hurt, there's a pounding beginning behind my left eye and another at the base of my neck. A roaring headache is developing. Do you hear that? Angela asks. Sounds like one of the quads. I'm trying to focus on the sound as Jake says, I'm going to move to the edge just in case it's not a friendly. I'll be ready, Angela says. Jake? A voice calls out, causing me to open my eyes wide. The bright sunlight sears my eyes and does nothing to help the pounding in my head. I squeeze them shut. Here, Jake calls while Angela says, It's Belinda, Mom. Yes. My voice sounds weak. It's a few minutes of Belinda calling and Jake answering before Angela says, Right here, Belinda. Well, Molly, Belinda says, what are you up to now? She can't move her legs, Angela blurts. Belinda lets out a huge sigh. How's Katie? I ask. Fine. She's still in the bowl taking care of anyone who finds their way there or is brought in by one of the team. Madison, Lori, and I go out to those who call for us. Do you happen to know anything about Sarah? I ask. Or Mike and his dad, Ben? I haven't seen any of the men. Sarah's still at the bordello. Some of the women aren't in great shape. She's helping Leo triage until Madison can get there. You're sure? I ask, my heart speeding up with excitement. That's what Leo said. Where do you hurt? Headache. Bad one. Angela said she thinks my ankle is broken. It hurt when I came down the hill, but it's fine now. Can you feel me pressing on your leg? Don't feel it. Belinda responds. After a few minutes, she has Jake help her get me in a cervical collar. I'm going to splint your ankle and then we'll get going. After she tends to my ankle, she does a quick check over the rest of me. Looks like something might be wrong with your hip or pelvis too, she says. Really? I ask. That's not good. Nope. Still no pain? Just my head. I have painkillers in my backpack. The turmeric? Not that. OxyContin. Oh, it's a long story. Could I have a half? My head might just explode when you move me. Belinda and Jake carefully move me so they can get to the pack and also get me on the stretcher. Not an actual stretcher, but a roll-up game sled used for hauling elk out. Belinda gives me the half dose. Then they secure me in the sled. I feel like a sausage the way they have me wrapped up. Once I'm in and stable, Belinda says, had I known what we were dealing with, I would have brought one of our boards. As it is, we need to do our best not to jar her on the way out. Jake, you take her feet. Angela and I will get her shoulders. We want to keep her as straight as possible, which, well, it's not going to be fun getting her out of this gully. Should we wait until the pill takes effect? Jake asks. We need to get her back, Belinda says. We'll be as gentle as we can, Molly. When they lift me up, Angela says, Mom, you don't weigh anything. I can't see her face, but do see Belinda's. She raises her eyebrows at me before saying, Good thing, or we'd never get her out of here. My head's still pounding, and every so often I feel a pushing or tugging sensation, similar to the feeling of an epidural during childbirth. I can tell something's happening, but it's almost like it's happening to someone else, and not me. When we're finally out of the gully, they gently set me on the ground. Put the gate of the trailer down, Belinda says. I'll ride with her. Jake, you drive the quad, and Angela can ride pillion. Take it nice and slow and try not to hit any big bumps. How you doing, Molly? I don't hurt much, I say. Even the headache's easing off. Guess the pill's starting to work. The crushing is back on my chest, an elephant sitting there laughing at me. Okay, we'll get you to the medical tent and go from there. We've barely started the bumpy trip when I feel the need to vomit. I let Belinda know, and she quickly calls for Jake to stop while gently turning me to my side. Out of nowhere, she produces a small bag, holding it for me as I do what I need. Sorry, Molly, I should have had you on your side when we started. She tells Jake to go ahead. As we again start bumping along, I ask, "So I broke my back along with my ankle and hip." "The ankle is definitely broken. Your hip, maybe, but your back, I don't know for sure. You could just have some bruising and swelling, which will subside." "Really? You believe that?" "I don't know, Molly. If it's broken, what can you do?" After several beats with no answer, I prompt, "Belinda." "Nothing. There's nothing I can do."
Chapter 44. Lucy. Put me down, I demand. Let's put more distance between us and the mansion, Captain Murphy says. We're far enough. Put me down and tell me, is he really dead? We reach a large tree and he steps behind it, gently lowering me to the ground. Let me take a look at your foot. Not until you tell me if Richard is dead. He gives a shrug. I have no reason to doubt what Janet said, but I don't know for certain. Looking at my toes, I swallow the lump in my throat. Is this going to be a problem, Lucy? In what way? Look at me. I shake my head as my tears begin to fall. He pulls me close as my sobs overtake me. Instead of berating me or telling me I'm stupid to be sad over Richard's death, he simply holds me and lets me cry. After many minutes, I'm calm enough to croak out a question. Why? Why? He repeats. Are you asking why Richard died? Why did you do this? What do you mean? Turn on Richard and attack our town. Why would you do that? He was killing us, Lucy. Can't you see? Can't you see what he was doing was wrong? Wrong for who? We were saving lives. The things we did, they kept people alive. He gives a slow shake of his head. No, we were taking lives. Every time we went on a raid, we murdered people. And for what? So Scott Majors could commit mass murder in our town? I narrow my eyes. You think the rumors of the Mercy killings are true? Mercy killings. They weren't killing people to be merciful. They're killing them because they believe they're a drain on society. Richard wouldn't do that. He knew about it. He gave Scott, Lassiter, and Doc Bohm free rein to do what they felt best regarding the elderly and handicapped. Not even actual handicaps. It's a form of genocide. I give him a hard look. And you know this how? I'm an officer, or was anyway. They told you. They wanted me to be a part of it. When I refused, he lets out a sigh. I had several reprogramming appointments with Doc Bohm. Why did all those months ago you told me to join Richard? Why? So you'd live. I thought. I didn't think it'd get to the point it has, but I should have known. History has a way of repeating itself. Now what? Lucy! Lucy! Maddie calls out, running toward me. You're okay. She's opening her arms like she plans to crush me in a hug. I lift a hand to stop her. I'm okay, I say gruffly. No thanks to you. When you all locked me in the bathroom, did it occur to you that you were signing my death warrant? Maddie hangs her head for a moment before popping up and saying, Geez, dramatic much? I purse my lips and give her a dirty look. They killed him. I suppose you're happy. I'm not. I would have preferred us taking back the town without bloodshed. Sure you would have. It's true, Captain Murphy says. While there were losses, we also have many who surrendered. Let's get you to the clinic for treatment. He stoops, like he's going to pick me up again. I'll walk. I yank my upper body away from him. Really? Maddie asks. Your foot and arm, you should let him carry you. I wave them both away and begin to hobble toward the old warehouse turned medical clinic. After only a few feet, with my injured foot aching and my non-injured bare foot catching a pebble, I let out a yelp. I drop my head. Okay, I say quietly. The medical clinic is barely controlled chaos. I'm directed to a chair. Dirk Murphy, I've decided I'm never referring to him as captain again, deposits me to a standing position, and then helps me sit. I'll be back to check on you later. Maddie, can you stay? Planned on it, she says, giving me a smile. I roll my eyes. After Dirk leaves, I turn to Maddie. How many of our friends did you murder? She makes a point of meeting my eyes. While I don't know if I'm the one who fired the fatal shot, I did shoot at Lieutenant Knight. Humph, but I wouldn't consider him a friend, would you? Our real friends. There were 2 men from the acquisition team also, V and Hayes. We weren't friendly with them. I shake my head. V and Hayes were cruel. Both thought they were super soldiers, but neither had the skills Loretta and a few others do. Brutality and lack of conscience were their main assets. How about May or Susie? You do remember the women we lived with for the past 6 months, right? To my knowledge, the house was secured and they're still being held there. I don't think any of our roommates were killed or injured. But you don't know. And Loretta? Maddie drops her head. I'm not sure. She and several others were pulled out of the estate last night and given guard duty. I heard rumors. No, I don't think she made it. She was my friend, a true friend, not someone like you who locked me in a room to die. My voice is raised enough people nearby turn to look. I glare at a lady who makes a shushing noise. In a low voice, Maddie says, "The fire got away from us. We didn't know the explosives would be so powerful." Really? You bombed the house and were surprised when it burned down? Look, I don't want you to wait with me. I don't even want to look at you or have anything to do with you, ever. Lucy, go. This time my shout earns a reprimand from the triage nurse, who yells out, "No fighting in here." I'll go now, but I'm coming back soon to make sure you're okay and to find you a place to stay tonight. Don't bother, I say, turning my body away from her.
Chapter 45. Tuesday, day 315. Molly. The sound of crying wakes me. As the world comes into focus, I hear a soft voice making soothing sounds. "You're okay, Tate," she says quietly. "Give a big burp and you'll feel better." "Does he have a bubble?" I ask. "Sorry he woke you, Mom," Sarah says. "He fell asleep while I was feeding him. But then, it's fine. I love hearing him. Let me put him in his basket and I'll get you a drink." "Can you put him over here so I can see him?" I ask. She moves into my line of vision and holds Tate out. His eyes are watery from his recent outburst. He wrinkles up his face to prepare for another wail. "He's not happy, is he?" Mid-movement, his face relaxes and he makes a gurgling noise followed by a healthy belch. "That should help," Sarah says with a small laugh. "Is Mom awake?" Malcolm asks from the door to my bedroom. "Can I come in?" "Of course," I answer. Although I can hear him, I can't yet see him. The original soft cervical collar Belinda put on me in the gully was replaced with a rigid neck brace, one of our salvaged items from an empty house in Bakerville. Now, I'm positioned so I'm on my right staring at the wall, a vast improvement from how I spent yesterday, bound to a skinny board using many lengths of fabric to further immobilize me for the trip from the medical tent in the bowl, back up the mountain. They left me secured for several hours after we arrived, while my bedroom was rearranged to make my future care as easy as possible. Because of concern of skin breakdown, commonly called bed sores, I'm repositioned every couple of hours. What an ordeal it is. "Here, Squirt," Sarah says to Malcolm. "You hold Tate so I can get Mom a drink of water." Seconds later, she's sticking a straw in my mouth. I take a tentative sip, having learned too much too fast results in choking. Belinda says it's common in tetraplegia or quadriplegia, paralysis affecting all 4 limbs. We don't have a way to do x-rays or any in-depth medical studies, but there seems to be little doubt my fall resulted in me injuring my spinal cord, most likely my C6 or C7 vertebrae. I can lift my arms and even bend my elbows, though I can't really feel I'm doing it. Swallowing is a challenge, and I'm on a complete liquid diet. Breathing is always difficult, feeling like I can't get the air I need. "Do you want me to read to you?" Malcolm asks. "Sarah said when you woke up it'd be my turn to sit with you and I should read." "Would you like to read to me?" I ask. "I will. Or we could just talk. Talking is good too." He scoots his chair close to my head so I can see him. Tony and I are helping with the packing. Doris wants to get everything organized so we can move things back down to our houses. But we have to leave some things here. You know about that, right? We'll take what we can, I say, happy to hear him talking of normal things. When we returned yesterday, he was almost inconsolable. With Belinda's help, Jake explained my injuries to Malcolm, Tony, Lily, and the grandchildren. They wanted the kids to be prepared before seeing me tied up to a board and unable to move. Yesterday was hard, not only for Malcolm and the younger kids, but for the older children, too. Angela, Sarah, and Katie had almost 24 hours of knowing, but were still teary-eyed. Callie's first glimpse of me didn't go well. Like Malcolm, she was heartbroken, especially when it became clear I'll likely never walk or even be able to properly hold her soon-to-be-born baby. There was a huge talk. Dad said it was a debate about all the hides we've collected over the winter, Malcolm says. Someone said we should take them down with us and start working them during the summer. But someone else said we have way too much work to do over the summer and should have been working on them all winter. Right, I say with a laugh, because we didn't have enough work to do over winter. That's what Doris said. Anyway, they decided to hook up freezers to the solar systems and put most of the hides in the freezers to keep them, frozen? I offer. Yeah, someone else said fresh. Frozen seems right, though. We'll leave most of them here and take only a couple down to work on. With the warmer weather, they'll rot fast if they don't get cured in time. And Mr. and Mrs. Frost, plus the others staying up here, will make sure the freezer ones stay frozen. They won't need much electricity since there will be so few people here, so the amount of solar power the freezers use won't be a problem. True, good thinking. Yeah, then we'll move back here in the winter and we'll do more of them. Sarah says it'll be one of the jobs for the sewing crew, unless, of course, things get better by then. We haven't heard any new announcements from the president, but Callie says it's only a matter of time. Do you think she's right? I'm sure we'll know more soon. Did Dad tell you some people left this morning to start the planting? I heard a little about it. Do you want to tell me more? Mr. Sanchez says he'll be surprised if we get a beet crop before the fall. Says he would have liked to have them in the ground 2 weeks ago. He and Mr. Michelson, along with a couple of the Baker guys, all left and took about a dozen people with them to work the fields. That doesn't seem like enough people to do all the planting. Mr. Sanchez said the same thing, but they do have the tractor, or at least they think they do. The tractor Tate and Aaron got running last September before... His voice trails off. Before Tate went missing? I wish he would have come back, like how Tony's dad did. Sometimes, over the winter, I'd think maybe he and his dad found a warm place to stay, and when the weather was better, they'd show up here. Many of us had the same hope. But it's not going to happen, is it? Our God is a God of miracles, but I just don't know Malcolm. I barely have the words out before Malcolm says how sad it makes him and then quickly switches gears to a new subject, this one about swords and how our novice blacksmith is taking some tips from Paul Cameron on knife making and thinks he could make swords. I can't help but smile at my son's enthusiasm. Last summer, he attempted to convince our family militia, before the entire community banded together for security, swords would be a good idea as part of our self-defense. He proved his point when stopping an attack with a heavy plastic practice sword. Some might think Malcolm's fascination with swords is thanks to the apocalypse, but that's not the case. He had an interest in blades well before. A set of practice swords were his gift for his 10th birthday. It's been many months since he's had such an animated conversation about his interests. The threat of attack from Prospect hanging over us has put a shadow over our lives. After much chatter, Malcolm asks if I'm getting tired. Some, I admit. Do you want me to read until you fall asleep? I could read softly so it doesn't keep you awake. Then I'll just sit quietly until my shift is over. Because of the severity of my injuries, I need 24-hour monitoring. After we arrived at the bowl, where a tent had been set up for triage and a second tent for treatment, things didn't sound good for me. I wasn't sure I'd come home and be in my own bed, but I am home, and while it's not exactly my own bed, I'm immensely grateful. Our queen-sized bed was moved out and 2 twins moved in, but I'm still sharing a room with my beloved, and I'm surrounded by my children and grandchildren. Sarah showed up at the bowl shortly after I did. Knowing she was okay allowed me to relax. Although Sarah and everyone in our family unit were fine, we lost 2 of our people in the raid, and a few are missing. The losses were dreadful. But Richard Majors, his son Scott, and the other illegitimate leaders of Prospect were all brought to justice. A good portion of the acquisition team willingly surrendered and are now being held in the county jail. While the bloodshed was kept to a minimum, the rebels still lost around a dozen people, and there were a couple of civilians murdered. The murderer was Fred Lassiter, and an accomplice known as Doc Bohm. They were attempting to escape the town when the innocents got in the way. Where Deputy Fred and the Doc are now is unknown. As much as I hate that killing Richard Majors and his followers was necessary, it gives us hope. It gives me hope my children may have a peaceful future. Malcolm reads from Treasure Island as I drift off to sleep.
Chapter 46. Lucy. Lucy, what are you doing here? Chase asks, his blue eyes twinkling. I heard Loretta is one of the prisoners. I want to see her. Maddie thought Loretta Ceballos was among the dead, but when I saw Mrs. Murphy helping in the medical clinic, she said Loretta was injured but alive. Loretta and the rest from the acquisition team, who weren't part of the rebellion, are being segregated and kept in the old jail. Mrs. Murphy implied it was for their safety, but I know better. They're prisoners. I'd be one too if I were still living in the estates at the time of the overthrow. The only reason I'm not being kept under lock and key is because I was wearing the stupid pink bandana when Dirk Murphy took me to the clinic, automatically designating me as a friendly. Sure, whatever. Loretta? Ceballos. You can't have many female prisoners. Surely you can figure out who she is. He gives me a slow nod. I haven't been in the cells. I'm just helping up front. Let me check with Doyle. Wait here. Chase is gone several minutes before he comes back into the room, closing the door to the cells with a clank. Okay, she's here. We have a room for visitation. Doyle's setting it up, and we'll take her in there shortly. You'll be allowed 15 minutes. You're so kind, I snap. He gives me a smile. I heard you were injured. You're doing well now? I noticed you had a bit of a limp when you walked in. I'm fine. Really? Fine? I smirk at him, and then spin on my not-hurt foot. Striding as best I can without a limp, I make my way to the hard plastic waiting room chairs. I was sent away from the clinic with instructions to keep off my foot after the nurse removed several slivers of glass. The splinter in my arm came out easily, but both my arm and foot are susceptible to infection. When they released me from the clinic, I realized I had nowhere to go. The mansion was gone, and the estates were under lockdown, while everyone was processed and moved here. Mrs. Murphy said I should go next door to the old Roadway Inn, where they've set up temporary housing for anyone who lost theirs in the liberation. The remaining members of the Bakerville community joined forces with the Prospect rebels to bring down Richard and his son. Scott, Lassiter, and most of the lieutenants were killed, and Janet Cruz, who died before my eyes. Lieutenant Alvarez was part of the rebellion, as was Alyssa's brother, and all of the new recruits who joined when he did. Rumor is, Alvarez was responsible for bringing them in, with the sole purpose of a revolution. Another rumor is Alvarez had no idea Dirk Murphy was also part of the rebellion. Seems they had several different groups, each operating independently, with only a couple of people knowing the leader of each group. I'm not sure I believe this, but I heard Toad was one of those overseeing the entire operation. I must admit, Toad overseeing anything is a surprise. I've always considered him to be unmotivated. While nice enough, he never really seemed to want much out of life. To think he had the ability to organize a town-wide rebellion with several groups, independent of each other, is remarkable and unbelievable. Also remarkable was the number of rebels killed, only around a dozen, and there were very few civilians killed or wounded. While the clinic was hopping when Murphy took me there, The stream of incoming injured quickly dwindled. So much so, one of our doctors was even able to go help the Bakerville group, where they were triaging their wounded. By the time I was treated, the ones still waiting to be seen were minorly injured and were almost all wearing the bright-colored armbands, indicating they were part of the resistance. Very few were regular townfolk, and I saw no one from the acquisition team or sentries that I knew to be loyal to Richard, or thought to be loyal. I never suspected Alvarez or Murphy to be anything but trustworthy and devoted to our town. The door to the lockup area opens with a grating metallic creak. "We're ready," an unseen voice announces. "Come on, Lucy," Chase says. Forgetting I'm supposed to show how tough I am, I limp to where Chase is holding the door. Doyle, a man I recognize as being in charge of garbage pickup, is waiting on the other side, a bored expression painting his face. He motions me to follow him. After only a dozen yards, he opens a windowed door. Loretta lifts her head, her face etched in sadness, and gives me a nod. "You'll have 15 minutes, Doyle says. Stay on your own side of the table and don't touch. I'll be watching." "Well, la-dee-da," Loretta says softly as soon as the door is shut. I move to my seat. As soon as I'm seated, she asks, "Why are you limping?" "Glass. No big deal. Were you injured?" She shakes her head. "Slightly, but I'm fine." "I heard you were shot." "No, I was shot before being tackled to the ground." "How long will they keep you here?" "I do not know. There's probably going to be a trial. Your friend Maddie visited me yesterday." "She's not my friend." Tilting her head, Loretta says, "I'm pretty sure she is. She kept you out of harm's way. She and Murphy bound me, locked me in a bathroom, and then set the building on fire." "The building wasn't supposed to go up like it did. They thought the explosion would just create a disturbance. Bring us out in the open so we could surrender." "How do you know this?" "Maddie told me." "Yeah, well, she lies." "I don't think so. She felt badly about me being here. She said it will maybe go better for me since I willingly gave up." "Did you surrender?" "Of course. Lieutenant Cruz sent me after the mayor's killers. They had him restrained, but he started fighting back. The women really had little choice." "Ha. Milena hated Richard. Hated him before this ever started, and hated him more when he planned to string her up at the gallows. Hate is understandable. He offered her a good life, a life of luxury." "Did he? You think what you and her had to do was going to be easy?" I lift a shoulder in response. She gives me a nod. "When they ran to those helping with the uprising, I realized then it was over." "And you just gave up?" "I told you before, Lucy. I do what is needed to survive. Now things have changed. Majors is out and someone else will be in. Someone who will lead in a different way. One who may not make our town as prosperous as Majors planned, but he may keep more people alive, or more may die. I do not know, but I will make it clear I support the new regime." "Yeah," I say, "like we have a choice." "There's always a choice. I heard about the choice you made to keep Captain Murphy alive. If I had to do it over again, I'm not sure I'd do the same. Janet could have led." "No, she couldn't. She wasn't a leader." I shake my head. "Anyway, I just wanted to see how you are. If I can, be a character witness or something for you, I will." "Thank you. When you see Captain Murphy, will you thank him for dropping off the reading material for me? Tell him I'm especially grateful for the Bible." "He brought you a Bible?" "Among other things." "I didn't know you—" "No, not anymore. I grew up in a Christian home, reading the Bible and praying. Reading from scriptures now makes me wish I could return to that time. I doubt I'll see him, but if I do, I'll give him your thanks. Did you know the original colonies established by those on the Mayflower were to live in accordance with the Christian faith? That was one of the reasons my parents so badly wished to immigrate to the United States, because of the Christian heritage. They grew up Roman Catholic but became Protestants when they were newly married. They thought it made sense to move here. Never mind, Lucy. Thanks so much for visiting me." I give a nod as I stand to leave. I read it too. I say as I step toward the door. The Bible. Yeah. Maddie gave me one when I was, yes. And are you a Christian? No, of course not. Why do you say it like that? I turn to face her. If I were to do that, wouldn't it be wrong? I mean, you know the things I've done, the things you've done, Maddie too. But she seems to think all she has to do is ask for forgiveness, and poof, she'll get it. I believe she is correct. How? We killed people, and Maddie and I bug my eyes out at her, trying to convey what I don't want to say. Yes, I do remember some scriptures. One that sticks with me is, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." You think we in Prospect invented sin? No. Man has sinned from the time Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden. God knows this. He hates the sin and wants us to stop and be holy. That's why he sent his son Jesus to earth. That's why Jesus died. He died as the ultimate sacrifice for our sinfulness. And when someone truly asks forgiveness, we get the Holy Spirit to help us so we stop sinning. But you still sin. Yes. For many years, I lived a double life. I would tell my parents and my pastor what they wanted to hear, made them think I was a good little Christian girl. But all along, I knew in my heart I didn't believe. I was only pretending. My mama would often tell me, "You can't get to heaven on my coattails." So she knew you were faking it? She was very smart. If I see Murphy, I'll tell him you said thanks. Turn from your sin, Lucy. Acknowledge Jesus is the Son of God and ask him to live in you, in your heart. And then what? Go to church every Sunday? Maybe. You'll probably want to. You'll want to get to know him better and let the Holy Spirit guide you. Doubtful. See you later. I knock on the window, and the door immediately opens. Be back for you shortly, Doyle tells Loretta. When we're a couple of feet from the door, he says, "She's right." About what? Accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior. If you ask and mean it, your sins will be forgiven. Did you listen to our entire conversation? Well, yeah, the speaker was on the entire time. Thanks for the privacy. This is a jail. There is no privacy. Humph. Anyway, there's twice daily service at Prospect Cowboy Church on Broadway. I'm not a cowboy. Being a cowboy isn't required. You just need to be open to learning about the Lord. Next service is at 7 this evening. Not interested.
Chapter 47. Molly. When I awaken, Kelly Hudson is in the room. I can't see her but hear her humming and recognize her tone. "Kelly?" I say softly. "Hey, Molly, just changing things around." "Is my output okay?" I ask, regarding the urine bag. Even with our primitive medical items, I'm fortunate to have a line of intravenous fluids going in and a second line to take things out. "It's what we expect," she answers. "That's good," I say. While the liquid in and liquid out seems to be working as it should, there's much more involved with my needs, things we've only briefly discussed. And most of those things are unlikely to happen. If my medical issues were limited to sliding down the hillside and breaking my ankle, hip, and back, things might be different. But considering I was already ailing, believed to be terminal even, there's only so much to be done for me. While the ankle fracture is obvious and I'm in a cardboard splint to keep it stationary, the hip break is assumed and not being treated separately from the assumed fracture to my spine. After Kelly finishes the medical stuff, she asks, "How's your pain?" No real pain. The headache is even getting better. In addition to the half dose of the narcotic I took before they carried me out of the gully, I had the other half later in the day, and, at Belinda's insistence, a full pill before they trucked me home yesterday. I told Belinda to keep the final pill for someone else. I'm still on my regimen of willow bark tincture, turmeric, ginger, and garlic, which helps keep the headache down to a dull roar. Not feeling my hips and back, which were beginning to border on excruciating before my slide down the hillside, is truly a blessing. Any new feeling or sensations? The skin on my left arm was tingling earlier, almost like a bug was walking on it. Sarah was in here. I had her check for spiders, but there wasn't anything there. That can happen with a SCI. SCI? Spinal cord injury. Oh, yeah. I heard Belinda and the prospect doctor talking about that. I just didn't put it together. It was good Dr. Brown was able to examine you, and good Jake was able to bring him to the triage tent for a consult. We're going to move you soon. Can I get you anything first? Who's sitting with me next? Callie was out there. I think it's her turn. I'm going to find Leo or someone to help me reposition you. I'll send Callie in to visit until we return. Jake's working on reloads in the armory. He could probably help. Good idea. I'll be back. Thanks. And, Kelly? Yeah? Thanks again for letting me be here. I know it's a hassle for you and the rest of the team to keep coming over. She steps back into my view and gives me one of her beautiful smiles. If it were one of us, this is what we'd want, too, to be surrounded by our family and sleeping next to our husband. Not exactly next to, I say with a smile. He scooted his twin bed over next to mine last night, so we're together but separate. That rascal did make a point of saying this morning how nice it was not having me hog the blankets. It seems, had he known separate beds with separate blankets would result in a warmer night of sleep, he would have done it years ago. Kelly lets out a hearty laugh. I hope he doesn't say anything to Phil. My husband is constantly complaining about me stealing the covers. I let out a sigh. He's being great about it. The children, too, but I know. How long do you think it'll be? Her smile freezes as her eyes fill with tears. There could be complications with the SCI. We don't know. You're having trouble breathing and swallowing. If things were normal, you'd be on oxygen and other intravenous solutions to give you more nourishment. And you'd be on antibiotics to help prevent the common kidney or urinary tract issues. And I know all this. I know you're doing what you can to keep me comfortable. And I know the sole issue isn't my paralysis, but adding in what was already wrong with me. The cancer. How long? She shakes her head. I don't know. Belinda and I discussed it before this. We told you, just with the tumors and metastasis, or I should say, what we believe to be cancer that has metastasized, we're only going off our clinical observations. Which is what you're doing with my fall too, right? Without x-rays or CAT scans or whatever, you're just going by what you see. And Dr. Brown agreed with Belinda's assessment. Yes, Belinda says he did. It's terribly obvious something is causing your paralysis, most likely a fracture. And it's also terribly obvious you have masses in your abdomen and other places. You've lost too much weight. You're having intense pain. Not anymore. Yes, I do believe this may be a huge blessing. Your pain was going to become considerably more intense, unbearable even, and we wouldn't have any real way of controlling it. Jake prayed about this. Many times he prayed and asked God to take my pain away. This is certainly not the way I thought God would answer, but his ways are always right, Kelly says. And God's the one with the answer to your question, too. We're going to do our best to give you as much quality of life as we can. How long that will be, I don't know. Do you think that quality of life could include wiping the tears out of my ear for me? Definitely, and I'll help you blow your nose, too. Less than a minute after Kelly leaves, Callie comes in. Hey, Mom. She scoots the chair close to me and plops down with a large sigh. Man, it's good to sit down. Did Kelly tell you I had an appointment this morning? My baby's fine. I'm measuring right at 36 weeks. That's wonderful. How are you feeling? Huge. Exhausted. Just a few more weeks. Katie offered to draw me. Like a maternity photo shoot? Something like that. She's working on one now for Sarah, just doing it from memory. She says she wishes she would have thought of it when Sarah was still pregnant. At least for me, she was able to take my picture with Malcolm's tablet, that way she doesn't have to get it done before I pop. It's brilliant. I so wish we would have thought of the tablet and using it sooner. I love that Katie is drawing too. Who knows when the photos could be developed? I love it. It's a good idea for sure. She's doing Sarah in colored pencil. I guess mine will be the same. She's going to sketch the children too, maybe at least one time per year until we can have actual pictures again. We should have thought of this before. Probably. But up until now, I don't think she was feeling creative. Said she started thinking about it while she was camping down at the medical tent. She even started some rough drawings on scratch paper then. We should have her do you too. You think so, huh? I ask with a laugh. I'm not sure she'd be able to capture my best side right now. Not exactly the way you look today, but she can capture your essence and your hair. I love the way your hair is, now after you cut it short and stopped dyeing it. You should have done it years ago. Is that right? You think the gray suits me? She's silent for many minutes before saying, I think you've become the woman God intended, and I hope someday to be like you. Oh, Callie, I say, lifting my wrist the small amount I'm able to, signaling I want her to come to me. She takes my hand and steps into my view. You're amazing, I say. The way you've acted through all of this, you're such a light in my life. Even those times I made fun of you and Jake? You've made fun of us? Oh, you mean before all this happened? Yeah, I never thought. Mom, I was sure you guys were just being paranoid all those times you said you were planning for an unknown future. It seemed so stupid then. But now, I know we lost Deanne. But if we would have stayed in Casper, I'm not sure any of us would have survived. And we wouldn't be having our baby. You and Mike made the choice to act. I know it was scary in those first few days when Mike was attacked. Fear is what opened our eyes. You're here now, and soon you'll be cradling your baby in your arms. You too, Mom. Maybe you'll get enough feeling and movement back to hold her. I give a small smile. Maybe so. She lets out a sigh and returns to her chair. Have you talked to Angela much? Much? Since you fell. She rode in the back of the truck with me while we were coming home, and she stayed with me the entire time they were getting this room set up for me. We talked, but is something going on? She blames herself, thinks it's her fault you fell. I let out a scoff. How could it be her fault? Don't know, but she thinks it is. Is she scheduled to sit with me today? Yes, later. I'll talk with her then. Callie and I chat for several minutes before Kelly, Leo, and Jake arrive to reposition me.
Chapter 48. Lucy. Even though I told Doyle I'm not interested in going to his church, at 6 o'clock I start getting ready. At 7:20, I leave my hotel room. I arrive at the church, which has several missing windows now covered in cardboard, about 5 minutes before start time. The line entering the building completely surprises me. Several people I recognize as workers are at the door greeting people and helping them find seats. As I get closer to the entrance, I start to feel completely out of place. Just as I swivel to leave, I hear someone call my name. Hey, I thought that was you, Toad says with a smile. Are you alone? You can sit with me. I was going to head on home. Come on, you walked all this way. Might as well stay and listen. I bend my neck and let out a quiet sigh. Might as well. He says something to one of the doormen as we pass. Do you work here? I ask. Work? No, I just help. We're excited to be able to meet here again. For the last several months, we've been meeting in various places, trying to stay ahead of the... He cuts off with an awkward smile. Christianity wasn't outlawed. Not officially, but after several of the town's pastors disappeared, we understood what was happening. What do you mean, disappeared? We'll sit here, he says, taking me to a seat near the back. Once we're seated, he leans close to me. You didn't hear about the disappearances. I shake my head. It's true, he says. At least 6 plus their wives and families, all pastors or associate pastors. The priest of the Catholic Church, too. We thought Chaplain Rick, too. You know, the hospital chaplain? Yeah, I heard he left town. Turns out he did, but we thought he was the first. We found out yesterday he left the night Majors took over and was hiding out with the people from Bakerville. But he was killed earlier in the month when... Toad again looks uncomfortable. When what? They were attacked. He was among the dead. Attacked by whom? He gives me a long look. The scout team? I ask in a whisper. He gives a shrug. Seems so. Why'd you do it, Toad? Do what? Go against Mayor Majors? It's getting ready to start, he says, giving me a smile. Just enjoy it. We can talk later. I let out a sigh and consider again how I don't belong here. Not in this building and not sitting next to Toad the traitor. As I make a move to leave, Toad gently touches my arm. I'll answer all your questions after the service. Please stay. I give a hesitant nod and stop my movement, but I don't exactly relax into my chair. I don't know the preacher, but he's someone I recognize from before the attacks. He starts with a prayer. I don't bother to bow my head or anything, but choose to look around at the others gathered. After a chorus of amens, a lady and a man go up front. She has a guitar, and he sings. They ask us to stand as they begin to play. The music is fine. Not concert quality, but not bad. You wouldn't know it's not a concert, by the way. The people around me, including Toad, are reacting. Feet tapping, singing along. Some people are even lifting their hands in the air and swaying along with the music. They move from the snappy beat of the first song to a slightly slower song, which seems to really get people going. I listen to the words as the man sings about waiting on the Lord, and while he's waiting, he'll serve and worship. During this one, people are even crying and calling out Amen. When the song finishes, the preacher goes back up. He, too, is wiping his eyes. Thank you, Nancy and Ian. It was beautiful as always, and such a perfect choice. He then turns to those in the chairs. It's what we've all been doing. We've been waiting to be delivered from the difficulties of the last few months, from the fear of living under what was essentially an iron curtain. And while we were waiting, we were seeking ways we could continue to serve the Lord, ways we could bring those who were broken and without hope to Him. We knew He'd deliver us. We knew God would intervene and set us free. The entire room breaks out in applause, with people hugging and crying out how thankful they are. Is that what they thought? This preacher and people like Toad, did they think they needed to be set free from Richard? Hearing the preaching, watching the reactions, I realized things in Prospect were more than what I was seeing. The Prospect I was living in was extremely different than the Prospect these people lived in. And I feel like I missed out on something. I missed out on the trust and faith they relied on. As the preacher continues, I'm reminded of the story I read about Moses. He listened to God and was able to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, giving them freedom from slavery. Moses had faith God would do the things he said. He listened as God spoke to him from a burning bush. If only it were that easy now. If God could speak to me and tell me what I'm supposed to do, that'd be helpful. I am. I turned to Toad to ask him what he said. His eyes are forward, completely focused on the preacher and everyone else. A feeling of comfort washes over me. My eyes fill as the words the pastor is saying seem to take on new meaning. I hear him, not only with my ears but with my heart, as he tells me God loves me. Jesus loves me. Me. Lucy Fleming. Even though I've done awful, terrible things, he loves me. And I can follow Jesus just like the fishermen in the early days of his ministry. As the guitar begins to softly play, the preacher seems to look right at me as he says, "Can you see that you need him? Can you see that you need Jesus?" Toad leans close to me and whispers, "You okay?" I want to change. No, I need what these people have. I think I need Jesus. Will you tell me more? Absolutely, he says. I'd be honored, Lucy.
Chapter 49. Molly. When I next open my eyes, the sun is no longer visible from my east-facing room. An oil lamp burns on the nightstand between the twin beds. "You're awake?" Angela asks softly. "Do you need some water?" After she helps me drink, she asks, "Can I get you anything?" "I don't think so. Was Kelly or Belinda in recently?" "About 15 minutes ago. Took a look at all your bags and tubes and said everything seems to be working as it should for the moment. Someone will reposition you after dinner. Where's Gavin? Tim took him to dinner. They'll be here shortly. Did you eat? Yeah, I got a plate from the kitchen. Rabbit stew tonight. I have some broth for you. Maybe in a bit. Anything exciting happening today? They found another member of our militia. All the missing are now accounted for. How many dead? I ask. 2 more, giving us a total of 4. The last 2 were found bound. It seems they were tortured. Tortured? Why? We don't know. Evan talked to one of the rebellion leaders, but they're at a loss too. It's strange. We're both silent for several minutes. Why would 2 of our people be captured and tortured? It makes 0 sense. It's nice not having to gather firewood, Angela says. I barely know what to do with myself with 1 less duty. But you got the new duty of sitting with me. Hardly a chore, Mom. Callie said you've been upset. She's quiet for many moments before saying, Callie has a big mouth. My injury is not your fault. Really? It feels like it is. I should have stopped you. I watched the hillside give way and did nothing. You watched and did nothing? You caught a glimpse of what was happening while you were shooting at Majors' henchmen, trying to keep them from killing me. That's hardly doing nothing. It wasn't enough, she says in a whisper. I close my eyes as I try to collect my thoughts. I take a deep breath, causing a coughing fit. Angela quickly stands up close to me, trying to figure out how to help. She's just about to run for Belinda when it stops as suddenly as it started. Once my breathing is regular, I say, remind me not to do that again. Does the coughing hurt? Burns a bit, but mostly it's scary. I almost feel like I'm suffocating. Will it get better? I close my eyes while I consider her question. Mom? She asks quietly. I'm still awake. I was just thinking. Who's around tonight? You kids and the spouses, Alvin and Dodie, and where's Jake? Dinner. I think Katie is on overnight duty in the clinic. She starts at 10. She'll be taking care of you too, you know. Yes. Can you see if you can get everyone gathered? I'd like to talk to all of you. What's this about, Mom? Please. Okay, she says slowly. When Tim arrives with Gavin, I'll have him round everyone up. Of course, most of them will probably show up when he does. Perfect, he can just gather the stragglers. Did you want to? Wait until everyone's here, okay? It's easier for me if I just say it once. You're scaring me, Mom. Oh, honey, I can't. I blink my eyes several times. I'm going to share an answer to prayer. Would you read to me? From Psalms. 107, I think. She lets out a huff before grabbing the Bible from the nightstand. After a bit of flouncing and a loud sigh, both of which almost make me laugh, she starts to read. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever. She pauses before asking, is this the right one? I think so. Can you read a little more? I'll know for sure soon. As she reads several more verses, I begin to think I've got the wrong spot. Then she says, then they cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he delivered them from their distress. Yes, this is it. Keep going. As she reads about the mighty power of God and his forgiveness, I'm struck with how utterly amazing our God is. The people cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he brought them out of their distress, just like he did for me. While I may not get the complete miracle I was praying for, the miracle of healing, I'm relieved of my distress, of my pain. Let them give thanks to the Lord for his unfailing love and his wonderful deeds for mankind. Amen, I say. Angela stops reading. Is that it? That's all you wanted to hear? That part just... I let out a sigh. It means a lot to me. Keep reading? Please. She finishes the chapter, and then I have her turn to Psalm 91, which we've been focusing on since early into the Havoc. Do you want to read it with me? She asks. I still haven't learned the entire thing, I admit, but I'll join where I can. Do you know it all by heart? She lets out a laugh. No, but Tim does. Jake, too. I know, I've heard them both reciting it, Angela says. Funny, isn't it, how they've both really taken to the scriptures, and not just to say them for something to say, but to live them. I never considered the need for a godly man, a godly marriage. Even though Tim and I both said we were Christians, we weren't like we are now. Now I truly feel God leading us. I knew we were both saved before, but we weren't spending time with God and getting to know Him, and we'd certainly never prayed together. Same, I say with a laugh, until a few years ago when Jake and I hit rock bottom after Sherry and Kenny died. Yes, after they died and we grew so far apart. I never thought we'd find our way back to each other, but God made a way. I never told you this, but Tim and I, we were talking about getting a divorce. You were? When? When the attacks happened. He was working out of town so much, and I was just done. The week of the attacks, when he was home while they fixed his rig, I told him then. I told him I wanted to separate. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. The attacks saved my marriage. That and me getting shot in the bottom. She lets out a hearty laugh. He was really great to me while I was recovering. It was then he told me we were missing God in our marriage. A rumble comes from the other room. Speaking of your husband, I say, sounds like dinner's over. I'll have Tim gather everyone. It takes about 30 minutes for everyone available to meet in my bedroom. While I wanted to bring Tony and Lily over, too, they're living with their dad in the ski lodge still. Jake suggested he could bring them, along with Jason, over after breakfast tomorrow. Leo's on guard duty, so he's also missing. Okay, Mom, Angela says. You've had me freaking out for the last hour. What's going on? There's something I haven't told you. I haven't told any of you except Jake. He knows. About your injury? Sarah asks. No, not exactly. I've been waiting until after we finish the attack on Prospect to tell you. You see, about your sickness? Malcolm asks. Shh, Callie says. Don't interrupt. Malcolm's right, I say. You all know I haven't been feeling well. But you were getting better, Callie says. She wasn't, Katie says. Not really, were you, Mom? No, I wasn't. I'm not better. Right, Callie says, stepping close so her face is near mine. Because of the fall. You're paralyzed, but lots of people, it's not that big of a deal, right? There's lots of people in wheelchairs. Or there used to be. Your back can heal and you can... Wait, Callie, Jake says, his voice full of compassion. The fall isn't my main issue. In fact, it probably did me a favor. I say the words in a rush. My sickness, it's probably cancer. There are a few gasps, and someone, maybe Katie, makes a sobbing sound. Callie lifts her head and steps back. But it won't be long until the hospital is functioning again, right? Then they can treat you. Maybe if I had started treatment months ago, but now, no, it's spread. The cancer has spread to the point where Belinda and Kelly believe I'm terminal. No, Mom, Callie whispers. There's more crying, including Malcolm, who's within my view. Jake has his arm wrapped around his shoulders while Malcolm buries his head. Jake? I say, my voice shaky. He puts his free hand on my shoulder. The back aches and weight loss, they were signs, Jake says in an equally wobbly tone. The day after the sniper attack, Belinda told us she felt new masses and believes them to be on your mom's bones, bone cancer. Even if she could have chemo or radiation tomorrow, it wouldn't help. It's too far advanced. What about the doctor in Prospect? Angela asks. Maybe he can do something. I take a shallow breath so I don't choke, just enough to gather myself. Belinda told him about all of it when he was seeing me. He agreed with her, and he agreed the only thing to be done is to keep me comfortable. Quite honestly, the injury is a blessing. The meds we have available would not be enough soon. The pain would be excruciating. You're dying? Callie asks. I don't have some elaborate speech to give you about it, I say with a squeak to my voice, other than to say our God is amazing. As my pain has been increasing, I've been praying for a miracle. The fall gave me that miracle. Not the way I wanted, but I don't hurt. I'm still praying for full healing, Jake clarifies. I've suspected Mom was sick, Katie says. I even almost asked a few times. But there was always something going on, and as we've certainly learned over the last several months, death is a part of life. She takes a breath as tears threaten to overcome her. I'm just so glad we have this time with you, and while I'm with Jake on praying for full healing, I'm also exceedingly grateful you aren't in pain. Mom had me read Psalm 107 earlier, Angela says. It seemed an odd choice then, but I understand parts of it now. Will you read it to us? Katie asks. Just a couple of verses. As Angela opens the Bible, there's much sniffing and nose blowing. She clears her throat and starts to read, then shakes her head when she's overcome with emotion. Let me, Alvin says, reaching for the Bible. In his strong voice, he says, Then they cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he brought them out of their distress. He stilled the storm to a whisper. The waves of the sea were hushed. They were glad when it grew calm, and he guided them to their desired haven. Let them give thanks to the Lord for his unfailing love and his wonderful deeds for mankind. Oh, that is good, Sarah says. While I know the Bible tells us God answers prayer, as evidenced in this passage, it's still hard when it's not the answer we want. I want you to get well, Mom, to be fully whole, walking, and pain-free. But you also wanted Tate to come back, Malcolm says. God took him too, and Keith, Lois, and Deanne. It's true, Sarah says. Like Katie said, I'm glad we have this time with Mom. These last few months we've been able to live together on the mountain as a family. Some days have been terribly hard, but I'm very thankful for this time. And I know I'll see Tate again someday, thanks to his returning to Christ in those weeks before he went missing. Mom definitely has a miracle in being pain-free. But the biggest miracle for all of us happened over 2,000 years ago on the cross. And 3 days later, when he rose again, Jake says. The miracle isn't just Jesus' death, but that he didn't stay dead. He died for our sins. But the resurrection fulfilled the prophecies and gave us the cornerstone of our faith and gives us hope for when we die and gives us eternal life, I say, surrounded by his glory.
Chapter 50. Callie. Mom told us she was dying on a Tuesday. It was one of the most painful days of my life, especially realizing there was nothing we could do. I knew she was sick. We all did. But I still held out hope things would go back to normal, or we'd at least have better medical care, and she'd get well. In the last few months, I could see how much weight she was losing. I had these little fantasies of spoon-feeding her back to health. Part of me thought all she needed was a few good meals and to slow down, to stay in bed and just eat. After she fell, I still held out hope. She was definitely forced to stay in bed and recover then. But when she told us she was terminal and had been before she ever slid down that hillside, my world came crashing down. Mike held me for hours as I cried. Having just lost his mom a few months before, he knew what I was feeling. At least for me, I'd be able to say goodbye, to spend more time with her. His mom was taken in an instant with a bullet. At the same time, I'm not sure that wasn't easier. Knowing someone is dying, wasting away bit by bit, and watching as it happens is hard. The day after Mom told us she was terminal, our community started moving off the mountain. The wagons and teams made moving home a slow process. In addition to the horses, the quads and trailers were also utilized, along with any gasoline-powered vehicles, loaded as full as possible for the trip down the hill. Jake's diesel and the others using the same fuel were allotted enough for 2 trips. We're leaving most things behind, taking only what's needed for the summer months. If things are still the same when winter approaches, we'll move back up to the resorts. Mom, Doris, Aaron Ogden, me, and others unable to walk were transported down on the last trip. The able-bodied walked, leading the goats and sheep with them, camping overnight when they were about 3/4 of the way. Even Sarah walked while carrying Tate and helping the rest of her children. Of course, she had plenty of help from not only our family, but the entire community to make sure they arrived safely. The cattle were taken a few days later, being driven by the horses in an old-fashioned cattle drive. Also, on the final trip down, our dead from the winter were brought home, with one of the trucks dedicated as the hearse. The remains of those close to us were moved to Mom and Jake's ice house, until we all returned home and could dig the graves. Doris's daughter, Lindsay, was laid to rest next to her husband, Logan, who was killed last summer a few miles from Bakerville. Lois and Deanne were also buried. We had a nice service for them. Mom was even brought out, strapped to her board and gently placed on a camping cot. Jake was concerned about her being allowed to participate, but both Belinda and Mom said it didn't matter much. Even though we had no remains to bury, Tate and Keith were included in the service. The hope they'd miraculously walk out of the mountains when spring arrived has faded. I think Sarah knew all along it was unlikely to happen, but she still held on to the small glimmer of possibility, held on for a miracle. I know Sarah put on a brave front of accepting Tate's death, but I'd often watch her as she'd stare out the window or when we'd be outside. She'd be looking for him. That stopped after the attack on Prospect, after Mom was so severely injured and a few from our community were killed. Now she seems to have resigned herself to the fact he's not coming back. One day I noticed a look pass between Jason Hatch and Sarah. I'm not saying there's something going on between them. Both are still mourning the loss of their spouses. But there could be something. They'd make a good match. And in today's world, it makes sense for widowed parents to team up. Between them, they have 6 children. The smart thing to do would be to join forces. The tiny house Jake bought on a whim in the early days of the attacks was left on the mountain, along with the big RV and camp trailer Leo purchased on one of their salvage trips. On Jake's first trip down the mountain, he brought Sarah's camp trailer, which had been loaned to another family to use over the winter. The family has decided to move into Prospect. After Majors was neutralized, the town has made huge advancements toward rebuilding. While Majors talked big about making Prospect a leader in the region, his ways of doing so weren't right. Now they have a chance to truly rebuild. The ham radio was left on the mountain. The owner of the radio is among those staying behind and living on the mountain through the summer. They've promised to bring us any news about the nationwide rebuilding efforts as they hear them. With summer here, it's an easier hike or horse ride back and forth. The final broadcast we heard before coming home was the most promising to date. Denver is being rebuilt. They even have power in parts of it. There was a call put out for people with specific skills to make their way there and help with the effort. We've lost a few of the single men in one family already. Jerry McCullough and Milena Maynard have also talked about going, but they're getting married first. Joining the ceremony will be Paul Cameron and Sally Ann Hinkle, another double wedding. While Sally Ann will never fully recover from the shooting that almost took her life, and did take the life of my mother-in-law, Deanne, she's a fireball and isn't letting anything keep her from happiness. Also brought down the mountain, towed by one of Phil Hudson's old pickups, was the tiny camp trailer of Aaron and Lori Ogden's. Used as bachelor quarters over the winter, Lori joked she'd never get the smell of feet out of it. Katie agreed, saying she didn't think it was a joke at all. With so many of the single men leaving to go to Denver and other families moving away, we won't need as much housing next year, but can certainly use it now. We're full up on the homestead. Like on the mountain, Jake set up twin beds in their bedroom. That was the easiest way to give Mom the care she needed. Belinda and TJ are living with us again, and also Madison, her baby Emma, Katie, and Lori. 4 of the main people on the medical team available to give Mom round-the-clock tending. Not that they did much. Belinda explained the concept of palliative care, keeping Mom comfortable. Katie continued with her sketches. She drew the most amazing picture of Mom, one she found on the tablet. Malcolm had taken it when we were living at the Dude Ranch. She was sitting in a chair with a book in her hand, looking at the camera with a kind, questioning smile. She looked so beautiful, so at peace. We were only home for a week when things started to go wrong with either the fall injury or the cancer. She still didn't have any pain, but her body was shutting down, no longer able to use the nutrition the IV was giving. We'd take turns spooning broth or water into her, but it didn't help. She spent her time sleeping and was often confused when she was awake. It was hard to watch. Belinda was sitting with her when she realized the end was close. When she called us in, I was surprised to see Mom more alert than she'd been in days. We were all there, with Jake holding one hand and Sarah holding the other. Belinda had me sit on the bed at her side. Angela, Katie, and Malcolm, along with Tony and Lily, were also right there, everyone sitting close and touching Mom, trying to show how much we loved her. Mike, Leo, Tim, Jason Hatch, and the rest living on our homestead were in the room but farther back. I watched as a tear tracked down Mom's cheek. She smiled the sweetest smile I'd ever seen. Then she closed her eyes. We buried her in our homestead cemetery. Jake asked that Mom be buried slightly away from the others so there will be space for him when he goes. Today is the 1-year mark since 5 planes were blown from the sky and our lives changed forever. David Hammer led a special memorial service commemorating the day. Mike and I didn't go to the short ceremony, but the rest of the family did. Everyone is much too busy with the daily chores to take too much time off. The garden has now been in for several weeks, and the weeding takes a lot of time. There are new baby goats and lambs and lots of milk. Art and Jake are training the sheep on the milking stand. They started working with them before their lambs were born. The first time moms seem to be doing okay with it. While the sheep aren't a dairy breed, they're giving enough to make the efforts worth it. And the lambs don't seem to be suffering with sharing. Sarah and Angela have even made soft sheep cheese. I drop a kiss on my baby's head. Her soft hair tickles my nose. After a quick labor, she was born a month to the day after my mom died. Mike and I named her Molly Deanne in honor of our mothers.
This has been My Refuge and Fortress, Havoc in Wyoming, Part 7 by Millie Copper. This production is available for purchase at killercozies.com. Be sure to hit the subscribe button to never miss a new story. Learn more about Millie Copper's books at milliecopper.com.